haciendo cosas. Pero
listos para hatear, tío. Vamos.
Entonces, nada, a ponerlo de frente.
Pulsecon panel for you. So,
este es el panel de G.I. Joe.
It's amazing. Like, not to toot our own horns or anything, but like we've got some amazing stuff in the pipeline.
Ahí está, como le gustan
just
Apocalipsis.
Like a few things. You're going to be excited about it. But so, without further ado, why don't we get started?
Yeah, let's do it.
So we've got, as I said, tons of products. So up first, we know you guys love a good Cobra troop builder. So we are so excited to welcome the Bat to Classified series.
Sweet.
Ooh, there we go.
So here he is in all of his glory. Here's the Bat. So a little bit of backstory on the Bat.
Wow, está bacán ese.
We went through a couple of different iterations on him. We're like, we needed to modernize him just a little bit, but ultimately we netted out very close to the old school design. You can see that there's been upgraded some metal panels added to his feet, onto his chest. But what's really cool about that is you can take that panel off and you get that old school look, exposing all of his gobbledygook and robot parts. We added the panel because we felt like,
tiene buen aspecto. A mí, sabes que vengo por el
battle. He's got to protect those parts. So, you know, maybe we can. He'll be protected.
Para eso no están buenos los jijoes.
Los gillos.
Se han muteado.
But we did update some of the details, gave him a ton of texture, wanted to really bring him to life.
Hola Iván, a todo, Plastimaniático, a Apocalipsis, están los que han madrugado, vamos a ver quiénes van llegando.
Un saludo ahí a
the roboticness and the automaton aspect of it to life. You know, and so being able to have the battle damaged head here and being able to show some of those
tiene en las manos? ¿Qué le pasa? Este es que es santero.
So much fun to work on.
Está metido en artes oscuras este hombre. ¿Qué le pasa? ¿Por qué tiene tantas cosas en las tantos anillos?
Replacement hand weapons. And so with those we got
Pony, por favor, explícame, ¿por qué tiene tantas cosas en la mano? Tú de repente estás más enterado.
Este chico lleva un tiempo dedicándose a las artes oscuras, al ocultismo, y lleva todo un compendio de anillos.
¿Qué fue? Hola Piero, buenos días. Sí, ya se vienen las Legends. Vamos a ir con todas las Legends. Va a haber un interlude que va a haber va a haber una presentación en vivo de Wizard. Ahí inmediatamente voy a ponerlo en fondo y vamos a comentar un poco. Y porque la verdad me interesa un rábano escuchar a Wizard. ¿A ti te gustaría escuchar a Wizard, Pony?
Estoy contigo, bro. Ya, podemos aprovechar para estar.
Está bueno ese Army. Otro Army bueno. Está muy bueno. Me gusta bastante.
So we're going to reveal a new image today, but that's not all. So all of the classified series artwork is now available in poster form, so you can hang it in your house or your work desk or, you know, wherever you
Ya, claro, manda la lista al toque por WhatsApp.
Again, that's Trends International.
Oye, un saludo a la banda de Larra, que no sé si estarán por ahí. No me pude pasar anoche, estuve en un vivo no sé, a las 2 de la mañana y acabé hecho polvo. Estaba ahí en Instagram y luego no pude. Espero que saliera bien, luego iré a ver el live posting que hizo el Arra ahí con la banda.
Yo estuve ahí también viendo, silenciosamente estuve viendo.
¿Qué tal?
Bien, bueno, la verdad es que entiendo, es difícil gestionar y al final lo único que me pareció que tendría que haberse respetado es el criterio de votación con el formato, que no sé, creo que no se respetó al 100%.
Me cachéis la mar, Arra, banda, voy a poneros firme. No, pero seguro que hicieron un gran esfuerzo. Tengo que verlo.
No, Azrael sí se hizo un gran esfuerzo. Eso sí, Azrael pero mucha presión hay al grupo que hay que hacerlo así, como a la antigua, lo hacemos como antes. Entonces, no ha sido de parte de Azrael, pero sí el grupo no ha mostrado la seriedad que el caso. Eso.
Básicamente, por lo que me estoy oliendo, la gente no se empapó bien el PDF que mandaste, ¿no?
No, en el Excel. Uy, qué lindo. Ese es el exclusivo. Ese es el exclusivo, el que cambia de color.
Wow.
Está bueno. Es la misma figura repintada, pero vamos a ver cómo es el cambio de color, ¿no?
Mogollón de rostros adicionales, ¿no?
Sí. Los dos primeros son nuevos y el blanco del ninja todavía es nuevo, todavía no lo han usado, pero seguro lo usarán nuevo. El escudo también es nuevo, pero el tercero el cuarto del ninja, mejor dicho, ese seguro que lo van a usar para un Storm Shadow. Hola Steve Flores, un abrazo Steve. A ver, voy a subirle el volumen. No sé por qué. ¿Se escucha?
Sí.
No sé por qué se escucha tan bajo.
Ahí se escucha perfecto, tío, que no nos coma nuestro sonido. Yo les oigo más o menos. Mira a ver tú si las escuchas, pero yo creo que está bien.
Creo que soy yo, entonces. A ver, es un nigromante. Qué perturbador Subo. Este tipo, qué perturbador.
No seas cruel, tío. Cada uno tiene...
Es que hermano, o sea,
esa es su manera de expresarse, tío. Colega, cada uno se expresa a su manera.
Sí,
tú
pero
llevas tu copito, yo llevo mi hoodie y él lleva su rollo metalero oscuro, tío, gótico profundo, yo qué sé, tío.
No sé, yo creo que es...
Tipo Magic, Car Magic, no sé, tío.
No sé, es demasiado extraño. No, yo aquí estoy para decir lo que pienso, hermano. Así que si me da la gana de decir que ese pata es un loco ridículo, lo voy a decir, hermano.
Oh, shit, man.
Si tú quieres decirlo, también puedes decirlo. Y si no quieres decirlo, no lo digas. Pero aquí es libre
de expresión. Pero, tío, es su manera de expresarse, tío. No es nada malo.
Bueno, que está bien que se exprese, que hasta se atenga a las consecuencias de expresarse de esa manera también, ¿no? Así es. ¿Qué te puedo decir? Esas son claro, los 10 anillos del mandarín. O sea, si se expresa de esa manera, bien, exprésate como te dé la gana. O sea, yo no le voy a decir, oye, no hagas eso. Hazlo, pero te voy a decir lo que me parece de lo que estás haciendo.
Entonces, ¿qué dices que te parece el chico? Su manera de expresarse, ¿no te gusta?
No, me parece que está mira, hay gente que no mata ni una mosca, pero le gusta verse malos. Yo creo que
pero yo no lo veo malote.
Y no tiene nada de malote el tipo, o sea, lo ves y creo que...
No, pero no creo. ¿Tú crees que le intenta expresar que va de malote? Yo no me ha dado esa sensación, se le ve suave, tío.
No, es que no hay forma que ese tipo se vea malote. O sea, no importa lo que haga, jamás se va a ver malote. ¿Entiendes?
Ella es malota, por ejemplo.
No,
¿Ella crees que es malota?
No, yo jamás voy a criticar un aspecto físico, algo inherente, porque yo no sé si la mujer...
yo no estoy criticando su aspecto físico. Yo, igual que tú estabas atacando a los accesorios del pobre...
Los accesorios sí los critico, porque es algo libertad, es algo de elección.
Pero esta mujer, ¿de qué viene vestida, tío? Creo que ni mi madre, ¿sabes? Cuando más mayor fue, en paz descanse, llevaba este tipo de ropa, tío. Esta mujer está un poco desubicada. Me da a mí. Yo no hablaba de nada físico de ella, hablo de sus accesorios, igual que tú. ¿Qué me trae, tío?
Me parece que está normal para su biotipo. O sea, si tiene ese cuerpo no se va a poner un vestido, una minifalda, una ropa apretada, ¿no?
No, lo normal hubiera sido que hubiera venido
me parece
con su remera de guía yo, tío. Claro, tío.
Off topic. Viste de gorda Monse, dice Apocalipsis. Bueno, hablando de las figuras, retomando el tema de las figuras, ya descargamos un poco. Yo venía un poco cargado, tenía que descargar con algo. La figura del Sartán, la verdad, porque cambie de color o no, vamos a hablar de precios, ya vamos a hablar de precios ahorita. Yo voy a ser sincero. O sea, si alguien quiere pedírmelo, bienvenido. Acá yo se lo traigo con mucho gusto, pero les voy a también decir cuál es mi opinión antes, o sea, ya como youtuber, no como comerciante, sino como youtuber, les digo mi opinión, es que no lo veo necesario, prefiero comprarme el regular, o sea, por unas cuantas cabezas seccionales y porque cambie color. El precio no está tan caro como las de ayer, como el Ravage y como el
no, yo sí creo que merece la pena, mira esto. Merece la pena.
$37.
Merece la pena. Y mira que yo no lo compraría para mí porque yo no soy completista y muchísimo menos de G.I. Joe. Pero esta figura merece la pena, tío.
$37, mira. Si no tuviera el otro, el regular, podría hacerlo. Lo haría para mí.
No, si tienes el regular ya es para pensárselo.
No, pues yo tengo el regular, no, ¿para qué? Prefiero el regular.
That was cool.
Sí, puedes vender el regular haciéndole un favor a alguien, dejándoselo más barato y te pillas tú no sé.
Steve Flores, me imagino que algo mostrarán del Galactus. Van a mostrar seguro como que ¿cómo se puede decir? El success en inglés, en español, perdón, el success. Hay palabras que me salen en inglés porque las veo tanto en inglés que como decir como el logro, ahí está, el logro que ha sido el Galactus, el Haslab de Galactus va a decir que van a mostrar sobre el logro, van a decir, miren, logramos a tantos backers, hace un éxito y ahora el éxito, ¿no? Y ahora vamos a mostrar un poco todo lo que va a traer seguramente, ¿no? Ya deberían, pero no creo que es muy pronto para que tengan un prototipo físico sin pintar. Me parece que es muy pronto.
¿Y qué les han puesto? ¿Un refresco ahí, un mate o qué es lo que tienen ahí?
Ahí tienen adrenocromo, cada uno de ellos les han dado un poquito de adrenocromo. Cortesía de nuestro amigo de los brazaletes, de los anillos, de los 10 anillos. Ahí ha soltado un poco de adrenocromo para todos.
Está guapa la camiseta esa, ¿eh?
Sí, un abrazo para Jerjes, para Ray, que no nos ha saludado. Juan Linares también. Ahora mírenlo como un ojo de halcón para Marvel Legends. Claro. Y Green Shadow también. Hola muchachos, ¿alguna predicción para el panel de Legends? Yo digo que mostrarán la web de 20 aniversario. Puede ser. Claro. Si ya nos mostraron ese Capitán América, yo creo que por ahí viene algo más también, algo más así clásico, y yo lo que creo es que nos van a mostrar.
Me encantaría un Ultron.
Van a concluir.
Me encantaría un Ultron.
Bueno, puede ser, eso sí. Eso puede ser. Pero yo lo que creo que nos van a mostrar en Legends va a ser también algo más de la serie vintage de Spider-Man. Puede ser un Lizard de repente, ¿no? Porque creo que merece la pena un nuevo head swap de Lizard. Y por ahí hay rumores de Rhino, yo no sé. Ojalá que no, porque pucha, aquí nuestro amigo plastimanético está que se rompe el poto buscando las piezas para que saquen el Rhino entero, ¿no? Y así ha sido varios. El Cobra que me dices, Apocalipsis, se llama lo dijeron.
Also very exciting news for us.
Ay.
El Viper.
No, era como un Viper, pero no era Viper, tenía otro nombre. Tenía otro nombre. Bueno, después lo van a mostrar. Tranquilo, paciencia.
So we are so proud to announce that we are welcoming in 2 new sub-teams
Tienen
for the
pichipao.
2022
No,
year.
me retracto. Sí parece que lleva en su remera algo de G.I. Joe, ¿eh? Lleva algo de Cobra, ¿no?
New.
Sí, sí.
With more figures.
Necuamanos.
Vale, no va mal,
Aquí en Perú,
vale.
en X Collectibles aquí consigues todos los G.I. Joes, por ejemplo.
Me retracto. Lleva su remerita de Cobra, vale.
No es Viper.
Mixed in with each other. And we really wanted to get kind of into the good versus bad angle.
Bueno, muchos la rajan a la gordita, pues es la jefa ahí, ella es la que manda, así que cuidado.
We know that historically these were not released at the same time, but we feel from a storytelling perspective like, oh my gosh, imagine the dioramas for this, which we've actually seen a couple of them that our photo studio did, and they are amazing. So these 3 figures, so for all of Tiger Force and Python Patrol, like with Cobra Island, these figures
no, creo que el que manda es
Target
el de
exclusives.
no,
And
ella es la
Target
que manda.
knows that there were some hiccups with their pre-order process in the past for their exclusive items, so they promise they have been working on it. They have
Bueno, no han mostrado nada.
So there should be a much smoother experience for fans.
Vale que no termine.
But, you know, let's lead with mustache greatness, I think. So
we love a good beard.
We love a good beard and a good stash here.
Ya, ahí
So
viene.
let's welcome to the classified family Tiger Force Outback.
So here he is in all of his gray bearded glory.
Ahí
Tiger
va.
Force Outback. So
Ahí
Outback
está.
was super fun to get into and design.
Wow, ese me gusta. Qué buena cabeza, me encanta la cabeza. El pantalón de los G.I. Joe casi, ya se han dado cuenta que es un molde repetido casi en todos, el pantalón de los G.I. Joe. No me molesta ya, porque cada uno tiene su propia identidad, además que es normal que entre todos los soldados...
Recuerda el prota del Metal Gear, un poco.
Sí, está bueno para un custom, ¿no? De Snake, de Solid Snake.
Me gusta esta figura, ¿eh?
Está buenísimo. ¿Pero quién es? Dice Tiger Outback. Es que yo no conozco, o sea, me preguntan.
Creo que es un escuadrón y no sé si traerá varias cabezas.
Si tiene rostro es porque es un personaje.
No, pero espérate un momento, a ver, si no trae más cabezas.
You take him to the next level of showing how like grizzled and rugged Outback is.
Outback,
he's been in the mud.
Tiger Outback.
He's been, out surviving, with all his gear. That, he has everything he needs except maybe a shower.
Yeah, he probably smells really
Golazo, de figura. El molde de las piernas, ¿has visto las rodillas y todo? Qué bonito.
Sí, está buenísimo. O sea, es un repaint. Las piernas casi todas es repaint, eso sí le digo. Pero no se siente como un repaint, es lo bueno.
¿De quién es el repaint?
No, todo, casi la gran mayoría tienen esas piernas. Esas piernas las tiene el Cobra Trooper, la tiene Snake Eyes, creo, el Ninja Rojo, todos creo.
¿Tú crees igual? El mismo molde de rodilla.
En un 90% parecido.
Me parece muy bonito.
He and I relate.
Yes, perfect. So now that we have Outback, who is, going to be skulking around the jungle, we obviously need some bad guys for him to encounter. So with that, let us welcome our first
es parecido al old Hawkeye, está
That's
bueno.
right, it is the Python Patrol Viper.
And as you guys can tell,
ahí está el Viper, nuevo Viper, ya está. ¿Para qué quieres el exclusivo? Ya no salió en regular.
No, pero qué va, tío.
No, prefiero el otro color, pero está, no, me gusta a mí más, porque me le da variedad a las armies.
Hay que tener los dos, tío.
Raúl Oceda, un abrazo, Raúl, hasta Nicaragua.
Anti-radar detecting reticulated cross-hatching pattern on him was super fun to do and super fun to design. But as I'm doing it, I'm like,
ese Viper a mí sí me gusta. Me gusta más esa variedad de colores, que todos sean azules como los Cobra Infantry.
A ver, Álvaro.
Buenísimo, está Tuani.
Álvaro, por favor. Esto es el Viper original, tío, no me jodas.
Bueno, ya salió un Viper de ese color.
Claro. Y tienes que tenerlo, vamos, mínimo 4 de estos y si quieres 2 amarillos.
Ya, ese por ejemplo tiene un pantalón distinto. Ese sí es otro molde.
it's fun.
Las piernas son distintas.
I think that he looks fantastic. And you know, the yellow really makes it so that I know that he has the radar, but like, okay, he's wearing laser lemon yellow on his outfit to blend into the jungle.
A mí me encantan esos, ya no me malinterpreten, no me emociono porque no los voy a comprar, porque la verdad es que no me da el bolsillo para hacerme un army ahorita de esos, la verdad. No me estoy emocionando porque no lo voy a tener. Para mí no, pero voy a traer definitivamente para vender, pero porque me parecen geniales.
So let's welcome the Python Patrol Bat to the line.
Bat, el bat, bat se llaman los anteriores, bat, como murciélagos. Estos son otros bat. ¿Ya ves? Los anteriores para Apocalipsis se llaman bat. Y estos son los ¿cómo dijeron? Los, no sé, bat patrulla, no sé, los patrullas bat.
Mira el brazo.
De ahí saca el fuego, lanzan llamas de ahí. Los bats son los que lanzan llamas.
Just like the other bat, there is deco, of course, on the inside of his chest, so you can display him like that. I don't know if I'm moving around the camera too much, but here's the inside of his chest, as you can see.
El chaleco, ¿no? Que se puede, no sé si será intercambiable.
No, se le saca el emblema. De Comano dice que su apuesta para los Legends son segunda wave de No Way Home con villanos Anilus, que ya sea una buff, una figura de luz para acompañar la wave retro. Pucha, Anilus sería genial. Para que le dé una patada de Toy Biz y ya no sé.
There's a lot more figures to come. There's many.
Ya los Toy Biz lovers ya se van para abajo.
And so, you know, with all of our figures that we reveal,
¿Cómo has dicho que se llamaba? ¿Tiger qué? ¿Han dicho?
Outback.
So without further ado, here is Tiger Force Outback.
Está muy guapa esa figura, tío.
Sí, esa sí la compraría porque no es un army, es un personaje. Me parece que sí vale la pena.
The jungle set. It was so much fun to watch him.
Muy bueno el rostro.
This does not look like the kind of guy that I would want to run.
Me gusta la camiseta muchísimo, tío. La remera.
It's true.
He's got you.
But like, what if you're a bad guy? Like,
falta uno. Si es una wave, deberían sacar algo más. Yo lo que estoy esperando de G.I. Joe es que saquen más vehículos más grandes para escala 1.6. Aunque sea, lo saquen por Haslab. Hasta ahora no tocan Haslab con G.I. Joe.
Like, I feel like this kind of muted.
¿Qué quieres? ¿El helicóptero?
No sé. No sé, pero algo sería bueno. Hola, Sting Ruiz Paredes. Sting, todavía no sacan los Legends. Hay que esperar un rato.
In his jungle diorama. He is looking fab. See,
¿Y cuánto dura cada panel? El de G.I. Joe dura creo que 40 minutos. Y el que sigue, que va a ser de Fortnite, creo que duran 20. Y el de... Y otro más que creo que es de 20. El de Legends sí va a durar creo que 1 hora y media.
Brand new artwork of the Python Patrol Viper from artist Anthony Petrie.
Eso sí, los artes están buenísimos. Hasbro debería vender estos artes como NFTs.
So fabulous. I love kind of the troop building aspect of this artwork too. I think it looks really nice.
One of the best.
And then, last but not least, we have our final diorama, and we wanted to do something a little bit special for this one.
Miraste lo de la página esta ayer. Yo ya he preguntado, me han dicho que está muy bien.
Sí, compré, vendí un poco tradeé un poco con la moneda de la página, que es el wax. Y algo gané, $10.
Muy rápido, ¿no?
Sí, estaba con curvas altas, estaba bien, estaba subiendo fuerte. Sí, lo máximo que hemos tenido con vehículos es de G.I. Joe. El helicóptero Mamba de Cobra. ¿Cómo era el helicóptero Mamba de Cobra?
Brutal, básicamente.
O sea, en escala 375, ¿qué tamaño era, más o menos? En 1.6 tendría que ser ya... tiene que ser Haslab, eso no puede salir para retail. Cualquier vehículo ya grande.
where he
De
could
repente
bump the table and it wouldn't even
una
tip over.
Hammer, uno de
Which
esos
is, like,
vehículos así
crazy
podría salir
impressive.
comercialmente.
Yeah,
Un vehículo, un
there was a
auto.
ni
time
siquiera
for
un Hammer también es
trees
muy
to
grande,
fall
tío.
over, but the figure stood.
Perfect. Yeah, that's
Imagínate,
literally
tendría que
all
ser
of
un
it.
cacho más largo que la moto.
Yeah.
And then
No,
we
pero
have
si,
this
si
beautiful
sacan
updated artwork,
batimóviles,
the
Mattel ha
bat
sacado
artwork that you saw earlier with
batimóviles,
a
escala
brand new
1.6, o
color
sea,
scheme
no,
over it
no
by
habría
artist
problema para que
Mohammed
saquen una
Firdaus.
Hammer
I am loving the
escala
kind of pink
1.6,
and
o sea,
purple
no creo que haya
vibe on this,
mucho
the
problema.
Python Patrol logo that's in there. Like,
Hay
this
productos
is
así
looking
actualmente en el
good.
mercado.
cyberpunk music in the
Yes,
background.
yes, exactly. Perfect.
Es más,
So,
McFarlane está
to
sacando
reiterate,
vehículos
these
a escala
figures are going
1.7,
to be
¿no? O sea,
available for
¿por qué no lo haría
pre-order
Hasbro?
starting
Tendría
today.
ellos, más
These
bien,
figures will be
creo
available starting
que
at
McFarlane
5 p.m.
con
on
Batman, que
Target
no
with the
necesita
limited
tantos
quantities
vehículos como G.I.
available
Joe,
on
creo que el
Pulse.
más
We're super
coherente sería
excited
que
about it. There
Hasbro
will be
empiece a sacar
more Tiger Force
vehículos.
and Python Patrol to follow later
Pero de
in
Batman
the
que ha
year.
salido la moto
So
y qué
stay
más,
tuned
tío.
for more information about that.
Ha sacado un
So next up,
batimóvil,
we are really excited to be bringing this new
como un
G.I. Joe to
Monster
the line,
Truck.
but we didn't really feel like we
Escala
could do it
1.6.
justice.
No lo he
We
visto, no lo he
1.7.
visto. El que había
Escala
visto era el
1.7.
otro, el que
Escala
sacó
1.6, perdón,
exclusivo,
escala
el retro.
7
¿Sabes
pulgadas.
cuál te digo?
For
El
us.
retro sí lo había
Without
visto.
further ado,
El
let
batimóvil
me throw
retro.
Ya, el
Que
batimóvil retro es
sacó.
1.6.
Black Eyed
Ya. Y
Peas
está
Sí,
sacando,
claro.
y está sacando también
in California, and let
un
him
Monster Truck
introduce this
también, que
amazing new
es, que
figure.
no me acuerdo el
Take it away,
nombre.
Chap.
Ya, también.
Hey,
Pero y
thank
el
you,
Monster Truck es
Emily.
escala 1.7.
My Lady J to the Snake Eyes right here, or Spirit. Take your choice. What's up, everybody? This is Tabu Nawasha, and I'm a co-founding member of the Black Eyed Peas. But most of all, I'm a
Ya
toy
spoileó, acaba de
enthusiast.
spoilear una
I'm a
figura.
collector. I am straight up geek mode. So when I was asked if
Spirit.
I wanted to be part of this
Spirit.
unveiling of
Sí,
one
ya
of
lo
my
mostró.
favorite characters, Spirit, I was like, yeah, let's go.
Esto es un figurón.
Go then.
Pero esa es la versión película, me
So let me
parece.
tell you a little bit of my background as
Ojalá
a
que
G.I.
no.
Joe fan. It all started when I was a kid. Basically, you know, the love for the cartoon, the love for the action figures, but most of all, seeing representation that looked just like me. Me being indigenous, me being of Native and Mexican descent. When I first saw Spirit on the big screen or on television, I was like, that's my guy. That is the person that speaks to me from the G.I. Joe universe besides Snake Eyes. I
Mucho
thought I was a
floro.
ninja too, but
No,
that's
es un
another story.
personajazo, ¿eh?
But when I was asked to do this, I complied because this is like a dream come true for me. Not just as a toy collector, but also as an indigenous person that is a voice to the communities, that actually loves to advocate for change, erasing
Es que este tipo de speech a mí realmente
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the proper,
No, es súper
proper
bonito.
way
Mira
to
que yo soy muy
give
anti esto, y te he
Yo
dicho
soy
que
anti
iba
esto
a
también.
saltar aquí bien,
genuine
pero el tío a mí me está ganando,
especially because of
tronco. Este
all
sí
the
me está
time and
ganando.
effort that went into making sure that we revamped them,
Bueno, solo
gave them a
él
facelift,
sabe,
as far as, like, not
si lo que está diciendo es
making him
verdad o es puro
stereotypical,
palabreo.
simplifying him,
Para mí es
you know,
palabreo.
taking
Con eso
away
me
the
quedo.
word tracker to now being
Yo
sniper,
creo que
which I'm so proud
está.
of, you
Yo
know,
no
that's
estoy
just something
coleccionando
that was
G.I.
very
Joe,
important to
y
me.
sin embargo te digo, esta
Just
web
changing
me
it up a bit,
está
modernizing it,
tocando.
and telling the
Creo que
story
están
about this
eligiendo bien
amazing
esta web.
hero that
A mí
speaks to indigenous people around
los
the world,
troopers, o sea,
because
mejor,
even if
los
you're not from the
armies,
States
no,
and you're a fan of
no los
G.I.
quiero
Joe,
mucho porque
because
la
it
verdad
is
es que no los voy a
international,
comprar porque
you
no
can
tengo
relate
espacio y no tengo
to
billete ahorita
the
para eso. Pero
embracing
los
Bueno, pero la
personajes
modificación de
individuales,
color estaba
and I
bien,
think
y los dos
this
personajes
character
que
right here
vamos de
Spirit
momento creo que
y
también.
Tiger, sí
because
voy.
of the fact that he
Spirit y
is
Tiger
part
voy.
of
Y de repente
G.I.
uno
Joe.
de cada uno de
Not
los otros
everybody
para
is,
tenerlo
you
como
know,
referencia.
privileged or has the opportunity to be part of this amazing crew, G.I. Joe, and we go up against Cobra. And that's something that, as a kid, I would create like this crazy universe when there would be
Ahí
like,
hay un
you
Jeep
know,
detrás, ¿no?
things happening at home.
Ese
I
es
would get
escala
frustrated,
375.
or
Sí, de
maybe
los
I was
retro.
like disappointed
Sí.
about something. I would take my G.I. Joes and I would take my Cobras and I
Pero
would
eso
go
puede ser un
outside
spoiler
and
total
start
de lo que
building a
estábamos
universe,
hablando, ¿eh?
storytelling. I wasn't
Pero
aware
ese
that
tipo
I
de
was
vehículos es
eventually
el que
gonna
me
get to
parece que podrían
write
sacar escala
comics
1.6 sin ningún
you
problema.
know, do music, but that's how my love and appreciation started for being a storyteller. Sorry, I'm shaking the camera.
La minivan de
I'm
Punisher,
just
estaría
excited
bueno.
when I'm speaking to you guys about the childhood, and it in turn it transferred into my adulthood, and now I get to travel the world because of my day job as a Black Eyed
Nequamano,
Peas,
sí está
and I get to
confirmado que
collect
funciona
toys
como
around the
vehículo.
world.
Lo que
I
tiene
am
arriba
proud that I
es
go
una
to
carcasa que la
Brazil
sacas
and
y
get,
te
like,
te queda
amazing G.I. Joes
como
that
en
are
tubos,
specifically from those
como un auto
regions.
de tubos. Y sí entra ahí un Batman, ya lo han mostrado.
Another thing that
Así
I
que
really
sí
appreciate
entra
about
como
this action
vehículo,
figure is the movement.
sí funciona como
You
vehículo.
know, like the fact that it's so mobile and and the articulation of the
Steve,
joints
claro,
in the body,
voy a alistar mi almuerzo para los
the
Legends.
fact that
Perfecto.
you can, like, move his head. I don't think you
Alistar,
can do that
voy
with
a
the first
alistar, me
version.
imagino. Que lo he dicho.
All the tactical gear simplified, of course. The fact that he has this amazing backpack.
Tranquilos que seguro después nos muestran bien la figura.
The Navajo word for
Deben
eagle
saber
is
que
atza.
él es un artista
which is
musical,
eagle,
¿no? Es un músico, no,
and that's his
no,
buddy
no
right
tiene
here.
idea
Boom.
de lo que está haciendo.
He goes on there. One of the things that I wanted to make sure that people know about
La
is
sudadera está flipante,
is holistic healing. That's important.
La chamarra esta de...
And one of the things that I focused on was offsetting the westernized medicine with holistic healing, because that's part of our culture, that's part of our ancestry, and to have spirit have that same, representation, it just speaks to the authentic, genuine representation that G.I. Joe is having in 2021.
Bueno, les resumo los que seguro varios hablan inglés, pero algunos de repente no entenderán, dirán que está hablando este. Lo que está diciendo es que se identifica con por su raza indígena, ¿no? O india, nativa americano. El personaje que lo identificaba era Spirit de G.I. Joe, y es el personaje que desde la serie animada, en las películas, siempre le ha llamado la atención, y es un honor para él como coleccionista estar aquí y presentar este personaje, y ahora todo lo demás es palabreo, bla, 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 bla. Que ha soñado con esta figura tanto tiempo. Por eso es que para mí es puro palabreo. A alguno le gustará, a mí no me gusta, pero a Pony le encanta ese palabreo.
No, yo solo digo que es un buen personaje y que lo entiendo,
la figura está buena y el personaje bueno.
Y que entiendo a este hombre como nativo que entiendo que se sienta representado para una figura que hay que específica y fuerte. No sé, yo lo veo igual si le gustara el men, también gustaría Pájaro de Trueno, ¿sabes lo que digo? Es que seguro.
Kevin McAllister, sí, estoy trayendo la moto, claro que sí. Ya saben, todos los que quieran, en Perú al menos, ¿no? Porque en México, en Nicaragua, discúlpenme, no llego, pero en Perú, cualquiera de las figuras que vean aquí, y de DC Multiverse, y de Transformers, o bueno, varias líneas, pero lo que vean aquí y también de DC, me pueden escribir y ahí yo los atiendo. Yo les puedo hacer preórdenes, generalmente estoy trayendo en preorden todo, incluyendo la moto de la película nueva de Batman, que sí estoy trayendo. Ok, gracias.
Thanks, Tab. I am honored to be the Baroness to your Storm Shadow. It was so much fun getting to work with you on this figure. So, like Taboo mentioned,
Genial.
we have
Mira,
done
con
a really
el
wonderful
halcón.
job updating Spirit.
Con el águila,
to be
perdón,
a
con
really
el
good
águila real.
representation
Águila
of the
americano.
Native American community. One of the ways
Está
we're doing
brutal.
that is that we are actually
Con
updating his
ese es un
bio
águila
to make him
calva,
a
se
little
llama.
bit more
La águila
modernized, so
calva.
that information will be released soon. But in the meantime,
Me encanta, el águila
take
calva.
a little bit of a closer look at
De todas hasta ahora la mejor esa. Pero viste que el pantalón es un repaint del Tiger. Es el mismo pantalón. Pero es normal. Pero es normal, no me molesta. No me
Ahora
molesta.
necesitamos, pero creo que no. Y la rodillita. ¿Ves? La bota no es la misma. La bota del Tiger también está flipado. Esto sí puede que sea un repintado. La del Tiger, te digo,
Es que lo es, pero me parece genial. Me parece igual genial la figura. No me molesta, lo que digo es que sé que es repintado, pero no lo veo como algo en contra. Lo digo como que ya, ok, si van a seguir haciendo figuras, no importa que repinten algo que es un pantalón que en realidad sí es así el personaje, ¿no? O sea, no me molesta. Cosa distinta fuera de que el personaje tenga un pantalón distinto y utilicen uno que no es por ahorrarse. Mira. Uy, qué buena, con las alas abiertas.
And then additionally, we wanted to show off that full poster artwork for artistries by Jeffrey Bareggi. I think that this is gorgeous. I absolutely love it. Oh,
No se
magical.
te escucha bien, se te escucha cortado, Pony, no sé
for
por
being
qué.
our special guest on this, and we'll see a little bit more of
Ahora
Taboo a
mejor.
little bit later on in our panel. Right
¿Tú me
after our
escuchas
panel.
completo cuando yo hablo?
So, fabulous.
Yo sé, me voy a
You know,
salir.
we liked, you know,
Sí,
how
sí, sí,
we
porque
like
se te
to
escucha
tell a good story
cortado.
here, right? It's not like
All
we've
the time.
Pensé
not
que
like
era un
I've said that a couple of times on
problema
this panel or anything. So we wanted
porque se
to do
cruzaba
a
el
little bit of a
audio.
nod to the classic Sunbow cartoon with
right.
this collection of
Todavía
figures
no
that
lo
we're
sacan en
releasing
Hasbro
for this
Pulse, estoy
wave.
aquí chequeando,
And
estamos
so, you know, before there was a Snake Eyes
esperando.
and a Storm Shadow, there was a Spirit and a Storm Shadow
That's right,
rivalry.
that's
And
right.
so we really wanted to bring you a classic, amazing 1980 Storm Shadow. So this is not your Arctic Mission Storm Shadow. This is not your
Bien,
Snake
ya
Eyes, your
al fin, un
Origin
Storm Shadow clásico,
This is
lo que estábamos
true
esperando.
to the 80s.
Eso estaba esperando. ¡Wow! ¡Qué lindo! ¡Uf!
No dije,
Yo dije, esa cabeza de Storm Shadow que viene con el Sartan, seguro que la van a usar. Y ya, mira, justo de inmediato. Está excelente. 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 Una figura obligatoria para la línea. Excelente.
Brutal.
Here, we'll go this way.
He's actually got archer gloves on. And that's
Brutal.
what the armor is too. It's Japanese archer armor that he's wearing. So
Y
we
tiene-
updated
y
him
tiene
a
un
bit.
hoodie
You can
ahí
tell it's
atrás.
textured to the nines. And
Brutal.
man, he was super fun to work on. He even comes with an extra hood if you want to put the hood on top of him. So he was super
Excelente.
cool. Speaking of accessories,
Qué
Chris,
bueno.
why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, so this guy comes loaded
Ya,
up
bueno, con
with his
eso,
two classic swords,
con
his
Spirit
bow and
y con
arrow,
este
the actual arrow piece.
me ganaron.
Esta
all
serie es
attached
brutal.
to the backpack quiver, just like the 1980s toy. Speaking of the bow and arrow, actually, QA we got in a little trouble with QA because we actually made the bow and arrow shoot the arrow a couple feet, which is a big no-no. We made some changes. We got QA to be happy with us. We got to a nice place. So
Vamos a ver cómo
excited for that,
distribuyen
but-
las
Clarify,
waves.
the arrow is
Ojalá
no longer
que
projectile.
entren
No,
dos
no,
Storm Shadows por wave, o tres.
It's a safe toy.
Yes.
These are 4+. He's
Yeah.
a safe toy.
But enough of
Que
QA.
yo creo que
Corey,
va a estar.
please
El
tell
más
us about
popular va a
this
ser Storm Shadow.
Yeah.
Definitivamente,
It is
ese es
an
el que
honor
va a
to be able
estar
to work on such a
buscadito.
classic and cool character like Storm Shadow, and, you know,
Todos
this
van a
one
querer
is
tener por lo menos
just
Storm
a
Shadow.
blast.
Los que tienen su Snake Eyes y Storm
With this
Shadow, hay
character,
muchos que solamente
we
se
really
conforman
wanted
con esos
to
dos.
bring him to life,
Yo, por
you know,
ejemplo,
give
feliz
him,
con esos dos.
you know, as much attitude that we could, and so he, you know, as with all of our classified, textured all over, you know, and just really tried to bring his costume, you know, and give it as much, you know,
Figurón, tronco.
yeah.
Which you did.
Yeah.
No, está perfecto, no
And,
tengo nada que decir en su
you
no
know, we
tengo nada
also
que
pushed his
criticarle.
articulation a little bit,
Yo sé la
especially in the
articulación que tiene, así
butterfly
que no,
joints.
tampoco no
You know,
tengo
he's an
nada
archer, so we
que.
wanted to really be able to
No, y los
capture
accesorios y todo están increíbles.
Sí, sí.
and
Todo,
yeah, and,
todo,
you know,
está
he's
muy
got
bien.
the old ninja run, and
Muy bien.
really love how this figure came together. You know, and Lenny mentioned it does come with the extra hood that could, you know, be up or down, and the down hood also
Puedo
just
estar
comes off
atento
if you
aquí
don't
a
want hood at all.
las
And so,
preórdenes.
speaking of this amazing sculpt, let's take a look at what he looks like in this new diorama image from Corey in our photo studio. Which, by the way, thanks, Corey, for doing all these pictures for us.
Yeah.
Look at the texture in that arm. This dude is jacked.
Look at that.
That is so
tricep.
good.
Dude, shredded.
Yeah, this is glorious. Nice work, Corey. This
Yeah,
looks
man.
really good. And then we have all new artist series artwork.
Ese brazo es nuevo, o sea, no habían hecho un brazo así al descubierto todavía.
La capucha es lo único que no me convence mucho, pero bueno.
This is the new updated.
Me gusta más sin capucha.
And
Qué buen
this
arte.
artwork is
No
gorgeous,
digo,
and I
esos
think that
artes
it
están
really suits
buenísimos.
kind of that classic Storm Shadow really well.
Yeah, he's cool.
Ugh, amazing. So
Yo todavía
yeah,
mis
this is
G.I.
kind of
Joes
a
todos
big
los tengo
year
en
for
sus cajas,
classified.
porque
The
la verdad es que
brand only
los
relaunched
artes
like
de
a
las
year
cajas me
ago.
parecen
Yes,
buenísimos.
very young brand.
It's crazy pants. So we are now up to a total of 33 characters that have been revealed, which is great. Over like the last 2 years. It's crazy, like less than 2 years.
I know.
So-
I wanna-
33 personajes que ya han soltado
We're gonna
hasta
make
ahora
more,
en 2
guys.
años.
So what has been your absolute favorite of all of these to work on?
Ooh, for me, my favorite has been the Cobra Trooper. You know, I am a collector and I
Cobra
am an army
Trooper.
builder, and so I knew that the Trooper was going to be the figure I had the most of, and that collection is growing. And so, you know, in working
Sí,
on
hay
that
gente,
one,
bueno, Cobra
I
Troopers
really just
y Infantries, hay
wanted
gente
it to
que
be
los
everything
compra,
that
los
it
compra,
could
los
be,
compra.
you know,
Parece que
and,
estuvieran
you know, Lenny
invirtiendo,
killed on the
parece que
design, and
estuvieran
so bringing that to
comprando
life and, you know, making that frame,
Bitcoin,
super
que
happy with that
compran y
figure,
compran y
and,
siguen
you know,
comprando.
expect to
Increíble, con los
continue to build
Cobra,
out
con
that
los
army.
Cobra,
Crushed it on that
les digo, he tenido clientes que han venido y me han pedido y me dicen, ¿cuándo vas a traer más? ¿Cuándo vas a traer más? Y me siguen comprando y siguen comprando Cobra Infantry, ¿no? A ver, Collectors, su figura favorita, a ver, la pregunta que han hecho ellos, su figura favorita de G.I. Joe Classified hasta el día de hoy. ¿Cuál es su figura favorita de G.I. Joe Classified hasta el día de hoy? De todas las que han salido. De todas.
Yeah, I think for me,
yo te diría que Storm Shadow, ¿no?
a bunch of stuff already, and then the challenge to add a fully articulated eagle.
Hola, Celus.
Thanks a lot, Lenny. But it came out amazing. Figuring out the articulation.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A fecha de hoy.
I'm glad we did it. But,
Si no, tío. Pero bueno, es mi opinión. Yo estoy muy de acuerdo con lo que has dicho tú, que con esas dos figuras hay gente a las que les valdría, y a mí, por ejemplo, me valdría con esas dos.
Sí.
Super fun to work on. Yeah.
He can also grab the arrow in his claws.
You can.
Oh, it's so good. There's a diorama shot of that. When you see the Econ
El
PDP go
Stone
up
Shadow
for
está
pre-order,
brutal,
you'll be able
sí.
to see that picture. It looks so good.
A mí me gusta más ese Stone Shadow, al menos
I
lo que veo ahí, que el
my
Snake
favorite, I
Eyes,
think,
pero
is definitely been Fiona. I played
pero
with a
no voy a
lot of
decir
animal toys when I
Stone
was
Shadow porque
growing
todavía
Por
no lo
los
tengo.
brazos, que ya lo has dicho también, por el pedazo de molde de los brazos descubiertos.
Mira, pero la verdad la figura que más me gusta de todas las que ya han salido es el Red Ninja. Me parece espectacular. El Red Ninja lo han hecho muy bien, tiene muy buenos detalles, o sea,
Ya, te gustó más que el de la mano, ya.
Quite possibly,
Sí,
I think one of the
sí.
coolest figures that we've done.
El Red Ninja.
Lights up
¡Oh,
right.
wow!
On the box, the crocodile's name is Fiona.
This is official. This is now canon, guys.
Claro, o sea, te he dicho, esta serie
¡Qué
han pasado, la verdad.
buena figura! Crocmaster. ¿Ese es un personaje o es otro army?
No, yo creo que este es un personaje.
Un personaje, pues, ¿no? ¡Guau! Pero te viene un cocodrilo. Ese cocodrilo lo puedes usar para
No,
lo que
no,
sea.
te trae 4 cocodrilos, 3 pequeñitos, ¿no?
Ah, sí, trae uno grande, no, 2 pequeños, 3. No, está genial, está genial. Ese Boy también, ese Boy.
Nuts. We had to
Absolutely
make
nuts.
a real crocodile. Look at the textures on her. She's incredible. Corey.
Ah, ese es el cocodrilo que me habías dicho. Está bravazo, está brutal.
You know, sculpting animals is one of the best things that a
O sea,
sculptor
me
can
gustan
ask for,
todos los
you
que
know,
todos
there's
a
so
los de
much
los personajes
texture
Cobra, lo que me
and
gusta es que todos
organic
tienen esa
just
temática
life to them
de
that,
reptil, ¿no?
they're always
Así
fun.
juntar a
And this one
Sartan
was
con
just killer.
con
You know,
con
we're making a
Cobra, con
dinosaur.
bueno, Destro y este de acá
And,
ya
you know,
se
it
ve
is
ahí un grupo bien
huge,
bacán,
as
¿no?
you can see, compared to Crocmaster, Fiona is 12 inches from nose to tip of tail.
She big.
Yeah.
She big.
12 pulgadas de
Ton
largo,
of
dice.
articulation in this, you know, I'm particularly happy with
Y se
how
le
the
cierra la
jaw
mandíbula.
articulation works.
Está
She can
buenísimo.
snap
Un
down
abrazo,
on
Dani de River.
those, you know, and she can also carry her babies in her mouth, which is really fun.
Safest place to be.
Yeah. And it is crocodile accurate. That is something that crocodiles
Very
actually
true.
do.
Absolutely.
Yep.
You know, and we really did study crocodiles for this. You know, we wanted to make sure that the scale patterning was accurate to life. You know, and it just
El molde
really
que han
love it.
utilizado para
One of the most important things about crocodile is its
Crocmaster,
tail.
creo que se llama,
And
Crocodile
so we
Master, no me
really
acuerdo.
wanted to figure out the best way
Está
to
muy
do
bueno,
that.
está
And
muy
Chris,
bueno.
you were made that
Tiene una
happen.
pinta como un
So we
Bane.
really had to figure out what the best way. We went through multiple iterations of this tail, and none of them really looked
Está muy bueno el molde
great,
también.
you know, just didn't look
Yo,
like the
yo
quality
siempre
of
voy a decir
everything
y voy a
else.
repetir que hasta
So we
ahora las
ultimately
mejores figuras son
resulted in actually
de Hasbro, son
molding
las
the
de
tail
G.I. Joe
around a bendy
Classified.
wire. So
Mejores
now
que
you
las de
have
Legends.
all of these
O sea, tienen,
hoses,
ya están
great
poniéndolas
looks.
al día las de Legends,
Croc
pero
looks like
hasta
it's
ahora
actually about
mejores
to
son las
attack.
de...
It
es
fits
Bendy
between the
Tail.
quality
Wow, qué
of
bueno.
the figure and the rest of the crocodile. So super excited and super pumped how it came out.
Es Bendy.
Todavía no has tenido ninguna de Fortnite. Yo tampoco. ¿No?
De Hasbro todavía no las he tenido en mano. Ya van a llegar. Ya van a llegar. Trayendo 2 de cada una para tener y para vender.
¿Qué te has pillado el este?
No, me he pillado la Wave. Sí, viene Musicals ahí creo que en la primera Wave.
Y el tiburón, ¿no?
can of fog in one hand, compressed air in the
No,
other. So
el
this is
tiburón
an
no.
unedited shot. Like this is literally
He
what
pillado la wave
she was
1.
on the floor.
Vamos a ver.
Like all gung ho wanted was
Sí,
Dumbo.
sí,
Yeah,
pero
they were gung
no
ho.
sé,
It was
es
a
que
hard
quiero ver
year.
qué tales son, a ver si me...
And then we have beautiful new
No viene
artwork by
musicals en la
artists
wave que yo he pedido.
who
Musicals es
celebrate
un deluxe.
both Crocmaster
Tampoco
and
viene la
You know what?
Oli,
This
que
artwork
también es otra que me
reminds me,
gusta.
I forgot to
En
tell
verdad
you.
los que más me gustaban eran
Oh,
los que
yeah,
estaban fuera de la wave,
So,
pero...
artwork, as you can see in the
El
artwork,
musical es que traía todo el gimnasio, las cosas del gimnasio, las pesas y todo eso, estaba brutal.
Estoy pensando en traerlo, pero primero quiero conocerla con la primera wave. Es que nadie me ha preguntado, entonces no sé qué tan popular sea aquí en Perú como para jugármela.
really equality in the naming situation here.
We had fun
Yeah.
with these characters.
No sé qué tan popular sea
so,
aquí, llegue a ser aquí en
So
Perú
we have
para
revealed
jugármela y
8
traer varias.
classified figures for you
Por eso es
today.
que no me he mandado.
Hot dog. Like this is a big day for
Yeah, pretty
classified
cool.
series. Like we
Yeah.
just revealed a lot of characters. So to sum up, remember that first bat that we showed? Not
G.I.
available
Joe
for pre-order today.
Master.
Reveal only. More information on him to come. Those Tiger Force and Python Patrol
Green Shadow.
characters going to be available starting at 5 p.m.
Green Shadow, se
at
le salió una
Target
gotita a
with
Green Shadow.
limited
Bien, ¿ah?
quantities available
No, es que
on
está bueno,
Pulse.
está muy bueno. Yo estoy
5
contento con lo que han mostrado.
Master of Disguise Zartan. I was like, what's his name again? Master of Disguise Zartan. Pulsecon exclusive.
Ah, no, pero estos
They
eran
started
Python,
4
creo, no eran
p.m.
Viper,
for
eran
Pulse Premium
Python.
members, 5 p.m. for non-premium members. And then
Los
we have
amarillos.
our mainline
Creo que
figures, which
eran
are
Python,
Spirit,
no Viper.
Vamos a ver, vamos a ver. Yo creo que
Fiona.
eran
Did I
Viper.
nail everybody?
You did,
Okay, perfect. Who are also going to be available starting at 4 p.m. for Hasbro Pulse Premium members.
A las
on
4
Pulse
p.m. ya
stuff.
están
And then
en
5
venta.
p.m.
Voy a estar
for
atento.
non-premium members.
Sí,
on Pulse
ya saben,
and
a
at
las
all the
4
other
p.m.
retailers that
están
you
en
can usually
venta.
find our
Mándenme
G.I.
un
Joe
inbox,
action figures.
escríbanme cuáles
So I think
quieren
that
para
was a
poder
quick
sacar
summary, and
números.
then, you know,
How did you remember all that?
Voy a ver los
kudos.
precios, no lo sé, me imagino que los
Just a little
precios van a
bit.
estar alrededor de
We're running just like
$35
the
cada
scochiest
uno.
bit long because we really
Ya
like
acá en
talking about
Perú,
our
así
figures.
que
So we're going to
no,
speed through some
es
things
un
because
estándar
quite honestly, the last thing that we're going to
cada
talk about
figura,
today is
para un
probably gonna be the
Legend
tools.
suelto o
But for now,
o
we
un
have
G.I. Joe
some
Classified
Snake Eyes content. So let's talk Snake
o
Eyes,
un DC
G.I. Joe
Multiverse,
Origins.
es un
But we're going to
estándar.
start off with this
Así que
amazing
nada,
video by street artist
si quieren,
Rudy
mándenme
Take
un
it away.
inbox y ahí los voy a apuntar. Los deluxe sí no sé cuánto estarán. O sea, por ejemplo, el Crocmaster debe ser un deluxe. A ver. Eso es la película. No he visto esta película hasta ahora. ¿Será que no hubo tanto hype? No hubo propaganda, mediáticamente no la movieron mucho. Pasó desapercibida.
No, fue para mí fue una decepción.
Ah, ¿la
That
viste?
was
¿La
so
viste?
great. Thank you so much, Rudy. We love that video.
Sí,
We were all
madre,
back here
para mí,
dancing.
pero habrá gente que le haya
we're really
gustado
thankful
por
that
ver
you
el
did the show our
Snake Eyes.
dancing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So before we talk movie, with Halloween coming up, who wouldn't want to be the international man of mystery that we are talking about right now? So, hey, Snake Eyes, do you want to show the fans their new Halloween costume? Oh, yes.
Look out.
Fabulous. I love
Yeah.
it. Work it. Work it. Ooh, with accessories. Yes. Ninja-tastic.
That's rad.
Oh,
Es una mujer, ¿no?
thanks, Snake Eyes. So you can find this costume both in adult and children's sizes. Plus, these super cute geeky tikis that we've all been drinking out of all day, you have to buy the silly straws separate. On the G.I. Joe branded page on
Dice que se puede
Amazon.
comprar esos
So
tikis
lots of
también
really great stuff to find.
Pero
Y
no
el
sé
traje.
dónde.
But
Y el
now,
traje. Bueno, el
we're
traje.
thrilled to be able to premiere some exciting bonus content from
Nunca
Snake Eyes
tanto.
G.I. Joe Origins, which is now out to own on digital, Blu-ray, and 4K Ultra HD for those of you who are super fancy, with an all-new bonus short film plus deleted scenes and other special features. So now let's start it off with some Storm Shadow because it's kind of a big day for Storm Shadow here. So please enjoy this deleted scene of Andrew Koji going absolutely ham on
Van a
some bad
mostrar
guys.
una escena borrada.
this was so great. I loved Andrew Koji in the movie. It was cool to see a little bit more about Storm Shadow's background in the scene.
No salió nada de sangre,
To
¿no?
watch somebody else kicking butt. Yeah, I mean, this is not something
No se
that I
tenía
don't
que
wanna speak for all
sorprenderme y
of us,
decir,
none of us
¡wow!
could do what he just did
No
in that
sé,
scene. I
mano,
don't
pero
think. I mean, no.
con esos gritos ahora entiendo por qué la borraron, dice.
We are really excited to announce the 20
Ese pata era el de
lucky winners will be
Vacuna
gifted
Fest, sí, ese era de
both a
Vacuna
Snake
Fest, de
Eyes
todas
digital
maneras.
download and a
Shadow era
classified
Vacuna.
series Baroness figure from the movie. And now I'm going to say a really long paragraph of things that our lawyers are going to make me say about the contest that you'll be entering.
Legalese.
To enter, simply comment hashtag Hasbro
Ahí está la baronesa Úrsula Corbero.
social by October 24th, 2021 at 11:59 Eastern Time. No purchase necessary. Hasbro Pulsecon 2021 giveaway is open to legal residents of the US and the UK, 18 years of age
No
or
han
older.
mostrado los
Void where
packs.
prohibited. See official rules, methods of entry.
Todavía no muestran nada. Así que de repente todavía falta.
1027 Newport Avenue,
Imagino,
Pawtucket,
¿no?
Rhode Island,
Imagino que faltará un poco.
02861. So make sure that you are going to enter. Contest available to anyone. Go on social, enter the contest. This Baroness figure is amazing, and you definitely want to add her to your classified collection.
Yala.
But
La
I mean,
tengo.
you know, we're getting ready to transition to the next part of our panel. So this actually wraps up our modern day G.I. Joe panel. We're gonna have one more featurette that we'll play in just a second. But thank you so much to Corey for hanging out with the team today.
This was awesome.
Lenny, Chris, and I will actually be back after the featurette with some amazing new G.I. Joe retro product news.
Un vehículo, la fe. Puede ser, no creo que saquen ahora un vehículo.
So now, let's
Yo creo que si sacan puede ser el Jeep, nos lo han estado spoilereando antes.
Es que no había ningún rumor, algo, se hubiera rumoreado algo, hubieran creado algo de expectativa para sacar vehículos. No creo que haya un vehículo. Sinceramente, no había nada.
I'm David Dowling. I'm the prop master on Snake Eyes. I have a couple of the stunt swords that we made for the film. This is Snake Eyes' sword, the Morning Light. Tommy presents it to him when he's sort of wandering the grounds of the castle. It needed to be something that was a very traditional looking sword. We went with a little bit
A lo bueno Marvel Legends, bueno, yo no vi la película en Aquamano, creo que Apocalipsis sí la vio, Bonnie también la vio.
One of the biggest challenges was to make a
Marvel Legends todavía falta.
curved
¿Para qué te voy a
rubber sword.
florear?
We
Hay que
did
esperar
lots of
todavía.
research regarding getting something that would satisfy Kenji, our Japanese stunt/fight coordinator. He had some samples that he had brought over from Japan that were excellent. So we took some of the ideas of those swords and made our own.
Mira, está Bombinchu enseñándole a usar la espada.
A legend. Like the speed that Kenji and his team have is amazing. Like, it blew me away. Just their sword work and how fast they are. It's insane.
My name is Kenji Tanigaki. My job is I belong to stunt department. First mutual understanding with Robert is Tommy must be very skillful because he trained in Arashikage for many years. And Snake don't have to be very skillful, but he knows because he's coming from the street.
The type of training that we actually went through was predominantly focused on the choreography.
Yo lo que no entendí de la película es que supuestamente Snake Eyes es americano, era... O sea, el original Snake Eyes era gringo, ¿no? ¿No? O me equivoco. O sea, rubio, ¿no? O sea, típico norteamericano, californiano, no sé, ¿no? Y aquí hicieron así como tipo asiático, entonces ya perdió todo el sentido de Snake Eyes, ¿no? Está toda la... No he visto la película, ya de repente estoy hablando piedras, pero creo que ese era justamente el odio que le tenía Storm Shadow a Snake Eyes, era porque él siendo gringo tenía parte de la cultura, algo como el último samurái, una cosa así.
And he learns the way of the Arashikage, and it changes his life. It gives him a momentum and it gives him a purpose. If there wasn't a Arashikage clan, there wouldn't be a Snake Eyes.
Bueno, paso.
¿Te emocionó o no? Bueno, yo creo que va a ser una réplica de la espada, ¿no?
La verdad es que esperaba, mira, yo hice mi preorden de la wave de la película, porque las películas me parecían buenas, me parecen buenas, las tengo ahí también. me hubiera gustado un poquito más de hype,
So
más
pretend like we had like a really
que
cute
hubiera estado
costume
mejor
change during the break.
marketeada
Turns
la
out it's really
película
hard to do that live
para
with
su
microphones
salida.
to do, so
Cosa
we
que
just decided to
de
stop it.
repente,
Pero
aunque
es que era
sea,
mala.
me hubieran,
Sure.
aunque sea,
But
hubiera pasado
we
lo
are
que pasa
super,
muchas
super
veces,
excited to
que nos
talk to you about
coaccionan
the
el cerebro para que nos guste algo y digamos que es bueno, algo así como lo del juego del calamar, ¿no?
right,
Es una
guys.
porquería,
Classic
pero la gente como
retro
está de
3
moda
and
y hay mucho
3/4
hype, la gente
O-ring
piensa que es
figures
buena.
are
Entonces hubieran
back
hecho
in
eso
the
mismo
G.I.
con
Joe
la película de
universe
Snake
at
Eyes
Hasbro.
y de
We are
repente
stoked.
estaríamos
So,
ahorita
really
más
fast before we
hypeados
dive into
con
this,
las figuras de la
what does
película.
retro G.I. Joe mean to you guys?
Wow, I didn't grow up in the 80s, but G.I. Joe means to me is that anyone from any background, any occupation can come together, work together, become a hero, fight evil. I think that is one of the coolest things to me.
And writing off of what you just said, I think to me, like having that 1980s G.I. Joe, super, super diverse group of people, both on the Joe
Es lo
and
que
the
dijo
Cobra
de
side. It's anyone from around the
Dios.
world. There's no magic in the G.I. Joe universe. It's like
Yo me he quedado
really
flipando
capable
también.
people coming together to solve all of these amazing
Es como que lo agarraron,
The issues aren't good, but
no
they're
estaba
solved
preparado
all
para
the
la
time.
pregunta, creo.
Yeah.
decirlo.
Like for me as a kid in the 80s, I mean, I watched a little bit in syndication, but like it means my childhood.
Les preguntaron al tipo, ¿qué es lo que más te gustó de la película de Snake Eyes? Bueno, nada, que es un nativo americano y pelea contra los malos. Eso es lo que más me gusta. O sea, pelea contra el mal.
And it just inspired me to become a designer. It's why I'm a character designer, you know? And it means playing outside in the dirt. That's what you do with G.I. Joes. You take them out in the dirt and you play with them. And we put that in the classified too. Like, we want these toys to be played with. They're not just to live on a shelf for the rest of their lives.
Bueno, algo que sí vamos a poner claro es que G.I. Joe salió en un tiempo y hasta ahora creo que el mismo concepto se mantiene de los buenos y los malos, ¿no? Y eso es algo que se ha ido variando, al menos en los cómics, por ejemplo, ya casi no siempre el bueno es muy bueno o lo malo es el malo todo el tiempo. Hay unos que sí se mantienen buenos y unos que se mantienen malos, pero hay unos que a veces son buenos y son malos también. Aquí en G.I. Joe, buenos, malos. Y esa es la... Y creo que eso a mí me parece sano para los más pequeños, pero a mí como trama ya para un adulto que quieres ver algunas cosas inesperadas, ya no, de repente no es tan interesante.
Course, classic Storm Shadow, and Commando Snake Eyes we decided to go with up front. As you can see, they come with a lot of extra accessories. They come with stands,
esos son de los estilo clásico.
Extra Uzi,
bonitos,
crazy silver gun, because you remember back in the day, sometimes the guns came out of nowhere. And then
dice Apocalipsis que el papá era oriental y la mamá era americana. Bueno, yo no sé, yo estoy tanteando, como un poco asumiendo.
Qué bonito, ¿no, tío?
Esa imagen es clásica de ellos dos, es una portada, creo que yo la recuerdo, yo he visto esa imagen de Storm Shadow con Snake Eyes antes. Es más, en AF Posing alguien quiso hacer esa pose, me parece. Alguien la hizo. Me parece que quiso hacerla. Me parece que quiso hacerla. Pero creo que lo hizo al revés. O sea, hizo el Snake Eyes saltando arriba, no sé cómo. Pero algo no sé, algo ahí me suena la campanita con esa imagen.
Yeah, you can cook with them, but do not cook with them. Please do not cook with them. They're just a high quality.
Amazing. So these guys are coming back to the G.I. Joe collection. So they will be available starting today at 4 p.m. Eastern Time for Hasbro Pulse Premium members on Pulse, and then 5 p.m. for non-Pulse members. We have big plans for this line moving forward, so expect to see some really great things, including, now that we're on a little bit of a retro kick, we have some kind of big news today, right, guys?
Yeah, we do.
A ver, big news. Okay, a ver. La fe.
We're really
Vehículo.
excited. Drum roll, please.
Oh, yeah.
We are very, very proud to announce the very first G.I. Joe HasLab. Roll the tape.
HasLab, ¿ves? Dije HasLab. Avión. Te dije que tenía que ser un HasLab.
The best is back to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the real American
$5,000.
the relaunch of G.I. Joe's classic free and
No, el avión, ¿viste?
O-ring figures. HasLab brings you the ultimate jet fighter, the G.I. Joe Sky Striker. The classic Sky Striker arrives with a modern upgrade. 2 cloth parachutes, a variety of decal options. Separate landing
Bueno,
gear and wing levers.
yo estaba pidiendo esto, me parece genial, Ahora hay que ver, hay que buscar espacio a ver si es que tenemos espacio para exhibirlo. Pero, para 375.
And so much more.
No, es 375.
Start your ultimate collection and create a true-to-life runway experience with incredible add-ons and stretch
375.
Para Jerjes, tío.
Ahí está. No, es que 375 no me sirve para nada.
Oh, come on, Duke. Where's your spirit of adventure?
Es que en serio, un Hasla para un vehículo 375.
Yo creo que
Pero si lo han
para uno real.
pero antes
no sé.
esos juguetes más grandes los han sacado antes en retail.
No, pues es 3 pulgadas.
Por eso es para 375. No sirve para no entiendo por qué hacen Haslab de esto.
Bueno, para la gente retro que tenga cosas como yo, tío.
No, pero que lo vendan directamente. O sea, no creo que. Bueno, ya. Yo tengo amigos que lo van a querer, tengo amigos que lo van a querer, pero es como que ya me estaba emocionando. Dije un avión así, ¿no? Dije, wow, pero no.
No, a mí me parece muy grande, ya te digo. Yo lo lógico me
pero
parece.
sido, imagínate el piezón. Iba a ser un piezón, es un piezón.
El jeep, o ya te he dicho, o el helicóptero es lo más accesible que veo.
There's so much stuff that this thing comes with. It is loaded out. So each of these pieces help us to tell the story.
Pero si no, tío,
creates a true to life.
Pues el portaaviones, colega.
This thing's gonna look amazing.
No, pero es 375. Portaaviones ya han sacado anteriormente. Todo eso lo han sacado. No lo han sacado. No han necesitado hacer tanto show para sacarlo. Lo han sacado.
More than 200. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah.
For the first time ever, the wing articulation and the landing gear articulation function independently from each other.
Es muy bonito ya, pero bueno, para mí no es para mí.
So nice.
Igual el 6 pulgadas, te soy sincero, no sé cuánto hubiera costado esa monstruosidad.
Pues el doble de lo que vaya a salir esto, colega. Mínimo.
Ya, hagamos nuestros cálculos. Yo digo que este va a costar $150.
300. No, espera, 250.
Bueno, yo creo que lo justo es entre 150 a 200. Pero sí, pero es posible que lo...
Yo también, pero creo que se les va a ir de las manos. Por varios motivos. Por las figuras, por los paracaídas.
A ver, las figuras te van a costar $30. Las dos figuras $30. Ya, por las dos figuras te cobran $30. El avión, mira, si un GIS está a $40, yo creo que está bien 150, menos de 200. Yo creo que, mira, yo me quedo en mi menos de 200. Por más...
You'll be able to see on a picture in front of me.
Yo me creo
ya, pero mira todo lo que te he dicho, la base, las pegatinas, no sé.
Pura
so this is really early on in the development process. We really wanted you guys to see just how big this thing is, how much stuff it comes with.
Me quedo con menos de 200 debería estar.
Magical.
Creo que es más, no es que debería, yo creo que lo van a vender a entre 150 a 200 me quedo.
Where you can make this an officially licensed Tomcat with 2 different options for the stickers that you put on the tail fins. Right word, tail fins.
That's right.
Nailed it. Or it can be anywhere in between. So we're really thinking of this as kind of your Army Builder G.I. Joe jet experience. So if you have multiple of them,
claro, es para comprarte varios de estos. O sea, lo que quieren es que te compres 4 o 5 de estos.
8,
for who your pilots are. We really wanted to give you
ya,
some
pero sí, por eso no.
20, ¿qué coño?
Pero es un buen proyecto, mira, es un buen proyecto para Hasbro, ¿no? Hasbro me parece que le va a ir bien aquí, porque el que menos se va a comprar 3. Los gringos van a comprar 3, 4. Y van a hacer su...
Con 3 no hace nada. Una patrulla tiene que ser 5.
No, escuadrón. No, escuadrón.
Oh, so
eso, escuadrón.
We also have the artillery cart, which can pull the fuel cart. You can put your gas tanks on there as well if you'd like to, and also you can put
Está
the ladder
chévere,
on the
sí,
side
sí,
as
le
well.
puedes poner a
It's got
tus
little
G.I. Joe
handles
de
on
los
there, so you can
80s.
make it like,
Es
somebody is
para
pushing
esos.
it along. And of course, we have the refueler cart, which has an actual rubber hose in it that can be
Lo que
real
me
big.
agrada es que
Probably
ya,
gonna break
ya
them
han
off if
venido
I
con
put too much and
su,
it's
con
not
su
on
maqueta
camera.
lista, ya
There it
armado. O
is.
sea, ya
There you
tienes la
go.
idea del
And
tamaño, no
on
vas
the
a
side of the
asumir ni
jet, I would
suponer.
take the panel off. The panel does come
Cosa
off,
distinta ha
and you
sido con
can
el Galactus,
actually
¿no? El
put it
Galactus hemos tenido
in
que
there to fill up your
ver
jet
la
with some
imagen,
gas.
So cute.
nada más.
And then, oh, we have, and so this comes with 2 figures. Remember how the old Sky Striker only came with Ace, but on the box cover, it was suggested that perhaps there should have been 2 pilots, including Wayne Ruthell. So now, for the first time ever, Wayne Ruthell will be an actual G.I. Joe figure.
Yeah, and we tried to keep it pretty close to what that box art looked like, so super fun to add them on.
Yeah.
And as you guys know, the Joes get out right before the Sky Striker gets shot down. So, of course, we added ejection seat blast effects to make it out just in time.
Perfect. Pilot
A
never
ver,
goes down
¿qué
with the plane.
dice
And to help
Celus?
the Joes
Tú que sabes de
land
fotografía,
safely,
¿sabes
of
si se
course, we
genera
added
hongos
the
en las
classic
figuras si la
parachutes,
mojo?
but this time,
¿Qué
they're
tiene que ver
soft
fotografía?
good material to improve the classic look, as well
¿Qué
as
tiene que ver
these strings now are
fotografía
easily detachable from the
con
back
las
seat,
figuras y las
back of the
mojas?
seat,
No sé, pero
so that you're not worried about
si les
untying the
generan
strings and
hongos
putting
a
them
las
away.
figuras y las
Makes
mojas,
it very easy for you guys.
no, si las dejas mojadas, sí, pues puede ser, ¿no? La humedad,
Also, we have the blast effects. So
pero si
those
las mojas y
are
las
actually
secas,
toy,
no,
but
no pasa
this is
nada.
not the original toy. It's a replica of, and we added blast effects to bring this thing to life. When we
Hola
put this thing, we
Soundwave,
put the
es un
blast
proyecto
effects on it as
Haslab,
it was
sí, es de
coming up
Haslab.
off of the stand. It looks super real.
Ah, tú
And then
dices
we
para
put it
las
in,
figuras de... para
am I getting ahead of
cuando
myself?
tomas
Getting ahead of
foto
myself?
No,
y...
you're
So the
good,
jet
you're
No,
stand,
yo
the
la
jet
verdad
stand.
es que
So the
no
jet stand, we
soy
added
toy
our
fotógrafo,
gunnery,
o sea,
our dog
que haga
bones, so
así
you
mis
can put
dioramas, mis
blast
escenas de
effects and your
acción y
missiles on there
les
as well, so it
moje y le
actually
tire
looks like you're
humo y
deploying
haga una
missiles.
explosión.
And the stand's
No hago
awesome. I
eso,
mean,
no hago
like,
eso. La
as
verdad
you
es que
can see,
yo
I've
no
been
soy experto para
articulating
eso.
it
Yo
because I'm in love
sé
with it.
tomar
But
fotos a mis
it's,
figuras,
you
más bien
can move
tomo
around, you can make
fotos
the jet
para la
bank,
figura, para mostrar la
you can
figura,
have the jet take
para mostrar
off.
productos,
So
sí,
it's like
tomo
have
buenas
fun
fotos
with
para
it.
eso,
Put this on your
pero
on
hacer
your
una
shelf, on your
escena
work
y
desk. Like, it's
agregarle ese
awesome.
tipo de detalles, no, la verdad es que no,
hiding in the
no
very
lo sé
back,
hacer.
Yeah, our
Pero si
graphics
mojas
team
una
did a
figura y la
great
dejas
job
mojada,
replicating
puede
the
ser que te
original
salgan hongos.
package.
Depende del clima
Give a
también.
shout out to them. They
No,
did
pero
a
hombre,
great,
tendrías
great
que
job. It
dejarla
looks
ahí en
just like
par,
the
de hecho un
original
par de,
1980s
no
toy,
sé,
except with
un bien
our
por algo,
brand
y
new
para
Sky
hacer una
Striker on
foto
it.
será una hora,
Two
lo
pilots.
que la vas a tener ahí.
Looks
No
amazing.
no le va a
Looks
pasar
really
nada, o
amazing.
sea,
and
lo
note that
mojas
the
y lo
final
secas
box
y ya
will
está.
have artwork on all sides. This is just
Oh,
an
yeah.
early comp so that you can actually see, like, so the box will actually be this big. It's huge and full of amazing things. So
No es tan
do a
grande,
real
o sea, un
recap.
Está muy
Titan
bien
Class de
presentado.
Transformers es más
So
grande.
it comes
Encaja
with
y todo,
the
está muy
Sky
bien.
Striker, the jet stand,
Un
the
Titan
blast
Class de
effects,
Transformers
the
es más grande,
missiles,
o sea,
the
no,
fuel tanks, the 2
no,
figures,
antes
the
un
2
Combiner
vehicles,
también era más
everything that
grande.
you see
No,
on
no,
here
no,
is
no veo
included
por
in the
qué tendría
friggin'
que ser
base
Haslab.
offering. This thing is
Yo lo
bananas
que creo
for $229.99.
es que Hasbro no lo
Feel like I'm on
está,
some kind
está
of, I
viendo
don't
en
know,
Haslab
TV
una
shopping channel.
mejor manera
But
de
I
hacer
really-
dinero.
yeah.
Creo que es un mejor negocio. Han
But
visto eso.
seriously, limited time only,
¿Por qué?
45
Porque
day funding
pretendes
period,
una
as with all
preventa.
Haslab.
Es una
I was seriously so
preventa
excited about this
asegurada.
trailer. I
Todo
had
lo
my
que...
press-on nails on,
A
and I
mí
like popped
no
them
me
off
disgusta
accidentally because I was like
este
gesturing,
sistema.
playing with the Sky Striker.
No,
Oh, it's so good.
bueno, luego si quieres lo hablamos.
So,
Mira, tío.
Sky Striker funding
O
is
sea,
going to open
de hecho, si
like
trabajaran
basically
así,
now as soon as we
lo
stop
que pasa es
talking
que,
about this
claro,
thing. So be one of the first to
Oye,
fund
hermano,
this
al
today.
final
So it
están
takes
haciendo, yo te digo, a mí
10,000 orders of this
me
to
parece
unlock
bien
base
que hayan
offers, but
cosas
that's not all.
que,
We
como
want
por
to really
ejemplo el
show you that
Unicron,
we are thinking
que es
about the
algo que
story
no van a
of the
sacar
target. So we
jamás
want to show you
para
what
retail.
our
Es
3
un riesgo, es
tiers
un
are going to
gasto
be.
terrible
So
y para recuperar esa
at
inversión
asegurar la venta, tío,
13,000
y no desperdiciar
unlocked,
plástico.
13,000
me parece
backers,
perfecto,
we will
pero
unlock, that's right, it's
pero ya
Flight Suit
termina siendo
Scarlet.
prácticamente nosotros
Brand new figure
como
exclusive
funding,
for
¿no?
this
Estamos siendo,
Haslab. This will be
deberíamos
only time
recibir
that you can get.
acciones
She's gonna be
por
in
la
this beautiful
venta de
blue
eso,
flight
¿no? O
suit,
sea,
absolutely
Es lo que
unmatched
te iba a decir.
O sea, o sea, ya pusiste y si llega tanto, tú recuperes, ¿no? O sea, como una inversión. Nosotros estamos invirtiendo ahí, ¿no? Deberíamos ganar dinero en ese sistema. Estamos hablando de Hasbro, no estamos hablando de una compañía nueva que es un Kickstarter que no tienen presupuesto para hacerlo. Y estamos hablando de algo que pueden sacar de tamaño retail. Esto ya no es para mí, para Haslab. Esto para mí es para que lo saquen en retail y que se la juegue Hasbro, no que nosotros nos la juguemos.
Wow, mira qué ficción es esto, ¿eh?
So we know the pilots can't do everything. Unlock number 3 at 18,000 backers is the
No, ya le he perdido el gusto a esas figuras, pero para los coleccionistas de G.I. Joe Vintage, que les den más figuras debe ser genial ahorita.
Getting your Sky Striker ready for its next
Imagínate
mission.
haber tenido tu colección hasta el año
And one of them has a really
95,
cute mustache. He
96
knows what
ahí
I'm talking
parada
about.
porque no sacan figuras y empiezan a
He's got a good
sacar
stash. We like a good stash on this
merca
team.
nueva después de
So, to
20
recap,
años. Bueno, 15 años más o
1983
menos.
Sky Striker, upgraded for the modern era to tell the story of the pit, officially licensed by Northrop Grumman, $229.99. Only takes 10,000 orders to get this into your hands. This is the only version of the Sky Striker that exists today. All the pictures that you've seen up here, these are digital renders. This is not a version that exists. So we need your help to bring the Sky Striker to life. Seriously, guys, this thing is really friggin' awesome. So 10,000 to back, unlocks at 13,000, 16,000.
Voy a ver ahorita, ya
18,000, so
debe
help us
estar listo
bring
para
this Sky
hacer el
Striker
backing, así que voy a
to
ver cuánto
life.
está. Y vamos a sacarnos
So
el
now that
clavo.
we've gone through that,
A
as
ver,
you know, we're
está.
gonna wrap up the panel really quickly.
Mira,
But
no
it's been
estaba
really
tan
hard
lejos
months
y
for
tú
us losing some of our
salió un medio
Hasbro
entre los
family
dos,
here, including one of the
229.99.
creators of the 1980s
Me parece
reincarnation,
por eso, me
G.I.
parece
Joe,
un
Bob
poquito más
Truvis.
caro de lo que
We put
debería. Yo
together a
dije
little tribute
200.
video that
Mira,
we'd
yo
love
no
to
estaba
play
tan
for you
lejos.
right
Tú
now.
Bueno, no se
te
han
estabas
ido
yendo para los
tanto,
300.
no se han ido tanto para arriba, la verdad, ¿no?
Es que no tienen por qué, no deberían. No deberían. No es tan complicado hacer eso.
De todas formas ganan mucho, ¿eh? Aún a 230 ellos tienen un beneficio seguro grandísimo.
No, a ver, como cortando y comentando un poco, ¿no? El tema del... No sé si ha acabado el panel de G.I. Joe. ¿Ya dijeron que se acabó?
No estaba atento.
So
Porque
we
faltan
just
los
wanted to
packs,
say
me
thank
parece.
Era
you to
homenaje,
Mr.
creo.
Purpose for continuing to believe in Operation
Memoria
Backup, code name for G.I. Joe back in the day.
Este no
And
me he fijado
everything
bien.
we really do on
Bob
the G.I. Joe
Rupis.
line is
No
now
sé quién
because
es.
of your work. So thank you so much, and you'll
Pero
definitely
que en
be
paz
missed.
descanse.
But you know, that concludes our G.I. Joe panels for Pulsecon. So on behalf of the entire G.I. Joe team, you know, we have all of these amazing coworkers who aren't here with us today. Thank you guys for
Ya.
being fans
Debe
of
acabar
our
ahí porque
products
no
and our
creo que
brand.
haya
We
algo
literally couldn't
más
be doing any of
grande
this
que
without
esto
you.
de
It
parte
is
de G.I.
only
Joe. Así que
because
vamos a
you
poner la
are
pregunta.
excited about our products and purchasing them. So, you know, tons of pre-orders. We have all the classified things we mentioned in the last panel. Don't forget to pre-order your O-Ring figures, Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow, starting tonight. They're available in a
A
two-pack.
ver,
You only have to hit that button
Green
once.
Shadow dice,
4
cierto,
p.m. for
Álvaro, ya en un tiempo fácil un Haslab va a ser una figura individual.
5 p.m.
Sí,
for
pues, o sea, a este
non-premium
paso,
members.
bueno, yo creo que
Sky
debieron sacar
Striker
un
Fund
vehículo
is
para los
open. It
Classified
should
Series.
be now,
Sí,
I
o sea, si
assume. I
era
don't
así,
know. Nobody in
Haslab
my
tendría que
ear
haber
has
sido
told me otherwise.
Classified Series.
Back to Sky Striker, you
A
are
lo que voy
seriously
es,
not
tú, por
gonna wanna
ejemplo,
miss out, guys.
como
And so
yo,
now
por
we
ejemplo,
are
yo,
going to
yo,
throw
yo
it
ahorita
back to
con
our
los
friend
Galactus.
Taboo for a
¿Cuánto me ha costado
musical
cada Galactus?
performance. So
$400.
take it away, Taboo, and
Yo,
thank
yo,
you
yo he
guys
comprado
so
5
much for
Galactus,
having
¿ya?
us. Yo, Joe.
$400 por 5 son $2.000. Vamos a parar, no te van a escuchar este payaso. Pony, ¿tú quieres escuchar a este payaso?
No, hoy te toca bailarte a ti este.
No,
Ponte
no va a
grande,
bailar.
báilatelo con el colega, vamos, dale caña.
Paso, mano, discúlpame, pero paso. Mira, si yo estuviera en disposición de hacer el ridículo bailando algo como esto, mi canal de repente estaría en el millón ahorita.
Apoya a tus compatriotas indígenas americanos, no me jodas, tío. Mala Álvaro. Mal.
O sea, si no me gusta lo que hace él, ya no lo apoyo. Yo soy un anti-indígena, por favor.
Totalmente.
Ya. Bueno,
Totalmente.
Vamos a hablar lo importante. Vamos a dejarlo acá de fondo nomás, un ratito. Ahí. Pero ¿cómo lo ponemos? Ay, no, quiero que... No hay forma de ponerlo... O ya, que lo pongan así. Ahí, que la gente se gane con el baile. Álvaro, modo serio, totalmente. Álvaro ha venido en modo serio. Bueno, hablando en serio. Yo dije, yo compré, he separado los 5 Galactus. ¿Cuánto dinero he metido ahí? $2.000. Con $2.000 que yo lo meten ahorita en una inversión, estaría generando dinero por el tiempo que va a estar parado ese dinero en un año. $2.000, un año parado. ¿Dónde están mis utilidades? ¿Dónde están mis intereses? ¿Me entiendes? Eso es lo que yo me refiero. Y ahora, o sea, ahora, lo hacemos, yo lo hago, porque yo quiero que salga ese Galactus, quiero colaborar, quiero ser uno de los aportantes para eso, pero porque me están sacando algo que yo sé que no hay forma que lo saquen comercialmente. Pero esta porquería de avioncito, que discúlpeme, lo podrían sacar tranquilamente. Han sacado cosas más grandes y ahora lo quieren decir que es Haslab. Eso me disgusta porque porque están ahí sí nos están agarrando de idiotas. O lo están intentando. Bueno, eso es lo que quería decir. Ahora, con respecto a los
No, pero sobre todo lo que tú has dicho, vamos a ver. ¿Cuándo te llegan a ti los Galactus?
En noviembre del próximo año tengo $2,000 parados ahí.
Claro, no, es que ese tiempo metido en Bitcoin mismo, lo que estábamos diciendo, vale, que podría ser un riesgo, pero bueno,
no,
eso,
no es riesgo, no.
Tú y yo ya sabemos, vale, tú y yo sabemos, pero en cualquier caso, cualquier otro te diría, eso es un riesgo, no sé qué. Pero si las cosas van como deberían de ir, tú y yo sabemos que tú metes ahí 2.000 pavos y raro será que no sean 4.000 o 8.000 en esta fecha.
Claro, o sea, sería... No, más, posiblemente más, ¿no? Entonces, eso de ahí a mí realmente, hoy día, ya enterado de todo lo que puedo hacer con $2,000, me disgusta bastante.
Ahí estamos con la banda,
No, pero estos no son tan frikis, esos eran los de G.I. Los de G.I. Joe no son tan frikis. Ahí estaba en Parallel Universe también, hay varios youtubers conocidos. Avalon Hill, ya, esto de aquí es me parece que es de Dungeons and Dragons. De Calabozos y Dragones, algo... O sea, Avalon Hill creo que viene, va alrededor de Calabozos y Dragones. Me interesa saber de esto, ¿ya? La verdad es que... Hero Quest, ¿es una expansión de Hero Quest? Ok. A ver. Voy a subir el volumen porque esto sí quisiera entender un poco.
Hi everyone, and thank you for joining us today for the Avalon Hill panel of Pulsecon.
Sí,
I'm Patrick from the Avalon Hill team and your humble MC for our short but action-packed panel. If you love games, we have some exciting news in store for you. There are two topics that we're going to cover today. First is where we are at with Hero Quest and the plans for the future, or at least what we can talk about so far.
Hero Quest es un juegazo de mesa para los que no saben. Es uno de los mejores juegos de mesa que se
I don't
han
want to be
hecho.
sitting here alone talking to a camera, so let's call in a couple of friends to help me out.
Y el año
Joining my
pasado
crew
sacaron
are Olga
un
from the marketing
Hasbro
team, Bill, our community manager, and Doug from our development team.
también para poder sacar el
Hey
Hero Quest.
everyone, let's dive right in because I assume some people might not know what Avalon Hill is or what we're even talking about. Bill, you're the voice of the community. How would you describe Avalon Hill to someone who might not know about it?
So Avalon Hill is a board game company that has been around for about
Avalon
70
Hill
years.
es una compañía
They're known for making such
de juegos de
influential
mesa,
titles
board
as
games.
Advanced Squad Leader and my personal favorite, Amoeba Wars.
Yo creo que esto es en videojuegos.
Avalon Hill is known for
Deben
making
ser
Betrayal at
board
Halcyon
games.
Hill and the new
Creía que
relaunch
era-
Hero Quest.
Sí, sí, sí.
Creía que era un videojuego basado en esto.
And you mentioned that relaunch of Hero Quest. Olga, I'm sure everyone has one of these two questions on their mind. Either, what is Hero Quest? Or, what's coming next for Hero Quest?
That's right, Patrick. Okay,
Bueno,
so
pregunta,
let's
¿qué
start
cosa es
there.
Hero Quest y
Hero
qué viene
Quest
para
is a
Hero Quest?
dungeon crawling game
Hero
that
Quest
first
era de
launched
juego de
in
mesa de los años
1989.
80.
It's a beloved game that
Y es
helps
uno de los
so
mejores
many
de todos los
people
tiempos.
discover their love of
De
gaming
los
and
primeros que se
adventures.
recuerda.
Now, thanks to our backers, we were able to relaunch Hero Quest via crowdfunding campaign last year. Our Mythic tier backers are going to get everything from that
Estilo
campaign.
estaba basado en el
Ya,
doble.
escúchame.
They're
Están
also
hablando
getting
de
two
esto
expansions, The
porque
Return of the
ya
Witch
ya les van a
and Keller's
entregar
Keep.
a los que hicieron
They're
el
also
backing,
getting all
el
the special
funding
bonus
del año
miniatures
pasado por
and all the
Haslab.
stretch goals.
Les van a entregar su juego. Entonces,
John Ganello's
van a hacer un
Crypt
update
of
de las
Perpetual
cosas que
Darkness
vienen
with the
para
Venom Dragon miniature.
expansión de este juego, no
Now,
sé,
our
y todas las
backers
cosas
should
que
be
van a hacer.
getting their sets very,
A
very
mí me hubiera
soon.
gustado, pero la
We're
verdad es
so
que...
excited for them to get the product because none of this would
A
have
mí me
been
hubiera gustado,
possible
pero la verdad es que a
without
mí
their
me golpeó
support.
mucho la economía
Olga, do you have
nacional
any
en ese
updates
momento
on the
cuando salió
companion app?
esto. Y estaba
Yes, we
muy
do.
complicado.
So, back in August, we announced we're working on a companion app that would take on the role
Pero
of
ves cómo
Zargon,
todo eso se ve
controlling the creatures in the
electrónico.
dungeon,
No,
and
claro,
managing
han
the
agregado,
heroes.
le han añadido, han
We surveyed the
preparado
backers
una
to ask
aplicación
which
para
features
que
they'd prefer
te
to see,
simplifique el
and
juego
currently
y
we're
tengas
working on
tengas algo
prioritizing the
adicional.
most
Me
popular
parece
features, which
buenísimo, o
will
sea,
make it into
combinar
the app we're launching very
tablero
soon.
con una aplicación para que te anime las
Great,
cosas y
and
te
that
las
app
simplifique,
certainly
me parece
is coming
genial.
along.
Richard
Hey,
Ramírez,
Doug,
un abrazo, Richard. Sí,
you haven't
Richard,
said
al
much
final
yet.
es lo de
Come on,
Haslab,
tell us,
lo de
what's
Marvel
going on with
Legends.
game
A ver, voy
development?
a chequear el itinerario.
Just keeping it chill.
As a guy leading the development of this game,
Ahorita lo
is there
chequeo
anything you can
nuevamente.
tell us about the future of Hero Quest? because that rumor mill is really churning.
Well, there's nothing I can reveal yet, but I will say we have every intention of bringing more Hero Quest back
Vamos,
to you
ahorita
very
estamos
soon.
en
We're
Auron.
currently looking at
Esto va,
Colorado expansions, as well
esto va a
as
demorar
crafting new
10
stories to
minutos
tell.
nada más.
And since Hero
Eso
Quest
es
First came
cortito.
out, the world and
Voy a
gaming
abrir
in
a Pedro.
general
Ahora
has
vengo,
evolved
Álvaro.
quite a bit.
Vale, vale.
The team and I are currently looking through the archives in an effort to bring Hero Quest a new and updated future.
That sounds awesome and like a ton of work. But Doug, you're telling me that there's more coming for Hero Quest soon?
Definitely, and we'll be listening to fans who helped bring it to life, or just heard about it here for the first time. We're going to bring the next chapter of Hero Quest to you.
All right, on. And if we're being honest, we have to say that we have not been perfect in keeping everyone in the loop on all things Hero Quest for the past year as we worked on building out this team. The HasLab campaign started as a small passion project that went far beyond our expectations. So it took us a little bit of time to build a team around it.
Yeah, but now we have Bill, so.
Well, I know I'm pretty great, but it's really Zargon that does all the work.
All right, Bill. Now you got to describe Zargon to everyone.
Oh, wow. How to describe Zargon? He's an evil wizard who has kind of taken over our Twitter
Bueno, está contando un poco del lore. Aprovechen,
now
muchachos,
won't
si
give
que
it
no les
back.
interesan los juegos de
He's
mesa.
magically locked me
A
out
mí
of
no,
the
no me
account,
interesa
and
tanto, pero
I
me gustaría,
don't
quiero
know how to
informarme un
get
poco.
in, so
Pero
I
aprovechen para
guess
traer su agua, ir al
follow
baño
at HeroQuest on Twitter
y
to see what
regresen,
Zargon's up to on a day-to-day
regresen bien
basis and to
chévere.
get all the
Luigi
HeroQuest
Silva,
updates.
Caguabonga,
And
muchachos, acá
despite the
también
fact
van a
that Bill
soltar lo
lost
del
control of our
Proton
Twitter
Pack de
account to an
Ghostbusters. Lo
evil
soltaron
sorcerer,
ayer, me
the
parece.
team is
Ah, no.
more dedicated than ever to
Ayer
connecting with
estuvieron
our
mostrando
fans.
Ghostbusters.
As
Ya
the
fue,
year
el panel de
progresses and we
Ghostbusters ayer.
continue to work on our new projects, we
No,
plan
no
to give you
soltaron
even
nada
more
de Proton Pack, me
behind-the-scenes
parece.
access to
O
what's
Pony,
going
¿tú te
on
acuerdas?
and what's in the works.
That's
¿Alguien
right,
se
Doug.
acuerda de ayer del Proton Pack? Yo
Avalon
la
Hill
verdad
has a
que no.
great legacy in the gaming community that goes beyond just Hero Quest. We're working hard to bring that same level of passion to other titles in our portfolio, from classics like Risk to modern-day favorites like Betrayal, and new stuff that is going to push beyond fans' expectations.
Did I just hear the words Risk and Legacy in the same statement, Olga?
Celus, ¿a ti te vacilan las de
speaking of
Fortnite? Porque estoy
legacies,
trayendo
does
la
anybody know what
primera
game came
wave
out about 10
y
years
estoy pensando en
ago that
traer
helped
más.
change the landscape of
Avísame,
tabletop gaming today?
porque hay cosas que ya
Yeah,
te,
Patrick. We all
te
read the
separo y
script
te
for the
hago
show.
precio.
Well, that's right.
Avísame,
I'm
Celus,
talking
si
about
estás
Risk
interesado.
Legacy, a campaign-based legacy game where each play session is built upon the last. New armies and events change the game and
Me gustaría traer
alter
esas,
the board.
pero quiero
So
saber si
each
hay
game builds upon the
si
last to create a
hay,
unique outcome
si hay
that
clientela.
only exists between you and your friends.
And now that it's 10 years later, the team felt it was time to take Risk and Legacy mechanics to the next level with an all-new project called Risk Shadow Forces. And it's up for pre-sale right now.
Van a hacer un
So I'll
nuevo
stop
juego
talking
que hace una
and turn it
mezcla
over to
entre
Chris
Risk
and
y
Craig
no sé
Van
qué otra
Ness
cosa,
to
y
give you
Hero
an
Quest, y van a hacer
exclusive sneak peek
como
of
un
the
híbrido
newest
que se llama
chapter in
Risk
the Risk
Shadow
story,
Forces, creo.
Risk Shadow Forces.
A ver, eso es lo que van a presentar ahora. A ver, ¿qué tal?
A new age is about to be born from the embers of the old. The passing of the existing
Risk
order
es un
was
buen
shocking
juego,
to
la verdad es
witness.
que es un buen juego.
A
No es
horror
así que
to
me mate,
experience.
pero sí es un buen
For the
juego.
world changed.
Me
more
gusta
than
más que Monopolio.
anyone could have predicted. Desolation and carnage were unleashed on an unimaginable scale. But we survived the ordeal. We rebuilt. Now, as the new status quo begins to take shape, the battle for the destiny of humanity, its very soul, is about to begin. You must prepare your armies, your shadow forces. For only the bravest and boldest will survive.
Yeah.
Shadow Forces, a new Risk Legacy game from Avalon Hill. Choose your faction and raise your banners in this dark dystopian near future. But this time, with friends, the story is yours to tell, to create. Which faction will you command? The off-grid paramilitaries, cells of independent thinkers in vast networks, the nefarious private corporations deploying their mercenaries across the world, the criminal syndicate, Oyabands and Godfathers, moles in every city, every structure, the desperate masses risen. Without choice, they resist tyranny, fighting for survival, or the unified armed forces, the last echo of the old order, with honor code and iron discipline. You will also need to recruit a warlord to lead your forces, Each candidate is a once-in-a-generation talent, and all have an unbridled hunger for domination. Angus Smith, dubbed the Snake, who takes whatever he wants, repercussions be damned. Cassandra Evans, the ruthless authoritarian, as cold as a sword she wields.
Esta movida está muy guapa. Aquí vengo yo.
Destruction, pandemonium unleashed. Kai Weber, superstar defensive genius. She moves crowds with her charm, slays with her skills. Raz Garcia, the icy executioner, who claims no target is beyond his reach. He can snatch victory from the jaws of defeat if you can apply them at the right time, in the right place. How will you win this, the most pivotal war humanity will ever wage? You will need to dig deep, for you will need so much more than luck to win this, the shadow conflict.
Ok, el conflicto de la sombra, muy guapo la verdad.
Welcome to Risk Shadow Forces.
No, pero que tienen que explicar cómo hacer el gameplay. Perdón, me fui a traer un vasito con agua.
Nada, parece lo que has dicho un poco, ¿no? Una fusión ahí, rollo Risk, rollo HeroQuest, tendrá aplicación, como hemos visto, y figuritas por un tubo. Mira, mira qué guapa. Ahora vuelvo.
Of Risk Shadow Forces.
Happy to be on the Avalon Hill team, and I'm super excited about Risk Shadow Forces.
Yeah, so Craig, one of the new things that we're introducing are warlords, where they have unique tactics and strategies you can customize throughout the game. And they'll lead your armies not only on the global map, but also on separate skirmish boards where they might be fighting to secure hostages or item payloads.
Right, and that's what's cool about this game. There's two different types of games, right? There's the skirmish game and the global game. In the global game, each warlord has a slightly different deck, right? And after each game, you're going to be able to like tune your deck the way you want. You're going to put the powers in that you want. And you do this throughout the campaign. So when it gets to the later parts of the campaign, your deck is very much
los tipos de tablero, los tipos de juego diferentes.
Their own statistics and their own abilities.
Yeah, so Craig, let's give a couple examples of these warlords that players are going to choose to raise their war banner on the battlefield.
Right. One of my favorites is Kai Weller. She's there on the box. She's also that figure right there. Her deck is tuned with like special surprise forces, right? So you think you're okay, you're going to attack Kai, but all of a sudden out of nowhere, she springs these troops on you. In the skirmish game, she has this combat medic.
Dice Apocalipsis si viste la review de Amazing de Muscles Negro.
She's always outmaneuvering
no la he visto todavía, he visto solo imágenes y ya me pareció una pasada.
In the right place at just the right time.
Yeah, the other guy we could talk about is Angus
Smith.
He can gain troops. He can make mid-turn maneuvers, which is pretty cool because normally in Risk, you can only make one maneuver at the end of your turn. So he can just, if he needs to attack a certain area, he can shift those troops into the right spot at the right time. He also can duplicate cards. In the skirmish game, he has a cool power called Stealth Armor, which allows him to dodge attacks completely sometimes.
Yeah, Angus is the frontline battlefield commander. Always wants to be in the thick of it. He's fast, he's agile, and he's out to really uncover who is ultimately behind the shadow conflict. So now that we've explained a couple of those warlords, let's share how those warlords and their unique tactics and strategies kind of apply when they lead these different factions.
Noticia de último minuto.
Really get some unique combinations.
Yeah, the factions.
Acabo de ver rápidamente la review de The Amazing de Muscles y acabo de ordenar a Muscles.
When you open this box, the first thing you have to do is like
de Muscles Shadow, dice, no de sombra.
Ya lo acabo de pedir, me pareció que está buenísimo. La articulación era lo que me intrigaba y es bueno, tiene muy buena articulación. Así que ya lo pedí.
You have to draft a new faction every time, so that's where you get like this warlord might work really good with this faction's power. If we were going to call out some of the faction's powers.
Ah, porque es eso de Músculo Negro, una película de qué?
Strong. It's got drone strike ability, which allows you to do damage without even risking any troops at all.
Yeah, the yellow faction.
Ya lo pedí, Pony, ya está.
Military of like a
Faltas tú nomás.
and so they feel like they're the only faction with any real moral authority. But as the defenders of humanity,
Bueno,
they're
ya
kind of
perdí completamente la
doorstep
hilación de
also
esto
being
hablando de
ambassadors.
figuras, así que
Right. Another
vamos a...
faction we can talk about
Sí.
is the white
Voy
faction.
a ignorar
The
lo
white
que está
factions
pasando,
are
miren
about
la imagen nomás si
mutations
quieren,
and
pero
toxic
como que
gases.
esperamos,
So
porque
they
después de esto
tend
viene
to,
lo de Fortnite, así que
deliver
en esa estoy
critical, random damage
a la expectativa, a ver qué trae los
No,
de
está
Fortnite.
interesante. Nos hemos perdido parte de lo que han dicho, pero está interesante el juego.
No, el juego, estoy seguro que es bueno. Hero Quest es un juegazo, eso sí estoy 100% seguro. Y Risk sé que tiene muchos fanáticos y esto parece que es una evolución, como un upgrade de Risk. Y estos juegos de mesa son coleccionables. Yo colecciono, por ejemplo, los juegos de mesa de DC, de Cryptozoic. Yo colecciono esos juegos. Y bueno, aparte los juegos también, ¿no? Pero también son buenos coleccionables. También aumentan su valor, ¿ah? Por si acaso.
Va a tener un Hero Quest ahora mismo de los años 80, eso es una locura.
No, y tener el nuevo Hero Quest también vale. Vale más de lo que invertiste en Haslab, tenerlo ahora también es buena inversión. Gracias, Jerjes, dice Jerjes, gracias por la transmisión y sus inteligentes y audaces perspicaces comentarios.
Risk Shadow Forces is going to be available in fall of 2022, but you can pre-order yours right now by heading over to Hasbro Pulse. So with that, back to you, Patrick.
Bien.
Thanks, Chris and Craig. And again, if you liked what you saw, you can head to Hasbro Pulse to pre-order your copy of Risk Shadow Forces.
Tío, tengo que salir a sacar a este tío 2 minutos, aunque sea, ¿vale? Ahora mismo vuelvo.
That was a lot to cover in a short amount of time.
Se está cagando
More about
encima,
any of the things you saw
Peluche.
today, head on down to Hasbro Pulse. And be sure to follow us on Twitter at Avalon Hill for the latest updates.
Te vas a perder,
and follow at
te vas a
HeroQuest
perder
to
lo
get
de
the latest
Fortnite,
updates
apúrate.
on whatever Zargon does on a
Apurimac.
day-to-day basis. We also just launched our Instagram account at Avalon Hill Games, so be sure to give us a follow if you want to see more of what we're working on.
Gracias,
Thank you for
Avalon
watching,
Games. Ahora
and we'll see
sí,
you next time.
figuras.
Can you guys believe the Risk Shadow Forces pre-sale? I mean, right, Cleo?
That was lit.
Yeah.
Great breakdown of everything that's coming. And you know it, pre-orders start today.
Me da risa que
Pata
Pata se llama Clio Thomas.
Other retailers from
Siempre lo agarran bostezando.
Exclusions may apply. And now, my favorite, the sensation, the global phenomenon, a metaverse for everyone. I'm talking Fortnite. I see.
Fortnite, ahora sí.
I know.
Let me tell you why, though, because you never know what character is going to show up. There's new skins, you can customize.
A mí lo que me emociona que Hasbro tenga licencia de Fortnite es que si por ahí sale un Batman de Fortnite, puede ser que Hasbro lo saque. O sea, podríamos tener un Batman estilo Hasbro, como hecho por como un Marvel Legend de Batman, ¿me entiendes? Eso de ahí me emociona mucho.
Totalmente, te estoy viendo. Eso mismo pienso yo. Puede salirnos un alien, un predator, cualquier cosa inimaginable.
Hey everyone, we are excited. We are the Fortnite team. We're happy to be here at our very first Hasbro Pulsecon. I am Shanna from the marketing team. Joining me is my fellow designer, Edgar, and my fellow marketer, Jeremy. And then here to help Vanna White today is Kyrie.
Hi everybody, I'm Kyrie and welcome to all the Fortnite fans.
So, and there are Edgar and Jeremy up on the screen. There we go. We're live. So today we have some really awesome reveals for you guys, but
se parece al coreógrafo de La Tigresa del Oriente,
which is just launched
Gary.
the beginning of this October in the US, Canada, and the UK, and in other select markets. So Jeremy's going to take us through our very first
ese
item,
Midas
which
está
you can see
bonito,
up
ese
here
Midas.
on the screen.
El de la armadura.
That's right, Shannon.
Esta es creo que es la versión definitiva de Midas.
Ajá, ese Midas sí está bueno.
They look
A
incredible.
mí me gusta ese
We got
Midas.
Midas Rex here. We
Básicamente
got
por
Rift
ese
up on the
Midas es que
wall,
pedí la
Chaos
wave.
Agent and Link's behind us posed out too. But these guys came out so incredible. I'm going to actually toss it over to Edgar to talk about a couple more of these guys.
Thanks, Jeremy. If you think those are awesome, our deluxe figures are equally as impressive. They come with so many accessories, which open up so many potentials to play with these guys and pose them out. I mean, like, Shadow Meowscles comes with this weight set that's huge. I mean, look at this thing compared to my hand.
It's like your workout for the day.
I know, it's crazy. And we got to talk about Ollie. we've designed Ollie
Míralo,
in a
ahí
way
está,
that
qué
you can
putada,
actually
tío.
take Sky.
Ya
and have her
pedí
sit
esos
on
dos.
top of him,
No,
and
a
it
mí la
actually
chica es la que más me
allows you
gusta.
to
Ollie es la que
recreate
más me
the
gusta.
Ollie bouncing mode from
Su
in-game.
bicho, su
Not
Pokémon
only
ese me
that,
parece espectacular.
but you can
O sea,
actually
tiene toda la
have
pinta
Sky
así,
also pose out
estilo...
and using Ollie as a
no
glider
sé,
as
como
she
un
does in the
Dragon
game as well.
Quest
Super
mezclado
awesome. That's what I'm talking about.
con
Final
Pokémon
Fantasy.
y no, y
Oh, my
Legend of
goodness.
Zelda, algo así, ¿no? Tiene
Figure
toda
we
esa
get started
pinta,
with
me
puns early,
gusta.
guys.
Bueno, sí, más
So
Zelda,
I'm
¿verdad?
going to take you guys back really quickly to our 6-inch figures because I just want to show off the amazing premium materials on these guys.
Yeah.
Here you go. You got to see. Look at Ripley's translucent material, and Midas Rex has this amazing metallic deco on him. I just wanted to make sure that everyone saw that we didn't move too quick.
Mire ese Midas, loco, mire ese
These guys
Midas.
are awesome, and they're available right now on Hasbro Pulse for you guys to order.
Y estoy viendo y me parece que el Midas tiene corte en la pantorrilla.
Accessory packs. And the first of these is our arcade accessory pack.
Con corte en la pantorrilla
What's
ya
awesome about these is
está
that,
bueno,
give me a
sirve
minute
para
to get them
F-posing,
up
¿no?
here for you guys to see,
Ahí está, eso es nuevo, eso no
is that
estaba.
they're not just accessory packs.
Ah, es un accessory
They each
pack.
come with 3 accessories,
chulada, tío.
weapons,
Unos arcades, tío.
and harvesting
Qué bueno,
tools,
tío.
but they also can be posed out with your 6-inch figures, which is really great. They're
Qué
not just
bueno.
a throwaway.
¿Te acuerdas que el otro día
And
estábamos
as you
hablando
see,
de
Therese,
hacer
I'm
unos
gonna turn it
arcades
around so that we can
en
see the
miniatura?
back. So
Pues ya
if you
tienes
open
unos
up
ahí
this part
para
right here, this
dejar armas
compartment,
y
you can
todo.
house your accessories inside, or you can turn it around and
Sí,
actually
esas cosillas
display them
te enriquecen
while they're posed
bastante.
out
Para
with
guardar
figures.
accesorios, yo creo. No sé si se abrirá, pero creo que se puede abrir. No sé.
In this first
Debe
wave
ser,
of the
parece que sí, ¿no?
collection,
El
Gecko
naranja
is
parece
unique
que
and inspired
tuviera
by
una
what you
puerta.
would see in the game.
Brutal, accesorio
Those are
brutal.
pretty rad. But if we're going to be talking about unique accessory packs, we got to talk about.
Bueno, yo mira el tiburón que te decía, que no te lo has pedido. Y es complemento de tu
Lo que
muscle.
pasa es que el tiburón no sé dónde ponerlo, cómo ponerlo, porque...
Pues muy fácil, arrastrando a Muscles con los esquís acuáticos.
Mira, te digo, el tiburón es súper emblemático de Fortnite. Es como que...
A ver, es con el que se come a Mida, ¿vale? Con ese tiburón se come a Mida el Muscles cuando lo traiciona.
Es súper, ya, pero digo que es súper emblemático, pero no sé, todavía no... He visto tiburones mejores, te estoy sincero, por menos precio. Eso es por eso que digo, genial, ¿no? Pero he visto tiburones mejores por menos precio.
And then want to make sure that we get the 6-inch package up here too for you guys to see. So turn that around.
I love that we've definitely taken the more artistic renders and put them on front too. It gives a whole nother element to the
Ya,
game.
ahora
and to
lo
the
que quiero ver
packaging
es
to really
lo que
bring
va a
everything to
salir.
life
Ya
for us.
todo esto, nada de eso es novedad. Están mostrando
So
lo que
that
ya
was our
salió.
quick recap of what is available right now that has just
Bueno, salió, pero nadie lo tenemos en las manos.
O
sea, amazing.
Sí, si yo viviera en Estados Unidos ya lo tendría en mano. Eso ya salió. Por eso ya salió. Ya la gente lo tiene en su mano. No es novedad.
No, lo vimos nosotros hace unos meses, ya lo sé, pero yo en mano, hasta ahora que ha dicho Rafa que lo tenía Amazing, yo no había visto
I'm gonna go
ninguna
ahead and kick
review.
us off with a staple. It wouldn't be
Yo ya lo
Fortnite
tengo en
if we
Estados
didn't bring you
Unidos.
guys
Ya, o sea,
gliders.
espero que me llegue.
So
¿no?
whether you're hot
O sea,
dropping off the
ya
bus,
está
trying to
ya la
land,
gente
get
ya lo
the
tiene en las
advantage
tiendas,
on
ya
your
está
opponents,
surtido
or
todo
if you're
esto hace
launchpadding over
un
to
par de
them to
semanas
be
por
one
lo
of
menos.
those super aggro players. you've
Aquí
got
tardará en llegar a España todavía un
glider
poco.
in the game. And everybody mixes and matches there. So I'm going to have Edgar take us through a couple of the first designs that we're going to offer you guys.
Ok, los gliders.
Thanks, Jeremy. We got some really sweet gliders lined up for you guys that are going to drop next year.
Ya, mira, el
First
tema de
up,
los gliders a
about
mí
the Llama Point Express.
es
For
totalmente,
those of you
es
who
el
love
alma de
wacky,
Fortnite,
fun,
¿no?
colorful
Pero,
designs, look no further
o sea, a
than
mí
the Llama Point Express.
nunca me llegaron a
look at
gustar.
this thing. It's so fun.
That thing screams.
Pero,
And if you look at the top, that is in fact, my friends, a farting flying unicorn llama on this thing. I mean,
Y el del lama, ese me encanta, el de la
I'm
llama.
not going to not include that one in the line, right?
you know, but
mi mayor
we got you
expectativa
covered. For
sobre
those of
esta
you who are
línea
looking for
es
something
sin,
a little bit more serious in tone, we have the
¿cómo se puede
downshift
decir?
glider. This
Sin
one
despreciar
is a
lo que
perfect
están
pairing for some of
sacando
our
de los
stealthier
personajes
figures from
oriundos de
Victory
Fortnite,
Royale series.
es que
This is
saquen
super cool.
figuras de
They're both super cool. I love them both.
personajes
Yeah, I'm one of the more serious players, so that's
de
kind of
licencias
more
de
my lane,
Fortnite
but I
que
know a
consigue
couple
Fortnite,
guys that
¿no?
are definitely
O
more
ya
into
sea
the
de
llama
DC
coin.
no sé, imagínate, salió
each one of these gliders,
¿cómo se llama?
Alien, Predator, yo que sé, un montón de cosas, un montón de personajes han salido, de DC también han salido, ¿no?
Creo que también, no, ¿cómo se llama el show de TV, el cartoon del viejo científico con el niño medio idiota? El Rick y Morty ha salido también.
Han salido un montón de cosas, y es lo que dices tú, lo que no sé si va a pasar como con McFarlane, que se las puede, ¿sabes?, atraer para sí, no sé hasta qué punto.
McFarlane no saca, escúchame, McFarlane no saca ya figuras de Fortnite hace mucho tiempo.
No, pero no me refiero a eso.
Mira, esos son nuevos, esos son dos personajes nuevos. Dos personajes nuevos.
Me refiero, por ejemplo, cuando McFarlane
se ven muy bien.
Sacaba cosas de... Era McFarlane el que sacaba cosas de Mortal Kombat, ¿no?
Sí.
Y sacaba cualquiera que introdujeran en Mortal Kombat. Bueno, cualquiera no, algunos sacó.
So, moving on to our next reveal for you guys, we wanted to show you the next wave of 6-inch figures.
A ver, la siguiente wave. Acaban de spoilear dos figuras ahí. El tipo de anteojos. Y lo cortaron, le hicieron con que...
First up, Jeremy's going to walk us through our first fan favorite figure outfit from the game.
So yeah, with our first series launching earlier this October, it's crazy that we're already bringing you guys the second wave.
Me gusta más que la otra con la pijama.
A mí también. La de traje entero rosa.
Early look at behind the scenes.
Esta está bonita.
These are looking pretty clean and tight. So when we get to the
está muy buena. Como dice, se ven muy limpias. Eso me gusta. Está muy limpio el diseño. Todo tiene. Eso es lo que me gusta de Hasbro, la verdad. A diferencia de Jax y McFarlane, que mantienen, son más limpios para diseñar.
De todas formas, tú tienes el grip de Yasua, si no me digas que no, seguro.
Es bonito, pero te dije, no es tan limpio. El plástico no me gusta tanto como el plástico que usa Hasbro, por ejemplo. O sea,
a mí sí me gusta el plástico de Yasua.
¿Viste cómo le pasó por abajo? ¿Viste cómo le pasó por abajo? Todos esos bloopers en cámara me encantan. ¿Qué pasa la gente en el chat? ¿Ya se fueron?
You definitely get a mixture of both the serious and the silly parts of Fortnite all in one with this kind of figure.
For sure.
Nadie dice nada. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa?
For a second. So some of you might be
¿Ya dejaron sus likes o tengo que pedirles?
Why no double elbows?
Están flipando
Real series. You want to make sure that the articulation that we're putting into these figures works with the character designs. Fortnite has so many different skins, from tall to skinny to armored, you name it, it's in the game. So when designing these, we want to make sure that when we give articulation, it's meaningful articulation that also doesn't interfere with the wonderful design that we get from our partners over at Epic Games.
No se olviden de dejar sus likes, por favor. 24, somos 24 y hay 16 likes. Los que faltan no se olviden, por favor. Yo sé que no lo hacen no lo hacen de mala persona, sino lo hacen porque se han olvidado.
It sounds like each and every one of these figures is going to be individually uniquely
tailored. Me gusta, no sé por qué le pusieron la mano así, pero
I mean, it only makes sense.
Me parece que está muy bonita la figura.
Ranges of characters and skins in the game.
Yo sigo reivindicando el nivel de la Yasua con sus manos.
Oh, yeah.
Mano al estilo Toybiz.
This guy is
mano Toybiz.
The noise.
Con su mano Toybiz.
For real though. Like he's got his boombox on his back, like you guys can see there, but I've got him posed out like he's rocking down the block with it over.
Lo que pasa es que como es negro, tú no te sabes por qué es negro.
We had DMC on yesterday, so I'm
es porque es negro, Pony, acéptalo. Si no fuera negro, te gustaría.
Ni negro ni blanco, no. O sea, es que no tengo ningún personaje básico de esto de Fortnite.
Me gusta porque tiene su concepto disco de los 70.
Está bonito el concepto de eso.
My good, yeah, he's pretty incredible, but this is really just the start with Ragsy and
con el boombox
we've got a couple more fun characters like this next adorable guy that's going to help us.
Todos estamos esperando las leyes, pero de verdad que estoy muy entusiasmado con esta línea. A mí me parece que está muy bueno. Es como que ya más no, ya no sé qué.
A mí no me, yo espero más. Yo esperaba más aquí, o sea,
Wow, qué linda figura. Es que son bonitas, son muy bonitas.
Bush Ranger.
Nada. Está bonita, pero espero algo más.
Nah, esa está muy bonita. No me acuerdo el nombre de ese personaje, pero sí me ha tocado hacer una quest alguna vez que juego Fortnite.
Cute. I think my favorite part is that the face is highlighted by this amazing faded deco, if you guys can see. So
está hermoso,
it
está
looks
hermoso.
like layers of leaves, which is amazing.
Ese tipo de personajes así raros.
Cuando yo, a ver, centrémonos, cuando yo le he tirado las figuras de Fortnite, ha sido precisamente centrándome en el AF posing.
You guys see that?
Y aunque tanto Jaguars como seguramente esta Hasbro y las McFarlane, o sea, son muy buenas figuras todas las de Fortnite, hay algunas que no tienen lo que necesitamos para el F-Posing.
Esta no tiene lo que necesitamos para F-Posing, pero creo que puede jugar bien por el tema de la...
Igual que el bananita, igual que el puede jugar bien, pero si le tengo que torsionar el estómago no hay crunch ninguno.
Claro.
Y este parece que poca cosa. Pero bonito está.
Stripes are accurate.
Oh yeah.
Impressive.
Equally
la aplicación de color está muy bien.
Are his accessories.
Está
so, similar to how we've been doing with all the other figures,
¿cuánto?
El tiburón, that all the accessories that
el tiburón $40.
$40. Aesthetics. So Bush Ranger comes with his weapon of choice, which has a really nice sculpted wood grain. I'm going with that nature vibe.
Sí,
here.
Green Shadow, sí
And
estoy
then
trayendo,
his
como digo, las estándar, las básicas, $35 y las más las deluxe, por ejemplo, ese tiburón sale 40. Que no está tan caro en realidad, o sea, para el tamaño que tiene. Ya puesto acá, $40 creo que sale bien.
¿El Muscle que te sale, Álvaro?
El Muscles creo que también está 40. Creo que también puede ser que los otros deluxe. No, los deluxe tipo Muscles están más caros, están $50.
Es un figurón que traemos accesorios chulísimos.
Sí, es que prácticamente son como duo packs, ¿no? Es la figura con los accesorios. No, el Muscles está más caro.
And Metal Mouth, he's that one. I mean, this guy, he's got so much attitude to him. His design, he's our military.
Ya ese me da un poco igual, como que digo, ya es como un G.I. Joe prácticamente.
He's got this really cool
obviamente tiene el
estilo. A mí el personaje que más me gusta es Bola 8. Y también hay uno que va todo de blanco y tiene diferentes, ¿sabes? Tiene el corazón, el rombo, la pica y el trébol.
On his chest. But don't worry, I can already see some of you guys going, oh no, that's going to really interfere with his articulation.
Prefiero cualquiera de esos dos personajes antes que este.
The soft barometer PVC, so we can fully take advantage of all of the articulation we cut on this guy. He has a really sweet ab crunch, and that overlay piece is not interfering with it. Nice.
Bien,
super sweet.
Han hecho buena articulación pese a que han hecho o sea, le han puesto una pieza encima y no interfiere con la articulación para nada. Lo acaba de mostrar, me parece bien. Han pensado en una buena articulación, así que estas figuras de Fortnite van a estar buenas para el F-Posing.
Really detailed carabiner sculpt on the front that we hit with a nice hit of silver deco to make it pop that much
Super posables.
That is the most obnoxious, incredible accuracy I've ever seen.
Isn't it? I love this thing. And then off to the side, he's got a holster with a removable sidearm to give you guys that many more options to pose these characters out and more playability with them.
And I don't know about you guys, but for some reason, looking at Metal Mouth, it just makes so much sense that Hasbro would be the company to make this figure. He seems like he fits right in with the Hasbro family.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
He looks
Speaking
awesome.
of yeah.
He looks
Speaking of accessories, he comes with the heavy SR, which this thing is massive. It's like nearly half the size of this figure. I love this accessory.
Are those the spiked maces and catalyst grappling too?
Good eye. Similar to our other characters, we've also tied in
Lo mejor de Fortnite es la cantidad de accesorios que puedes conseguir, intercambiables para el resto de tu figura. A mí es lo que más me gusta, tanto la libertad con los personajes.
And actually, you will be able to in early 2022. We are going to move on to our very last reveal, which is probably the most exciting because you can pre-order it today. This is the first the next addition, to our 7 collection, the 7 collection. So you guys might have seen, we released the Foundation earlier this year in a pre-order. This
Foundation.
is the Scientist.
Y eso lo sacaron antes, creo que lo han vuelto a sacar.
Hand it over
No, este estaba
We're running a little bit late, but I want to make sure that we show you guys this.
No, Hasbro sacó también un Foundation antes, pero está buenísimo. Ese será deluxe.
Thanks, Shanna. The Scientist came
No lo
out
veo mal,
amazing.
pero aquí sí que me
We gave
gusta
him a
más
really
el
nice
de
metallic
Jaguar,
dark
tío.
gray color and give him a high gloss finish, so he really feels like
No seas fanboy, no seas fan, Ronnie, no seas fan, mira eso.
Carbon fiber texture.
No, tío,
seguro
aquí
que
sí
No, we couldn't
que
really afford it. Wasn't in our budget to give him actual carbon
le
fiber.
fallan
So
muchas
we did the
cosas,
next
tío.
best thing. We sculpted a texture that looks pretty convincing, and I like how it contrasts with the high
Aquí
gloss.
sí que te
It
digo
works really
que
well.
me gusta más el de Jaguar, tío. Míratelo bien.
And
Ni
it
me
comes
gusta
with
la
big
capa de
backlinks, the
plástico,
star
ni me
clips, and
gusta
the
mucho el
tactical
parte
SD.
de la
And again,
espalda.
similar to Metal Mouse,
Las
the
botas,
backbling
las
case
de
is in a nice
Jaguar
soft
son
durometer
mucho más
PVC, so
brutas,
it'll get out
mucho
of the
más
way when you're
brutas.
posing them out.
El casco de Jaguar, luego lo vemos si quieres.
In the game,
No tengo
mucho más
esa,
bonito.
Necoamano.
many of you know, the
Esa no
Scientist
la
has
tengo,
multiple
Necoamano.
patterns of
Pero es un
light that show
Snake
up on
Eyes,
his visor, and
es
our
un
design
Snake
team
Eyes
wanted to
igual
bring
al
that
de
to life,
Classified, simplemente le
so that
pintaron
it
un
looks
par de
like
partes.
in the
¿Ah?
game.
No,
So
no te lo
this
recomiendo,
is
es
our
muy
first
caro para
electronic
hacer lo
figure,
mismo.
and what's really exciting is if you
No, te
take
digo,
this
esto,
clear
aquí sí que
visor off, you can
yo me
put
quedo con la de
any of
Jaguares.
these
La tengo muy clara, es una
faceplates
figura que de hecho quedan
on,
dos para
push
comprar
this
aquí en mi
button
isla.
here,
Y,
and his face
y
lights up.
viendo que
Se le prende las
ahí
luces,
está.
Pony.
It's awesome. So it comes with
No
6
jodas.
faceplates.
Sí, mira.
Bueno, mira, aquí
One
me
has
está ganando.
red. It's not clear, so that if he's just sitting on your shelf, you don't have to be constantly
Se le
pushing
prende las
that
luces
button.
del casco. ¿No
But
viste?
then
Pero no me
5
gustan las
others
botas
that
ni
show
el
the
jetpack, ya
different
te lo he dicho,
patterns, just like
ni
you
la
would
capa.
see
El casco,
inspired by
bueno,
the game.
bueno,
I
al
love that it
iluminarse
includes the
casi
deco
que
one, so I don't have to drain my battery on
compite con
shelf.
el precioso casco de Jaguares. Pero solo porque se ilumina, ¿eh?
I think what's most impressive
Pero
about
la
this
figura,
figure,
la de Jaguar,
Edgar and the
mira que la
design
es más
team
bruta.
did, and our engineering
Da
team
más
did an
sensación
amazing
de lo
job
que es, de
of
una
hiding all
armadura
of the
brutal, que
electronics
te
in this figure,
engancharía. El
so it
muñeco es
still
más
looks
grande. Lo
amazing.
estás
The
viendo
level
por
of
ahí en
detail
otra
is
pestaña.
incredible. I know you
No,
guys
no, no,
saw
lo voy a
that I was
buscar para opinar.
pushing the button, which is right here. So Edgar, want to walk us through really quickly how you did this?
For sure I can. So it's actually really clever how we went about designing him. So if you actually pop off his head, we actually notice that his neck joint is actually made of a translucent clear plastic. That's done because the LED is actually housed inside of his torso, and it's like all the way to the clear LED ball joint. And that allows us to take advantage of the head joint, of the head that has a cutout, and that
¿Cómo
way
se
the
llama
light
el de Jaguar?
comes through and you can see the visor lighting up.
Igual,
It's really
como
clever
es,
how
más
this is done.
Just
joder,
speaking
ahora no
foreign
me voy a
language
acordar.
to me, guy. I'm glad we got
Mira, la capa a la mierda, lo que te
And
decía.
like Shanna
Y el
said, you
jetpack
press
volando.
on this rectangular hose on his chest to activate it. We didn't want to put an unsightly button or something sticking out of this guy that would ruin his super awesome design from in-game. So we hid the button underneath that hose, and it's done in a nice way where the hose, you can actually, like, you press on it, it has just enough give, and it acts as our activation method. Also, let's talk real quick about the light. Now, you mentioned
¿Qué clase de Iron Man es ese?
So we kept you guys in mind. You know, we know that you're like posing them out and taking cool pictures. So the light's designed to help you pose out and get the best shot. It stays on when you turn them on. It stays on for about 15 seconds, which should be plenty of time for you to get that great pose and get that super awesome shot of this character in action.
That's awesome. He's got a couple different light modes to him, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. So that's your first one. It's your typical on mode. Pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
The other one is my personal favorite. This one's called the pulse mode. And as the name implies, it basically has this pulsating effect. And I like this one because it really makes the character feel like he's coming to life.
Yeah. Seems like Pulse is a strong theme this
No
weekend,
solamente se le prende la luz, sino tiene otro modo que hace que es
So
parpadeo.
speaking of the scientist, though, I really love the packaging that he comes in because he stands out a little bit from our other line, from the rest
Ya,
of our
pregunto, ese de ahí, este de aquí,
He actually
The
comes with
Scientist se
this
llama.
unique
The
packaging that includes
Scientist.
a 5th panel to reveal the window inside, and as you guys can see here,
¿Qué
it's
es
got
ese? ¿Ese
some
será el
pretty dope
exclusivo o
graphics
qué?
of the figure,
¿O es
as well as
regular
the
también?
design element that we have on the front here, kind of more deco treated in.
I love the stylized artwork that we have on our packaging.
Yeah, I don't know, something about it is just really intimidating. It seems like it's going to be a really good, strong focal point to add to your guys' collection.
Se ve bien el de Jazzwares también,
Yeah, so
pero...
Shannon was saying earlier, this guy's available for pre-order today.
La composición. Este me ha encantado lo del LED, o sea, eso hay que levantarse la gorra por el LED, claro.
Pero creo que el modelado me gusta más de este y la pintura también.
Or like right now, whatever.
Right now. Thank you again for joining us.
Pero está buena el
the
otro.
Fortnite team. This was a blast. We hope you guys enjoyed everything that you saw.
Esta será exclusiva, digo yo.
A ver, deja escuchar. No dijo nada. Bueno.
I mean, such cool stuff there.
If you skip the beat, don't you worry about it. We got you covered. Jackie, what did we actually just see throughout this entire presentation?
I'm so glad you just asked. First things first. The new gliders came flying over the Fortnite panel with two different models making their debut. We had Glider Llamacorn Express and Glider Downshift.
My favorite. That was my favorite for sure, because I'm actually rocking these.
Esos gliders son tentadores. Es que se ven muy bien ahí para la exhibición, para exhibirlo.
My in-game character.
Y los soportes son muy chulos.
You gotta be ordering on your phone.
A ver, la Wave 2.
And next we had our second wave of 6-inch figures with 4 new
Si compré la Wave 1, creo que voy a comprar la
Royale series coming in
maldita
strong
sea,
to the battle. What
toda la
a
plata
team!
que no
Check
saco.
those out. The 6-inch Wave 2 Ragsy.
Yo solo compraría como mucho la línea de la izquierda. De estos 5 yo como mucho pillaría los 3 de la izquierda. Bueno, ya está todo. Ya
The attention to detail is so good. Metal now, all
Tírate,
winter 2022. And our last character standing, an amazing launch, the very first electronic figure by the Fortnite team, none other than the Scientist, part of the 7 collection, complete with full, gorgeous details and light up modes. What a reveal. And the packaging. That's what they were talking. I mean,
Ya, pero ¿cuándo? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde se consigue?
That's a bad guy package.
That's a bad guy
for
package.
sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Pre-order yours today. Sales for Hasbro Pulse Premium members opens at 4 p.m. Eastern. Non-premium and other retailers from 5 p.m. Eastern. Also, some exclusions may apply.
Ok, a las 3 están, pero no dice que sea exclusivo.
I think they're really excited. Let's look at some comments.
Absolutely.
All right. I love the arcade machines. Awesome diorama pieces. We didn't even,
The fact the arcade cabinet has blaster hooks on the back of it to be able to show that off, I thought that was a great
That was
detail
awesome.
for sure.
Okay.
Sí, la hackeada está bien.
Damn, not a Fortnite guy, but they look great. Articulation, paint apps, plastics. That's even if it's like not necessarily your brand, you can look at those and be like,
and you
these
appreciate the
are
details
awesome.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah. An Elastic Bandit, Hasbro, awesome stuff.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I agree.
You're coming with it this year. I love it.
You
A ver,
guys
¿qué toca?
and we're also moving on.
Creo.
Fans,
No,
stand up.
Toca
We'll get you
Nerf.
up to
Vamos
speed on all
aquí
things
es un momento
Nerf.
para mí.
If you love video
Creo
games,
que de
movies, and
descanso.
entertainment in general,
Luego
the next
Ahora mismo
segment
vuelvo.
is definitely for
Sí.
you.
That's facts. Oh boy, you guys are not ready for what's coming.
Pero ten
To
cuidado
celebrate
con el
the 20th
copyright,
anniversary of one of the most amazing video
No,
game
no importa
sagas
copyright
of all
para eso.
times. The Nerf team collaborated with the people behind the franchise that changed the game. I'm talking about Halo. One of their most iconic
Nadie sabe quién es esa
blasters was
flaca.
coming to
Es
you
más,
as a Nerf
yo
reveal.
dije,
Get ready.
no creo que ni sea actriz, presentadora de repente, pero ya segunda vez que lo hace.
To unveil
Hola,
the
Francis.
latest addition to the limited series. I mean, let's take a look.
Bueno, viene lo de Nerf, la verdad es que voy a poner esto en pantalla completa un rato, ¿no? O mejor dicho, lo voy a dejar esto aquí.
Thanks, guys. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Pete from the Nerf team. I am so excited to be here. In just a few minutes, Isaiah, Justin, and Mike from the Nerf Limited team are going to reveal our next.
Voy a dejar
Nerf
esto aquí un
Limited
rato corriendo.
But before they do,
Regreso
I just want to
20
talk a little
minutos
bit about the limited segment. You know,
para
we started
seguir
this
con
segment
esto.
about a
Ya
year
viene
ago,
pronto,
and
después de
our
Nerf
goal
viene lo
was
de
to bring to life
Magic
some of
the
the
Gathering
coolest
y
and most
después
iconic blasters
viene...
and items
No,
from
todo
your
lo que hay no
favorite
es
entertainment
exclusivo.
and
Hay
video
muchas
games.
cosas que están revelando
And
que
we
van a
want to bring them
sacar
to life in
público
only
en
a
general.
way that Nerf can. So last December, you might remember, we launched the Star Wars Mandalorian Amband Face Pulse Blaster.
Hablemos de
This
F
blaster
posing
is
mejor,
incredible.
sí.
It's one of the loudest
Bueno,
blasters
están
ever
sacando...
done. Premium
Ahí
deco,
está, Pony ya se
premium
emocionó
packaging,
ya.
light up scope.
No, a ver, yo no me lo voy a pillar, pero está bonito.
That pre-order is currently closed.
Está bonito el rifle de pulso del Mandaloriano.
We launched the Aliens M41A
Está gracioso.
Pulse
Habrá que
Blaster.
lo veo un poco juguete.
This thing
Lo
is
veo un poco
Colorido,
juguete.
muy colorido.
Premium deco inspired by the power loader, insane packaging. This thing
Alguien me
is
preguntó
live
por esta de
now on the
Alien
Pulse, but not for much
anteriormente, no me
longer.
acuerdo
So if
quién,
you
pero
want this thing, go get it.
Esta es un puntazo, ¿eh? Yo no tengo ninguna Nerf, pero esa de Alien y la del Mandaloriano
These
dan
blasters
ganas,
are
tío,
only
dan ganas.
planned to be available during the pre-order windows. As of now, we have no plans to have these premium items available through traditional
5 minutos
retail
vuelvo, ¿vale?
channels.
Activo
So
la
in other
cámara,
words,
aunque tú no
if you
estés.
want these things,
Vale.
go
Hasta
get
ahora.
them now. Go get them when the pre-order is open, okay? Or you might miss out. All right, enough from me. I want to kick it over to the team. I'm so excited about this next item. Isaiah, take it away.
Thanks, Pete. So when we think about one of the most iconic video game franchises, our mind immediately goes to Halo. And if you're a Halo fan, you know that there's one blaster in particular that stands out above the rest. Before we dive into it, I'll pass it over to our friends at Halo to speak more about that.
No matter what version you're playing or what faction you're fighting, nothing says Halo quite like the sleek alien design of the Needler. Its ammo, exotic crystals mined from the Sanghelios moon of Suban. Its function, lock onto an enemy target and land enough motion tracking shards to super combine with explosive results. There's a reason why they say fear the pink mist. These things will practically follow you home. Once used primarily by the Covenant, the Needler is now also employed by banished forces, including the one standing in your way on Zeta Halo. And while we're certainly eager to wield this weapon in Halo Infinite, we're also incredibly excited to get our hands on another very special edition coming from our friends at Nerf. But we'll let them tell you more about that. We'll see you on Zeta.
I can't tell you how excited I am that we're bringing the Needler as the next item to Nerf Limited. Now, although we won't be able to blast actual crystals, we will have some amazing effects with the blaster. Why don't we take a closer look at the Nerf Limited Halo Needler?
From Nerf Limited and the legendary video game franchise Halo comes the iconic Needler Blaster. With design inspired by the one in Halo Infinite, this premium special edition blaster includes a touch sensor to light up needles, a 10-dart drum with 10 elite darts, fully motorized blasting, a Forerunner-inspired stand to showcase the display mode lighting effects, and comes in Nerf Limited premium packaging. The new Nerf Limited Halo Needler Blaster.
For all you Nerf and Halo fans, we heard you loud and clear about wanting a full-size Needler blaster, and I have with me Justin and Mike to talk all about the features. Mike, I know you're dying to reveal something for all our fans out there.
Check it out. What's up, Nerf and Halo superfans? I'm super excited to show you the Nerf Limited Halo Needler. I'm a huge Halo fan. I've been playing since Halo CE. And working on something like this has been a true marriage of my two favorite things, Nerf and Halo.
We're happy for you, Mike.
Thanks.
So you guys got to work pretty closely with the Halo team. Can you tell us a little bit more about that experience?
Yeah, it was great working with the 343 Industries team as a big Halo fan itself, but they gave us all the 3D assets, all the in-game files to get all like the turns, the different surfacing, the cool kind of chamfered transitions and contours to make this thing almost a full one-to-one replica.
Yeah, I mean, you know, working with that team and working specifically on the Nerf limited items, you know, as huge fans of the series and the IP, but also as Nerf fans, we really love bringing the mechanisms and the iconic features of the IP and the items from the game to life. So one of the key things that we wanted to do on this blaster is make sure we captured the essence of that Needler, you know, and get it in your hands, straight out of the TV, right in your hands. It really feels like you're holding that Covenant weapon in your hands. So for this, we felt that we needed a fully motorized blaster. We needed a fully motorized mechanism. We needed good capacity. And with that, we have a 10-dart elite drum in this. We've got awesome lighting effects and the size and scale, like Mike said, working with the Halo team. We think that this thing is full-scale replica of the blaster from the game.
So you guys just briefly mentioned about the mechanism. Can you just tell us a little bit more about like what's inside the blaster?
Absolutely, yeah. You know, we really felt that it needed that single-hand use, trigger pull, and you're blasting out darts. So for all you old Nerf fans, we're bringing back the speed swarm mechanism from the old Dart tagline. So that thing just feels so natural for this Covenant alien-inspired design, and it gives us that fully motorized function to blast out those 10 darts in the rotating indexing drum.
Well, when you take a look, it obviously looks amazing, staying as true as we can to the sculpt and deco of the one in Halo Infinite. It has a great mechanism, like you just mentioned, making it fully motorized, but there are some pretty cool features that you haven't talked about yet, right?
You're right. So with us today, as a design and development team, we're always super excited to show off in-development models. So we have our grayscale engineering model. As you can see, it's even got the guts still hanging out. We're working on this thing day and night to make sure it's as awesome as possible for you guys, the fans.
Will the guts be back in by the time we ship it to the fans?
Absolutely. Okay. And with this, I want to just show you guys how the blaster works, how it functions, and then show off some of the awesome lighting features that we have. So to use this, we have the mandible of the needler up front, but the shield opens up, reveals access to the dart drum. And from there, you're able to rotate it and load your darts in, close it back up, and you're ready for blasting. So now, the big moment. We want to show you guys the lighting features. If we could dim the lights.
Whoa!
And with this, the awesome capacitive touch sensor, all you have to do is place your hand on the blaster.
Oh, it's awesome! Wow!
Look at that.
It's incredible. That's pretty amazing, if you ask me.
All right, let's bring the lights back on and get ready for firing
Are we
test.
sure you want the lights back on for this?
You're right, Isaiah. So with that next, with the blasting feature, we have an awesome sequence that we'd love to show you. So if we can actually bring the lights back off, we're gonna showcase the firing of this.
So you're gonna make sure you want to really zoom in on the needles. This is gonna be awesome.
All right, let's bring those back on. And Mike, why don't you talk us through? Of course, I've got the glasses on to make sure we're safe with the eyewear. Why don't you talk us through the lighting effects that we worked through to make sure that this really feels like
viendo los comentarios, ¿vale? Si estáis dejando ahí comentarios, luego me vas a saltar, Álvaro.
In sequence as he's shooting the darts from back to front.
Pero estoy en el celu y no
Another
veo.
key feature of this blaster that we're so excited to bring you guys. This is not the final stand. Of course, just like the blaster, we've got a prototype with us, but it will have two modes. We'll have the on mode that you just saw, fully functioning blaster, fully motorized. And of course, the display stand with display mode with 2 hours of lifetime before it'll time out. And then from there, if you'd like to keep the LEDs illuminated, you just go ahead and give the touch sensor a tap and it reactivates the LEDs.
I mean, if you ask me, there's nothing cooler than that. So I'm really excited about this. Justin, Mike, thank you guys for walking us through this blaster. But again, this wouldn't be a Nerf limited item if it didn't have amazing packaging. So as you can see on the screen, the packaging for the Needler captures iconic design elements from Halo Infinite, and it's going to look great on your shelf. This is a must-have for all you Nerf and Halo fans. We hope you love it.
Wow, guys, this is incredible. Mike, I know you've been trying to make this thing for over 3 years, so I'm especially happy for you. And for the fans, I hope you guys love this thing. Like I said, these things are going to be available for the pre-order window only. So if you love this thing, if you want this thing, if you're a Halo fan or a Nerf fan, go buy this thing now. We hope you love it. Thanks so much for having us today. And guys, as always, remember, it's Nerf or nothing.
Hasta luego, colegas. Me quedo con la del Mandaloriano y la de Alien.
Hi, and welcome to our panel for Nerf Ultimate Championship. We hope you enjoyed watching that short teaser, and we have another big update for you today. At Pulsecon, we're revealing the characters for our Season 1. So if you don't know this game and you're just finding out about it here at Pulsecon, Nerf Ultimate Championship is a competitive multiplayer game that's built exclusively for VR, and it's coming to the Oculus platform next year. So this game is going to bring all those epic Nerf battles into virtual reality. We are secret location Location. We're the studio behind the game. We're also part of the Hasbro family. And so it's a very special day for us today. It's our first Pulsecon. My name is Claudia. I'm the marketing manager at Secret Location. And let's get our panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Josh, studio director.
Jueguito de VR de Oculus para el año que viene de Nerf. Van a presentar la primera temporada y están presentando ellos.
And our moderator for today's panel.
That's right. So Maren is our moderator for the panel. You're about to see some never before seen artwork, and we hope you enjoy it. Shout out to the VR community watching. Thanks for all your support. And Maren, take it away.
You got it. Thank you, Claudia, for the intro. Let's just dive right in. Secret Location. Now we're part of the big Hasbro family. There's a whole lot of overlap between Nerf and VR gaming. Nerf's kind of always had this thing of active play, friendly competition, and that aligns really well with kind of VR gaming in general.
Básicamente esto va a ser un Fortnite y van a presentar los caracteres de la primera temporada. Me parece a mí.
As you said, when we joined Hasbro, we're VR developers, and VR's very naturally like an active gaming platform. We thought about what brands could work well with that, and sort of Nerf fit the bill. Nerf's an active brand, it's a social brand, it's competitive, and those things really align well with sort of the world of Nerf Ultimate Championship, where we're bringing together like great athletes from around the globe to train and compete in like this futuristic sport. So it just melded really well and made sense.
Okay.
For sure. Well, with that, we're going to introduce our first character in that world of exceptional athletes. Got up on the screen here is Float. She's our Korean breakdancer. Patrick, do you want to give me the lowdown on Float for us?
All right. So here, introducing Kim Soo-min, hailing from Korea. She's our Queen Dexterity. Specializing in dance and rhythm, Float's a master of tempo and agility. She's an internationally recognized superstar in the field of breakdancing. She's confident but quiet, and just kind of described as this like rising tide. She's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and loves to prove those wrong who question her athletic skills.
Nice, for sure. You kind of got that. I like that rising tide type thing mixed with this breakdance vibe. Can you give us a little bit of insight into the character design for that? How you brought that out in her design?
Yeah, definitely. We all really love the idea of her specializing in breakdancing. Overall, the energy and the style kind of meshed perfectly with the world of Nerf Ultimate Championship. Her costume kind of pays tribute to a modernized version of the tracksuit. We wanted to keep the design kind of lo-fi and comfortable, but overall just versatile. You know, she needs to have freedom to perform, but also look stylish at the same time.
Nada, eso, están hablando del estilo de
kind of versatility and comfort all in one.
pero a la vez tener estilo.
Next up, we've got Vault here, our French parkour legend. I'm going to throw this one to you, Josh. Do you want to give us the run through of Vault?
Sure. Bastien Leroux, or Vault as he's known in the Ultimate Championship. He's a French parkour legend. He's famous for being in the sport for a long time and bringing a lot of innovation to it in the future. He's the type of guy that hates the spotlight but wants to prove that he's the best. He has his socials on private, so he's a very sort of private person in that respect.
Yeah, for sure. He kind of got his dark and mysterious and a little bit broody character here, even with that face mask coming in. How did you kind of bring that personality, that attitude out in his overall look?
Yeah, he's the only character that we have in the game that has a full face covering, which calls back to his sort of the private way that he is. And it's sort of a reflection of how he's progressed to this point in his career. Like parkour and his actions in the sport haven't always been, or maybe possibly rode the line of sort of what's legal and what's not in terms of, let's say, maybe trespassing and like finding the biggest and best spots to perform his stunts. So That was a big part in it. And then also like his feet, his shin guards, his knee guards, just giving him protection as he's leaping around the field as well.
For sure. Got a practical, mysterious vibe still, though. I like it. Next up, we're introducing our next character. This is Sprint. She is our Jamaican track star. Patrick, do you want to bring us up to speed on Sprint, please?
So here we have Cedilla Backford, or as we call her, Sprint. She's a speed demon from Jamaica. Overall, she's like an icon for speed and strategy. She's a second-generation track star or Olympian, unscheduled basically to take another championship here in Nerf Ultimate Challenge. Her history is kind of full of competition, mostly winning. She's extremely confident, but overall, I would say that she's just generally restless and always on the lookout for a next challenge. So finding herself here has just nested very naturally.
For sure. Yeah, I like that. It kind of got this cocky vibe in with the attitude to back it up. Do you want to talk a little bit about her kind of look and how you came to decide on all of her aesthetic features there?
Yeah, so just going back to the track star, like Olympian thing, we really wanted to imbue that like classic runner feel with her. So we're using that like track star spandex suit. Again, it's been modernized, just the update. I mean, we're talking about a futuristic game here. We really wanted to nail the feel of her being the Olympian and also the ability to like defy gravity. She's using some aerodynamic shapes. You know, there's some wing shapes on her. The shoes are kind of designed to have these shapes that we drew reference from like sports cars and motorcycles. So we wanted her to feel like she was always ready to take flight. Body language generally conveys the sense of her confidence and her cavalier attitude.
Para poder hacer
rightfully so. I mean, she's always been able to win and keep her edge and crush competition at lightning speed.
For sure, for sure. I like that. You know, we got our next character up here. We have Clash, our American quarterback star. I'm going to throw this one to you, Josh. Can you bring us down memory lane and talk a little bit about Clash for us here?
Sure. Jackson Clash Carter. He's an American football star. We wanted a character that could be a leader or an icon for people in and outside of he's relentlessly positive. He's very personable. He's uber competitive, but he's always a gentleman off the field. Not always on the field. That competitive streak comes out in him, and he wants to win. But definitely off the field, he's a very positive guy.
Like that, yeah. You get this kind of leadership vibe and relentlessly positive. I like that. How'd you bring that out? How'd you bring that kind of vibe and look into his how his character looks here?
Yeah, so thinking about his sporting background and how he got to Nerf Ultimate Championship is, again, we looked at a lot of sort of like college football outfits, a lot of training gear. Like he's always hitting the gym, so we've given him the college jacket, we've given him the shorts. The shorts and the shoes, very much athleisure wear. Like he wears nice gym gear outside of the gym as well. So that's the sort of look that we're going for.
Totally. Nada, así como si acabara de salir del
definitely coming through there. All right, and with that, we've introduced our 4 characters, and we're going to be moving into our final 2 questions here. First up, we are going to, it's a community question. It's come up a lot on Twitter. I'm going to throw this at you, Patrick, because you are responsible. Those shoes, can you give us a little bit of the inspiration and story behind them?
Of course. Yeah, I mean, shoes are just such an iconic element of any sporting series. For us, we really aim to design the shoes to feel like they're specifically catered to our world and our sporting series. So there's an overarching design plan here to kind of synchronize the functionality of all these things, but also highlight the individual strengths or like sporting attributes. We're picking up different kind of elements for every character and really emphasizing some core things that would benefit them in their own profession.
Y no creo que le suponga mucho problema teniendo.
And our final question, this is a bit of a bigger one. Inclusivity and a universal kind of global appeal have been pretty key to the lineup thus far. Can you guys tell us a little bit about how that process looked?
Yeah, initially we knew we did want to have a cast of characters that were from a bunch of diverse backgrounds. So we just started with a bunch of like one-liners of what could be interesting, like sporting backgrounds, like a second-generation track star, an underground sporting icon. Those sort of things have interesting backstories that can be filled into them from there.
Nada, que les pareció interesante
we brought in like the sort of global aspect of that as well. Where could these people be from? How does that impact their backstory and their personalities as well as they've gotten into Nerf Ultimate Championship? We had a lot of discussion and iteration within Secret Location itself with the development team, and then also Hasbro at large as well, gathering like a wider range of feedback just to make sure that the ideas that we were putting forward that we thought were good were resonating with people, and that perhaps sometimes perhaps just double checking as well that we weren't offside with some sort of assumptions that we had, and just trying to bring a lot of like a lot of different voices to it, so that we had this cast of characters that people could see themselves in.
Yeah, and to add to that, I suppose one of the reasons, inclusivity was so important to us is because the brand is so universally appealing and even multi-generational, right? So it was important that all of us saw ourselves represented in the game, and it was really a rewarding experience to be able to not only count on the Diversity and Inclusion Council at Hasbro, but be able to, have these conversations as a team and be able to be honest about how we felt, me as a woman, how I felt looking at these characters. And I remember giving some notes on a few of the characters, and it was really cool. And we hope that, we had fun making the characters, and that all of you, have fun playing with this diverse cast.
Pero bueno.
Sure. Thank you.
A mí me ha gustado.
Thank you all for tuning in to our talk here. This is the end of our panel, but we've got a few quick announcements before we leave. First up is an answer to the very, very, very frequently asked question that we get on Twitter, which is gameplay trailer. When's that coming? We're happy to announce that it'll be dropping in holiday season for 2021. And that we're also going to be having our Discord going live in December. And again, thank you for watching. We hope you're as excited for Nerf Ultimate Championship as we are. And if you want to keep up to date with things, the best place to do so is on Twitter. We're at Nerf VR. And join us in the conversation, keep up to date with the latest things. And we're going to be putting up a poll soon to see who your favorite characters were. And with that,
nice.
I think we're done.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
See you, everyone.
2022.
Wow. Okay, we're gonna walk you through all the amazing stuff that was revealed one more time.
As a proud member of Nerf Nation, I loved everything that was revealed. Okay, Ultimate Championship coming for the VR, that's one thing, but the Needler, that's been a lifelong dream of mine to actually be able to hold. And of course, Nerf would be the people to bring that to life.
I mean, anytime during a panel, they're like, hit the lights. Something cool is about to happen.
Something special is going to happen.
Yeah.
Man, it has a 10-round drum. Oh, your Master Chief brought to life the lights as the drum gets emptier and emptier. You're out of ammo. The lights just boom, boom, boom. Oh.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I need that in my life. I
need it too. Okay, we're going to look at what you guys thought. Some comments. Needler, you're the pink mist, baby.
I'm right there with you, Rust Belt. I'm right there with you. I can't wait to have that on display. It won't sit on the shelf long. It'll probably go everywhere with me.
Yeah.
Probably
everywhere.
It
can't just sit.
Absolutely. Legendary Steve. Holy cow, take my money.
Take it.
I'm with you on that one as well, Legendary Steve.
Yeah.
You can have it. It's for you.
Nerf team,
yeah.
Take it. All right, Nathaniel White. I'm a big Halo fan, so I'm getting this. That's what's cool. It's like Halo, Nerf. Either way, you're covered. And either way, you're having fun.
Yes, man. They brought it to life. They did a great job,
They
man.
really did.
Shout out to
They
the
really
whole team
did.
that wants to bring us.
Okay, last one. Rachel Wilson, just want to say thanks for streaming. I've been waiting days for the Pulsecon, so it's cool to see how awesome everything was. I'm Rachel, yeah.
Yeah, Rachel.
Of course.
We're glad you're having a good time with us.
We're glad you're having fun. There's so much more. Next, though, since we're in October, we have a treat for you MTG fans.
That's for sure. Everyone that's been locked in for MTG will learn all behind the screen-worthy October Secret Lair Super Drop, hosted by Matthew Lillard and featuring Wizards of the Coast Tom Gencott and Mark Hegan.
Then you'll be more than happy to hear about what's coming next. The Magic the Gathering team will share insights into the creative process behind the perfectly adorable Perfection Drop.
Let's do it.
Magic
Wow, now
the
before we begin,
Gathering.
everyone, take a look at this beautiful
Falta un
illustration
rataco
by
entonces, todavía.
This is really cool. This is
Para Marvel Legends. Falta. Ok, me salgo. Ahora vuelvo.
皆さん、こんにちは。私は Wizards of the Coast の APEC のソーシャルコミュニティリードの金子正美と申します。さて、本日は Perfection Secret Lair Drop のアートを手掛けていただきましたアーティストの石黒彩子さんにインタビューする機会をいただきました。石黒さん、本日はよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
Hola, Seguro-san, vamos a entrevistarte.
Con
el intro más raro este detrás. ¿Nos puedes presentar?
です。日本で、絵描きをしております。
Me llamo Ayako y Seguro.
画家ではなく絵描きをしております。あと、絵本作家でもあります。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。最初にお話しした通り、今回、石黒さんには新たに Perfection Secret Lair Drop のアートを手掛けていただくことになりましたが、石黒さんには以前にもストリックスヘイブンの日本語ミスティカルアーカイブのうち、渦巻く知識と、胸躍る可能性の2枚のアートをご担当いただきました。この時のファンの反応いかがでしたか？
そうですね、なんか意外だったみたいで、こうカードの絵を描くっていうことが。
Trabajó para los juegos antes y la gente estaba muy contenta. Contentísima. Cada vez está más abajo la cabeza del señor este del croma, maldita sea. Es muy extraño. O sea, todo esto es muy extraño. Maldita sea.
Perfection Secret Lair Drop についてお伺いします。今回4枚のカードが収録されていますが、これらの各カードのアートについて、どのような考えで描いたかなど教えていただけますか？それではまずは、ジェネラルスギフト、こちらのについてお願いいたします。
そうですね、あれは、なんだろう、やんちゃな子供っていうご指定があったので、それで全部猫っていう決まりがあったんで、ちょっと猫に象のかぶり物ってあんまり想像がつかなかったんですけど。
Los gatos elefantes.
猫らしさを残しつつ子供っぽさを出すようにちょっと頑張って描いていたんですけど。
ありがとうございます。はい。では続きまして、チェーンライトニングについて、お話しいただけますか。
これはですね、得意分野の妖怪など私、ちょっと自己紹介で言い忘れたんですけど、妖怪を描いてるんで、ちょっと猫型にしてみました。
妖怪。
2つに分かれてるんですけど、なので、一番描きやすかったカード。
ありがとうございます。では続きまして、小玉ズルイチについてお願いいたします。
これはそうですね、なんかもう、ぐんぐんと緑が育つ様子みたいなのを表したかったんで、ジャングルのようなイメージの植物を描いてみました。
ありがとうございます。では最後に、エアルームブレイドについて、お願いいたします。
そうですね、これもそんなに得意分野ってわけじゃないんですけど、日本的な感じを出してほしいということでしたので、ちょっとでも一番これがもしかしたら日本の猫らしいカードに仕上がったと思います。
ありがとうございます。
Aquí estoy, ahorita voy a poner mi cámara.
といえば、猫が特徴的ですけれども、猫を描くときにどんなインスピレーションを感じていますか？
Traduce, por favor, traduce. Están que nos mentan a la madre y nosotros no sabemos, nos están poniendo otros subtítulos.
¿Te imaginas que están diciendo cualquier otra cosa?
Nos están mentando a la madre y nosotros ni cuenta nos damos, ni sabemos.
Mira a ver qué andaba diciendo el chat por ahí, que yo no los podía ver. Ahora.
Dice Pony, dale papel a Álvaro, se me hubiera ido al baño. No, lo que pasa es que vino Brian.
Conecta tu cámara, que está esa gente loca, tío. Mira la cabeza del tío allá abajo, en serio. Es muy loco esto, tío.
¿Por qué ha puesto su cabeza ahí a la altura de...?
No lo sé, tío.
意外とそうですね、視覚やあと音楽とかからインスピレーション。
Yo lo que pregunto es, ¿a la gente le gusta ver esto?
No lo sé, en fin, a ver, espera que vuelvo. Está hablando un ilustrador de Magic the Gathering, me he estado tragando todo lo de NES, tío. Me ha gustado lo de NES VR para Oculus, para el año que viene, me han gustado los caracteres y tal, no sé, puede estar... Si lo sacan luego en figurita estaría divertido. Y esto me parece una locura. La tía esta está flipando con los gatos, que si gatos mágicos, que si gatos elefantes, que si gatos, no sé, gatos peludos. Muy crazy.
No entiendo.
Ha ilustrado varios juegos estilo de cartas, ¿vale?
No, bueno, han hablado, yo sé que iban a hablar de unas ilustraciones nuevas, de unas cartas que han reeditado, que justamente yo le hablé a un amigo que es jugador activo de Magic y también comercia cartas, y me dijo que sí estaba interesado, pero no estaba seguro, y bueno, al final mucho bla bla bla, no se concretó nada, pero sé que las cartas que están sacando tienen un valor a largo plazo, ahorita se compran en $30, $40, y a largo plazo yo calculo esos van a valer sus $200, obviamente si tienes el comprador, ¿no?
Mierda, no sé qué me ha pasado, tío, que se me ha desconfigurado esto, tengo que salir, ahora vuelvo, ¿vale?
このウェブサイトでは、石黒彩子さんがアートを手掛けたパーフェクションシークレットレアドロップのフォイル版とノンフォイル版を期間限定で購入することができます。これらのカードはあなたのマジックコレクションにパーフェクトを加えるものです。ぜひお買い求めください。石黒彩子さん、本日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
You guys, hello, my name is Matthew Lillard. You may not recognize my face, but let me tell you who I am. I'm an actor. I've been in several movies in my life. Most of them are pretty horrible. Some of them are good. I was Shaggy in Scooby-Doo. But I also played Killer in Scream. I don't know if you know that Scream's a horror movie. And I played one of the killers. And it's October. And because it's October, I'm here hosting the Secret Lair drop. How crazy is that, you guys? It's me, Matt Lillard. And you guys, can you introduce yourself to the entire community at home? Mark, Tom?
Let's do it. Hey, everyone. I'm Mark Hagan. I work here at Wizards of the Coast. I'm a product architect, which means I help work on some of our new products, figure out what we should make, how to get it made.
Muy loco esta peña. Escucha una cosa, Álvaro.
Secret Lair. So all of the Secret Lair drops that we do.
¿Puedes confirmar si aún quedan figuras?
I get to play around with and help kind of bring to life. So I'm super excited to be talking Secret Lair.
Si aún quedan figuras de Dune, de McFarlane.
Hey everyone, I'm Tom
Figuras de Dune de McFarlane. No tengo la menor idea.
Puedes mirarlo si tienes la compu ahí.
Created for that. The Secret Lair drop stuff is super crazy.
Ahora te digo.
I love working on it.
Nice. So
he's the art guy. Tom's the art guy. He makes it all look good. So he's the secret to the whole thing.
He's the art guy. What are you? Just the handsome supermodel?
No, that's not him.
He's my muse. He's my muse.
Sí hay, claro que sí hay.
As a host, I don't know if you know this, I'm a host today. I've never hosted. This is obviously a mistake because they put me on guard. So before we get, I have a whole bunch of things to talk about. I have things over here that we can talk about. But before we do, I just have to tell you, spending my entire life in the creative arts, there are very few jobs that I envy as much as I envy your two jobs. I mean, what you guys are creating and your ability to tell stories, to lead art and be creative entities. Can you just talk a little about like how long you've been at Magic, and like what are your like give me like 2 of your favorite things about being in this job, because from the outside looking in, it looks like an incredible experience.
Tom, you want to start us off?
Sure. Let's see. I've been there almost 13 years now.
Marketing
Worked
de
in a
Magic.
bunch of different departments, but I've been in this studio.
No sabía que se habían fusionado Magic con Hasbro.
Two of
Pero
my favorite things, there's a lot.
interesante. Ojalá
the people
saquen
are
figuras
amazing.
de los personajes
Everybody
de
there,
Magic. Sería
like,
increíble.
working
Eso
with
sería increíble.
almost 100% gamers all the time is amazing. And then, of course, the art.
Monopolizante Hasbro, te digo.
Oh, sí, Hasbro está abarcando todo.
Just
Está-
amazing, but specifically like this crazy stuff.
Es
that
Hasbro
we're doing
Corp.
with Secret Learner Drop. It's just so exciting day in, day out, like finding these artists, working with them, and seeing what we can come up with together.
Nice.
Yeah, I've been here 5 years, just about 5 years. I grew up playing Magic. I was
Después de
I started
esto
playing Magic
viene
in
la,
4th grade when beta
la
hit.
presentación de
And so my
Wizard,
entire
que
life,
tampoco
my
me interesa
entire,
mucho.
going to school,
Y
having
después
jobs,
viene
like,
Marvel
living
Legends.
a
O sea,
life.
son
I
las
always
12:41
someday like
aquí
getting
en
close
Perú.
to the machine,
A
like
la
actually knowing how it actually
1:05, o sea, en 20 minutos
works.
empieza lo de
And it took
Marvel
me a long
Legends.
time
En
to
pocas
even
palabras.
think of that as an actual. It wasn't a goal. It was just like a daydream. You know, it just kind of existed. Magic was
Sí,
always
bueno,
part of my life.
obviamente
And then, yeah, not too long
saben
ago, I
que lo
thought,
más esperado
oh, maybe I
es
could
Marvel
actually be
Legends,
part of
así
it.
que
And
tenían
so
que
now being here,
aprovechar
being in the
hoy
building,
día para
it's
meternos
every
todo
day
el
is like,
relleno.
it's unbelievable. Every day I walk in the door, I can't believe I actually get to do it.
Pero si no hay problema, pero podían ser un poco más ligeros, ¿no?
We kind of not too far from
Podían sacar los
where I used to
productos,
sit
pero un
when we
poquito más
sat in the
ligeros.
office before everything was
Aunque
on
bueno, me
Zoom.
imagino que al que le interese esto,
I was so lucky. I would get to walk in the morning and
Me
glance
parecerá
over and
incluso
see the play
costoso,
design
¿eh?
team balancing the future of the game. So it's just like all these greatest minds, all these like pro level Magic players just grinding out games, debating, you know, like building decks in real time, making changes to the cards, and just to be near that, just to be like in the same room as that, to feel that energy, it just never gets old. It's amazing.
But then, when you walk around those offices, I was there years ago.
Sí, no, de verdad que bueno, es el juego más trascendental, más importante de trading cards de todos los tiempos, ¿no? A partir de Magic es que salieron las cartas de Yugi, de Pokémon, las cartas de todas las que han salido, la verdad. He nombrado las dos más populares de repente, nada más. Pero Magic es el juego, el trading card game por excelencia, el número 1. Y el que más premios también ha dado. Y tiene las cartas más caras también, creo. Aunque creo que ahora han subido más las de Yugi, no sé por qué. Bueno, yo no estoy muy enterado de lo que pasa en Yugi y en Pokémon. Pero sí puedo afirmar con total seguridad que el padre de las trading card games es Magic.
You guys, I just want to say that I distinctly remember sitting there with my whole family watching Stranger Things season 1. And this set is obviously
Estoy un poco perdido por lo que tuve que salir y regresé, pero ya.
no, yo más o menos cubrí un poco de broma, estuve cubriendo todo. Aquí acaban de empezar.
Yeah, you know, in a way, it's easy because it's overflowing with possibilities. Like it's this embarrassment of riches. There's so many like moments and scenes and dynamics and relationships that it's just all like there's so much of that with this show and these characters. So as the team sat down to think, how can we, you know, translate them into cards? How can we reflect them as a card? It's like, well, here's 10 cool things that we could do, or 10 cool kind of moments we could riff off of, and then you get to just pick one of those. So it's less of like, you know, the team wasn't arguing about this. It was like whoever can come up with the best idea kind of wins the day. And there's just such good source material. These characters, you know, for fans of the show, we spent so much time with these characters. We've seen them in action. So it's in some ways, it's kind of easy to do.
It's super rewarding. Like when you see a lot and you're like, oh, that's, you know, that's or Mike, the DM. Like all these images are so, I don't know, it's rewarding.
Bueno, estas cartas van a ser definitivamente, no van a ser parte del tipo 2, que es como se le llama cuando juegan competitivo, lo que va saliendo como que la temporada de temporada. Yo imagino que van a ser para modos casuales, no creo que entren para competitivo, así que
when we get to the art, we
Son
try
para
to,
colección y para jugar en modo casual.
we see what
Pero
the card
genial, ¿no?
does, and then we try to show that in the art.
Right.
Like if they're, you know, if they're spinning some sort of spell or they create a token, that stuff shows up in the art. And that's the same thing.
O sea, yo antes me juntaba con mis amigos a jugar
available for
Magic
sitting,
y de
like,
manera
anytime
casual y
somebody wants to
nos
play.
encantaba jugar de manera
No,
casual.
I'm available for any card. You
Y
still
estas
got
cartas
any
caen
card you
perfecto
want.
para ese tipo
What,
de
you guys, the
reuniones.
mechanics in this,
Wow,
there's new
está
mechanics,
brutal,
right? Can we talk a little about, I know that, because Mike's the DM, he's got like an investigate mechanic that's new and different.
Right.
Can you talk a little about that?
Yeah, so there's a mechanic that we've actually done previously in Magic called Investigate. And the way that works is when a character investigates, or when a player investigates, then they make a clue. And so a clue is a little artifact, and we actually have one of those in the set. We can put it up. And so a clue is a little artifact that you have out while you're playing, and then at some point you can kind of crack it open. You pay a couple mana, you sacrifice it, and you get to draw a card. So you get to kind of learn a lesson from the clue. So we've done that years ago in Magic sets. And it works well. It's always fun to draw cards. It's fun to have artifacts sitting around. There's a lot you can do with them within the systems of Magic. And so as the team started thinking about, okay, how do we bring this crew to life? What's kind of a through line that we can
Mira, Pony,
mechanically?
me acaba de traer
They came
Brian
to this idea of
mi
clues,
capa
but a lot of the
para
show is
Doctor
about
Doom.
figuring
Qué
out
bueno,
what's going on,
tío.
working together, following the trail,
Qué buena, tío.
solving the case, so to speak. And
Ahora
so
se lo voy a probar.
clues and
Es más,
Podrías
como esto
aprovechar y enseñárnoslo en pantalla. Quítale el volumen a esta banda, déjalo en pequeño y vamos a ver ese custom de Brian, tío.
Mira.
¿Tienes el Doctor Doom por ahí o qué?
Voy a probar, voy a buscarlo, por eso lo encuentro y luego lo muestro.
Genial. Le va a quedar brutísimo a Álvaro. Ese Doctor Doom. Steven Store. Bueno, ahí estamos viendo la carta de Chef Hope. Nada, están bonitas esta serie. Bueno, no sé si llega a serie. Eran un par de cartas a todo esto. No, no son muchas cartas, ¿eh? Son cartas contadas. Yo no he visto... Eso llega para... Eso no llega para... ¿Para qué llega eso? Que eran 10 cartas.
Ya.
No me oías que estaba sin auriculares, que son 10 cartas como mucho las que han enseñado, ¿eh? Tampoco te creas que...
A ver, vamos a probar la capa. Acá está el Doctor Doom. ¿Ahí me escuchas, Pony?
Sí, te oigo, pero quítate esta banda de en medio, incluso un momento, tío.
O sea, la he muteado. Ah, ya la saco completamente. Ya mira.
Y baja un poquito, si puedes, la cámara.
¿Qué?
La cámara. Ah, bueno, sube más la figura, que no le estamos
Claro,
viendo las
primero
piernas.
voy a ponerlo y luego lo muestro.
Le tienes que quitar la capucha esa plasticosa, su capa plasticosa. Enséñanos la cadena que traía la capa original antes. ¡Ja! Menuda cosa más fea comparado con lo que tienes ahora. ¿Cómo lo ves, tío?
Quiero ver cómo va a quedar enganchado esto. Vamos a ver cómo queda al final, ¿no? Quiero...
Yo ya de primeras te digo que la veo brutal.
Ujú.
Ahí está. 。
Ahí está. 。
Ahí está. 。
Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí está. 。 Ahí
Supop.
A ver, vamos a ver.
Vale, pero te la hizo sin capucha, porque no se le puede quitar la capucha al Doctor Doom.
No, sí se le puede sacar la capucha al Doctor Doom, pero no, me hizo sin capucha. Vamos a ver.
Porque tú lo quieres con la capucha original.
La verdad es que no esperaba que me haga con capucha. Pensé que solamente iba a ser la capa de un principio, así que creo que está bien. A ver, vamos a ver cómo queda el movimiento.
Se ve tremendo, ¿eh? Tiene alambre, ¿no?
Sí, claro. Lo único que no coincide mucho el tono.
El color no hace match exacto, ¿vale? No hace, no combina, eso está claro que no es el mismo, pero a mí me gusta más que el trozo de plástico con diferencia, ¿sabes? A ver una cosa, enséñalo de frente.
Quiero poner la capa primero, la voy a poner hacia abajo. Tiene articulación la capa en 4, tiene 4 alambres.
En cada una de las costuras, dices, ¿no?
Ajá.
Genial.
Me hubiera gustado una más grande, la capa, la verdad, como más amplia para poder jugar más y sea un poquito más épica.
Yo de tamaño la veo bien, pero bueno.
O sea, el tamaño está bien como para un Doctor Doom, ¿no? Es la forma, está bien. Pero a mí me gusta un poquito que sea más exagerado. Me hubiera gustado un poquito más exagerado.
Yo es que no sé hasta qué punto te supone quitarle la capucha, romperla. Pero yo lo que sí a lo mejor lo hubiera hecho con capucha, para quitarle la capucha de plástico. Y así ya daba igual que no hiciera match el color, ¿sabes lo que te digo?
Claro, de repente ya... O sea, sí iba a notarse una diferencia, pero no tanto como...
La cosa es, a mí no me gusta romper para quitar, ¿sabes? O sea, yo haría eso que te acabo de decir porque estoy muy enfermo de la cabeza. Entonces yo lo haría si se le pudiera quitar la capucha verde sin romperla y dejarla guardada en la caja del Marvel Legends. Pero si la tengo que romper para quitársela, ya me lo pienso. Y esa es mi pregunta, ¿se la podrías quitar sin romperla la capucha?
No, sí se rompe.
Claro, eso da mal rollito. ¿Porque va pegada? ¿O porque dices que no saldría la capa?
Va pegada.
Vale. Pues entonces es lo que hay, tío. Entonces está perfecta, tío.
A ver.
Y lo que es la cadena es un puntazo, tío. Y los broches, ¿de qué los ha hecho? ¿De epóxica? ¿De metal?
No, son metálicos. Son como dos botones de metal.
Genial. Muy bien. Está muy bien, ¿eh? Una cosa, una pregunta. ¿Le puedes...?
Lo que no me gustan son estos dos clips nomás. Esos dos clips.
No. Escucha una cosa. ¿No le puedes quitar lo verde que lleva ahí encima?
Sí.
Quítaselo, por favor. Yo no quiero esa cosa verde, creo, de debajo, ¿eh?
Vamos a poner aquí para que la gente igual vea lo que está pasando acá atrás.
Right. So then we have this even mirrored insanity. Is that what it is?
Bájale un poco el
No, you're perfect. So a long time ago, we did a magic set on Mirrodin, which is like an
Con todos mis respetos, un saludo para los enfermos del Magic.
part of our history. And so these cards are mirrored insanity. So they're kind of they're artifact lands. So they're.
Yo creo que ahora es cuando va a estar redondo el Doctor Doom, ¿eh? Cuidadito. Ahora sí, tronco. Ahora sí, bro. Yo, bueno, votación ahí. Votación ahí. Verás que la peña está con el pony. Tú estás con el pony, ¿no, Álvaro?
A mí me gusta más con su cosa verde de tela.
No, vamos a votar.
Pero sí, me descuadra un poco el tema de los colores.
No, así. Enséñalo otra vez.
Quiero darle un movimiento.
Así. Está perfecto, Álvaro. Así.
Igual para fotografía se puede trucar el color de la capa, o sea, tampoco no es tan grave para fotografía, pero ya para
A mí me gusta mucho el color que ha cogido, ¿eh?
Sí me gusta, pero me hubiera gustado que esté igual, como dices, la capucha con la capa. Ya faltan 5 minutos para que empiece Marvel Legends.
Para mí te ha quedado de 10, tronco. Y sin la capa y sin el añadido ese que parece que le vas a volver a poner, que le queda como el ojete.
Es que es parte del traje,
No,
es parte del look
parte
clásico.
del
diseño.
Del diseño clásico, pero para mí con el custom mejora tanto que el clásico se lo puedes quitar de medio. Pero es mi idea, la figura es tuya, loco.
Lo que sí, esto de aquí, ¿por qué está conectado? Esto debería estar separado. Esto es lo que no entiendo. Voy a sacarle este alambre. A ver, voy a hacerle una modificación aquí.
Yeah, that's a nod to Liliana, who has signed a contract with these 4 demons. So it's kind of a look back, a quaint retrospect into all of the deals she's made with demons.
Oh, that's good. That's good. She's an awesome. She's like, what? Hey, what color do you guys play when you play? What colors? What do you have? You is that public? Do people know, or do you play all of them? I like all of them. They're all my favorite.
That's a weak answer.
Blue black is the correct answer. That's clearly the best pair.
Vamos a poner en grande ya eso. La cosa que la gente que quiera podrá ver. Voy a poner el volumen para que la gente escuche mientras yo estoy aquí esperando.
Nada, están preguntando por sus colores favoritos.
Sí, ¿qué colores juega? Sí.
Azul y negro, blanco y azul.
I want to make sure we hit all these. Monster Anatomy 101. So this art, I don't know, I think it's the color of them and sort of it speaks to my Dungeons and Dragons roots. I mean, I love these. Like the Goblin is actually one of my favorite cards in this whole drop. How did you guys end up here? Like, is this an artist coming to you and saying, I have this idea for a drop, or do you go to them and say, hey, let's do these creatures, and find the right artist? Like, how do you these are so the whole set, this whole drop is so different across the board. Like, are these drops coming to you by artists, by people in house? Like, do you get up at midnight every night and scribble down your weird dreams? Like, where is this coming from?
Yeah, it comes from internal people. Like, a lot of people submit things, and then there's core teams that kind of dream up these things. They start as either we're card themes where we have an idea for some cards and we find some artists, or we find an artist and we say what would be cool for them. In this case, we came up with the theme for this. We're like, we want to see what makes these creatures tick, right? We had to make sure it wasn't gross, like they were dissected.
Todo el mundo se está quitando, pero ahorita regresan seguro para el Legends.
The colors, like you mentioned, I love the colors, and
De verdad que hasta yo estoy
we
aburrido de
made
eso.
sure to share because it's in the style. We made sure to share like the frame colors so that you could key off of that, and in essence, each kind of complemented and matched that.
Esto es lo que quería.
It's just they're just gorgeous.
Sacar esto que
I love the primary colors. Again,
estoy sacando esto. No entiendo para qué lo puso. Pasa que aquí había puesto esto acá arriba, acá, para que esté junto a esto, pero esto debería estar separado, así que lo voy a sacar. Porque no tiene sentido. La capa original está así separada, mira. Está separada.
This is a crazy set. It's kind of like Escher-esque, right? It's like this.
Está separándole el enganche del alambre que traía.
Sort of beautiful.
Sí, que no tiene sentido.
Where did this come from? Like, what's the inspiration?
Entonces, ahí me parece que iba a quedar.
¿Ah? It's kind of
ten cuidado a ver cómo queda. No sé, a ver cómo reacciona ahora con eso.
Where we have like
no es muy arriesgado para el metal, ¿sabes?
We also did
Para la cadenita.
for each of those sets, and we wanted to do something besides the basic lands, like these cool Innistrad lands from throughout time.
A lo mejor lo hizo más por eso, por seguridad, para que no sea la cadena lo que lo sujete.
Puede ser. Vamos a ver.
These artists that were killing it, we asked them to do another one.
Estoy dispuesto a arriesgarlo.
This work is a lot more work than actual like other art that we've seen, like traditional magic art and stuff like that, because it's all just lines. Like it's like you were just saying, like these cards are so small, but
más que nada porque los broches no están como broches, sino que están pegados. O sea, si los broches están pegados encima de la tela, en vez de remachados.
No, están remachados.
Ah, bueno, si están remachados, vale. Lo único es que se te rompa una cadenita. O sea, un eslabón.
Ya, ¿cuánto falta? 3 minutos para que se vayan estos payasos.
A ver, ponte tú en grande, enséñanos el Doctor Doom.
Espera, todavía no termino.
The level of craftsmanship that goes into these cards. And then, as we're rounding out, Tales of the Undead, I think it's hilarious. I just think these cards are funny. I think that, again, the secret layer drops give you an opportunity to be charming, to be funny, to sort of like, I don't know, there's a tongue-in-cheek aspect to these that are great.
Yeah. This one would definitely, the artist was right in mind when we were thinking.
Van a mostrar todas las cartas.
Fiction covers from like, the 50s.
En otro tiempo me hubiera interesado esto,
and this
pero ya.
artist, Faye Dalton, does this style perfectly. Modern artist, just looks like everything's like from another era. And we had her work on like the titles, the card titles, to draw those out, and the flavor text is up front, like a little blurb on those pulp books. And she
La verdad es que no sé por qué tenía eso.
The Rise of the Dark Realms is particularly amazing with all
those. Lo que te he dicho, por seguridad, creo yo.
Yeah, it's great, and that Liliana piece is awesome. I just think they're fun. And then the last but not least is the Pulse release, Perfection, which is again hilarious. And these cards. How did you guys, Mark? Where did you guys come up with these? Like, is this a moment where you went to Pulse? Like, how did this relationship? How did this start? Because this is different. What's different here is that it's not a secret layer.
Right.
You have to go someplace else for these cards, right?
Right. So everything we've shown you up till now, up until Perfection, is on secretlayer.wizards.com. That's the way we typically sell these. We wanted to do something special with Pulse, and so we said, well, let's just take a drop and build it for this and release it through Pulse instead. So that's the way that this Perfection works. So it's an experiment. We're trying it, and we hope people like it. And so we said,
no, pero yo de verdad, Alvarito, le quitaba la tela esa malísima.
No, ya, pero está bien, no, pero digo para que veas que el broche acá, esto estaba pegado, los dos juntos.
Sí, pero de verdad, hermanito, quítale esa tela mala, que no le llega ni a la suela del zapato a la que te han fabricado justo. Quítale esa tela verducha fea, mal cortada, ahí por Hasbro. Quítale esa telucha mala, Álvaro. Hazme caso, hermano. De verdad, hermanito, hazme caso a mí.
Quiero que te mortifiques un poco más. Mortifícate un poco más y...
Es que me estás haciendo daño, cabrón.
Mortifícate un poco más. Todavía sufre un poco más y ya...
Mark and team came up with some cards and this
ya,
is the result.
Váyanse. Ya les pusieron la música de fondo para que se vayan.
So, well, to be clear, like these are all cards we've done before. We've done other versions.
Es
of
momento
these.
que se vayan,
None of these
chaval.
cards have anything to do with cats. They don't have cats in the rules. They don't have cats in the theme. These are just normal cards, and they've never looked quite like this. So.
You guys,
A ver, la gente que quiere que se vayan estos tipos de Magic, un pulgar arriba. No, un pulgar abajo, mándenme un pulgar abajo ahí. Y si tienen sus emojis, suelten sus emojis. Yo voy a soltar mi emoji para que se vayan. Ahí
You
está.
guys have an incredible job, and
Ya
Secret
que se
Lair
vayan, por favor.
is such a gift to the community. Just as a fan, thank you for everything you're doing. I just think the cards are super fresh, they're super fun, and I think they add a lot to the Magic world. So thank you for having me. It's been super humbling to be here for like 25 minutes, and who knows, maybe we'll find something to do in the future together. I'm telling you right now, Matthew Lillard said there's something there. Matthew Lillard, a Wing Commander, who doesn't want that card? But anyways, thank you very much. You guys, Secret Lair, it's time's running now. You know how this works. Go get them while they're still there. And Perfection, you can find the Pulse. And again, thank you. I'm humbly very, very grateful for being here and for spending this time with me. So thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Matthew.
Ya.
Por cierto, ayer dejamos lugar al error. No, salieron las dos figuras. Salió en 6 pulgadas y en 375, la del Mandalorian con la araña.
Put on those cards was really truly amazing because all the fans out there, they get a chance to throw them out there into battle and build their decks, and they have this cool equivalent where you can put both of your characters together, and now they're both the actual co-leaders of your actual pack. I think it's truly amazing, man. But I know everyone out there is excited to get their hands on this stuff, so you gotta get ready for all the sale info, all right?
Aquí el tema es que muy cortita quedó la cadena, me parece.
No. La cadena está perfecta.
Ya lo arreglé, era cuestión de posarlo y ahora sí está.
We had an in-depth Secret Lair October Super Drop, starting with the Stranger Things reveal. Some beautiful artwork also made its way into the Secret Lair to celebrate this spooky October in big fashion. So check those out, spooky and cute, and connected to all the products we saw today. Secret Lair, Stranger Things, still speaking on spooky. We have some other classics. We have the Monster Movie Marathon. It's nice to be back.
La última, ya la última.
What's better than like retro 8-bit
Ok, ahora sí, colega. Vale, ahora ya me tienes aquí.
No, pero esto el problema es que el peso le gana y se lo lleva para atrás. Eso tiene que quedar aquí. Ahí.
Oh, you
Ese es el
you
tema.
gotta be careful.
Because if my deck gets knocked out, then
Tengo que ver cómo hacer para que se quede ahí.
Yeah. I don't like losing either.
Ah, no, falta Wizard. Pony, te voy a poner ahí para que hagas un ¿cómo se dice? Un lip sync. Vas a hacer un lip sync.
Con mi Mandalorian, precisamente. Mi custom Mandalorian.
Matthew Lillard, as hosting that, asking those questions, he was really excited to see like the design.
Vamos a hacer una batalla de sincronización de labios. Una batalla de sincronización de labios.
Zombies, thrilling tales of the undead, and last but not least, the Perfection series with illustrations created by.
Por favor, omitan la presentación de Wizard y muéstrenos los leyes.
Monster cats. They're gorgeous.
Yeah.
I loved it. PPJ Perfection cards are out there. Get your favorites today. Sales from Hasbro Pulse Premium members opens at 4 p.m. Eastern. Non-premium and other retailers, 5 p.m. Eastern. Some exclusions may apply.
Yeah. And now we got to know, are the fans with us? Are they with us?
They're hyped. They've got to be hyped.
They're hyped.
Of course. Oh my God, Matthew Lillard, I love him so much. He was campaigning for his own card and his own deck. We want to see the Matthew Lillard deck come.
And if you've got the platform, campaign for your own card. Yeah, I agree.
Pony, baila y salva a Hasbro, sí, por favor.
Card, please.
That makes perfect sense.
That makes sense. The fans get it. They get it. And Neo Venom, the art on MTG cards are always awesome.
Yeah.
Agree to agree.
Agree to agree. It's always cool because they're like little art pieces you can take everywhere.
Yeah. It's tiny little art in your pocket.
Yeah. Gotta love it.
Consider that as a slogan. Tiny little art in your pocket. Okay. What if we switch gears
What if, si me das un Ultron, sí que te hago un bailecito, ¿vale?
Mira, mira, Pony, si te sacan un Ultron vas a hacer baile.
I cannot believe it's
Te digo, that's awesome! Amazing!
Bien, omitieron a Wizard. Bien. Es que se les pasó el tiempo.
Se les pasó el tiempo.
Se habrán dado cuenta en el chat oficial que la gente diría, no,
hasta luego.
Sí, bye Wizard. Chao Wizard. Otro día. Ya estamos, Marvel Legends, al fin.
But, you know, the rest of our fabulous team is obviously with us through the magic of satellite. We have Ryan, Dan, and our dear, 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 dear friend, Jesse. Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Hello, Marvel Legends fans, and welcome to Pulsecon. We are your opening act, the Hasbro Marvel team, and we are so excited to kick off this spectacular.
A ver, no hay spoilers ahí en su.
What's that?
En su repisa.
It actually started when? Oh, okay. No, it's fine.
Yo no sé si estoy flipando, ve ahí un Ultron.
No hay nada nuevo, no hay nada
un
nuevo.
Ultron normal.
Sí, todo es normal.
Ryan, Dwight, and Dan, we're joined by Jesse Falcon, our special guest for this entire panel. Jesse, of course, you guys know him. He is a living, breathing Marvel legend himself. Jesse, thanks for being with us today. How are you feeling?
Great. Thank you guys for having me here. Super fun. Pulsecon, part 2.
Cuánta emoción.
So first off, we're going to be doing something pretty cool today. We are going to be doing a fan vote reveal. So what's going to happen here is there's 3 options, and the fans, you guys will vote in the chat with a hashtag, and then at the end of the panel, the winning clue with the most amount of votes, we will actually go ahead and reveal. So what are those 3 clues? So first up, right, this is a figure that has been released previously in a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. That's clue number 1.
Yeah.
Clue number 2 is going to be, this is a Marvel villain character that has never had an action figure before. Clue 3 is, this is a hero character that has never had a figure before. So in the chat, you're going to go hashtag updated, hashtag villain, or hashtag hero. And then we'll tally it up, and you'll kind of see, and you'll get an extra bonus reveal later on. But before we do that, we are going to talk about
el hombre molecular.
Available now to purchase. We revealed them several months ago. So first up is our World
Es el que yo estoy esperando hace tiempo también ese. Y
with the captain. I think
no creo que no ha salido tampoco en Toy Biz.
Done in recent years. Dwight and Jesse, what do you guys love most about this set? And it has to be the cheeseburgers, right?
Cheeseburgers are fantastic. Ryan,
El hombre molecular yo creo que
I'm
es
a big fan of the captain character. We like
un villano que nunca han sacado.
New additions to our lineup.
Me da un poco igual.
Teams and him being part of Next Wave.
No, sí es bueno.
To do a character that honestly none of us I think thought we'd get to for, quite a while, if ever, because sometimes the characters are just so random, but that's the magic of Marvel Legends, right? You guys have been with us for a long time, and we go deep. So here's your first version of the captain. What about you, Jesse?
Yo espero que suelten ya ese Capitán América nuevo, que está muy, muy bueno.
¿Qué Capitán América, tío?
El nuevo Capitán América de los 20 años.
Ya. Todavía no se ha podido coger, dice.
No ha salido todavía, ni siquiera preorden en ninguna parte. Qué gracioso que está haciendo el panel de Hasbro y tiene su Hot Toys.
All right, and that's not the only item. We have one more item. This is a Toy Biz inspired, something Jesse can also talk to, but this is a 6-inch Venom figure with some crazy cel-shaded deco.
El nuevo.
A awesome Toy Biz inspired Spider-Man.
Quiero ver si ya está listo para empezar a pedir esa vaina.
So you see him there.
Tengo que estar atento. Ojalá no sea preorden, sino que ya está en stock, si no, no lo voy a poder pedir ahorita. Tengo que esperar.
No, this was just fun. This was something that the team's been excited about for quite a long time, right? We've been looking at, all these animated shows for all these years, and we just haven't got a chance to take a take at cell shading. So it was cool to do that, something different, something new. It's always exciting when
Todavía no están abiertos. A las 4 abren todo.
This was our first take at doing that, and so far it seems like the response has been really positive. So maybe we'll get to see a little bit more of this stuff in the future, but it's definitely my favorite proportion Venom that we've done so far, using the old Omega.
Está muy buena la proporción de ese Venom, sí. Es mejor que la porquería del Venom con el molde de Sentry. Y el Monster Venom ya es como muy exagerado, o sea, este como que está en el punto medio. Atlas de los Thunderbolts.
Ghosted black on black on the backside is a really cool look as well.
Y el efecto rojo celeste, rojo azul, así, en la serie animada se ve tal cual, así, con esos colores.
El shading, dices.
No, no es el shading, en realidad, o sea, parece ser el shading, pero así en realidad se ve en la serie, no es el shading. Se ve así como dibujo.
Así lo han llamado, creo,
Sí, no sé por qué se le ocurrió usar ese término, pero no tiene nada que ver.
Way too many figures over the years, but he looks really cool. The card's awesome. Our oversized retro spider card, inspired by all of the amazing work that Jesse did.
Saldrá figura de Melissa.
And it's just every one of those cards are just so beautiful and colorful.
Tanto hablan de esa flaca que ya, verdad que ya me tiene, ya se ha vuelto ya demasiado. Obvio que se lo merece por Garepalo.
Shout out to our packaging team always. They make the retro cards awesome. So shout out to our packaging team and branding team.
Ya, bueno, eso es lo único que ya estaba anunciado. Ahora vamos a ver lo nuevo.
I love that card, so I hope everybody gets multiple.
Speaking of which, okay, so these 2 convention exclusives, they are going to be available to purchase starting at 4 p.m. today.
Ya, sí, eso lo tenemos claro, o sea, dentro de 2 horas.
For everyone else. And special plug to the Hasbro Pulse app, which we know everyone has gone and download. You can go purchase through the app as well.
La app de Hasbro Pulse solo para Estados Unidos.
So those are items you already knew about. Let's get into
eso es algo que no me gusta mucho de Hasbro Pulse. Es muy cerrado, son muy cerrados con el mercado norteamericano.
And will be up for pre-order today. First up is the Marvel Legends Retro 3 3/4 segment. We have a Pulse exclusive item, another 2-pack to reveal for you guys. So let's take a look at the first character here.
Ya, bueno, 375 es obvio que van a empezar con lo menos importante.
Bueno, está bonito, ¿eh?
Retro 2-packs are.
Sí, yo de verdad que me parece muy bonita toda esa línea. Me pica mucho comprarla, siempre me picó. Pero nada, me aguanté nada más. Me aguanté.
Yo tengo muy poquita. Tengo Iron Man, Spider-Man, Capitán.
De las nuevas que salieron.
No. Tengo unas muy clásicas. Buah, este Wolverine brutal, ¿eh?
O sea, aquí lo más bonito. Pero lo más bonito es el empaque.
No, yo me compro 2 y saco una fuera, ya te lo digo.
Ah, son foil.
The pictures just don't do it justice. It's absolutely, it's spectacular.
No, Wolverine está brutal.
No, están muy bonitos. Son muy bonitas para exhibir. Así que en su caja.
Yo
esas no las sacaría de su empaque.
No la voy a intentar pillar, güey.
Yo esas no las sacaría de su empaque, las dejo ahí y las miro así como si estuviera mirando un catálogo.
Available for pre-order later today at 4 p.m. Eastern, starting for Pulse Premium members. It's available on the app as well, so use that new Hasbro app. And Dwight, I expect those figures returned to me minted.
Voy a subirles un poco el volumen.
Don't go opening them when I'm not there.
Ya. Ahí se escucha bien, escuchas bien el audio de ellos y me escuchas bien a mí también. Mira todos los que ya han sacado. Y hago la junta se ve más bonito todavía.
Steve Evans, he helped us put together this awesome checklist, so you can make sure you've gotten every single figure. So this now includes
Muy bonito, pero ya yo más o menos vi que iban a hacer bastantes y dije, no. Otra
No,
línea
pero yo
más
de estos
no.
no tengo ninguno. Yo de los que tengo son de Marvel Universe.
No, estos
Álvaro.
no son de Universe, esos son así estilo Kenner, de 4 puntos de articulación nada más.
No, yo de estos no tengo y comparto contigo, no me había fijado. No, estos son para dejarte de cara ahí colgado, como dices tú, y no. Yo los que tengo, que te digo, muy particulares son Marvel Universe, que tengo Spider-Man, Capitán América, Iron Man, los dos duendes, Shocker.
Falcon. So this is a super fun figure that JB and the
¿Qué más
design team
tengo?
working with Jesse. We've got not only the wings, but also his
Alguno más, pero básicamente eso. Estoy haciéndome los 6 siniestros y la Trinidad que siempre tengo en varias cosas, ¿sabes?
Qué bueno ese Falcon.
Sí, pero esto es como dices.
Van a sacar ese Falcon
tenerlos
también
todos.
en ley en 6 pulgadas.
Para tenerlos todos, mira el Venom.
Lindos están, o sea, no esperen pues una cosa espectacular, es para tenerlo así, tal cual, con su imagen, la figura ahí, ya,
retro reveal,
nada más.
Pre-order and a sneak peek into 2022. Jesse, did you want to just say a quick word about
Universe está desde hace tiempo descontinuado, ¿verdad?
No,
sí,
might have
hace tiempo,
existed
ya
in some
Universe
alternate reality.
fue completamente.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
Lo que han sacado de esa escala son los de Gamer.
O antes incluso.
No sé exactamente, pero sí sé que ya tienen un buen tiempo. Fuera.
I wanted to have existed when I was 12 years old, when I was a kid, and that's what this line.
¿Quién es él? No entiendo quién es él. Que realmente parece que discúlpame, pero si a mí me invitan acá, yo mostraría más emoción. Cuando le dijeron, sí, que él es de Jesse, que no sé qué, y él es un Marvel Legend él mismo. Sí, hola, gracias, aquí, Hasbro Pulse, otro año.
Definitely.
Bien.
So let's shift gears now. We're going to go to one of our first special marvelous guests. Dan actually had the chance to speak with this guest. So
Pobrecito
Dan, why don't you cue
Brian.
up this nice interview segment?
Todo el entusiasmo muestra para que el otro...
Thanks, guys. So earlier this week, I had the pleasure and honor of talking just briefly with one of my favorite Marvel writers right now. You might know him from, this year's event of King in Black. So without further ado, let's go to this pre-recorded segment where I got to talk with Donnie Cates. Donnie is one of my favorite writers right now in Marvel. He is a superstar. You might have seen his
Sí,
work
ese trabaja
with
para
Doctor
Mattel,
Strange,
Ray, totalmente.
Thanos, Cosmic Ghost Rider, of course, Venom. His most recent run with Thor is one of my favorite comic runs to read right now. And I'm super excited because in the fall, his first issue of Hulk is coming out. So without, being too geeked out and too nerd out right now, I just want to say thank you. Welcome, Donnie, to our Hasbro Pulsecon Marvel Legends panel, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. And thank you so much for having me here. I mean, really the only thing that you didn't hit in my whole discography there is that I am also a huge toy and statue nerd. So I'm totally stoked to be here and excited to find out really
Ese es Eminem de Chibolo. No, es Eminem ahorita.
Yeah, just so everyone knows, we did keep Donnie sort of in the dark.
Es el
so
Eminem
he's sort
de
of
los
in the dark
cómics.
of the surprise that we have. So stay tuned until the end to see the little reveal that we have with Donnie here. So first, straight off from the bat, you said that you collect statues. Can you just kind of talk through your origin story when it comes to, statues, action figures, and things of that nature?
Yeah, totally. Actually, weirdly enough,
Este también trabaja para Mattel porque lo invitaron. Dice, lo único que te faltó decir en mi currículum, soy un gran coleccionista, soy un coleccionista nerd de estatuas de Marvel. O sea, estás en Hasbro Pulse y yo soy coleccionista de estatuas.
My parents couldn't afford to get me the statues and the toys and all that kind of stuff. And so I actually started, I read an article with right? And he kind of did like a tutorial of how to walk people through
Todo queda en casa, es como yo estoy con una Black Series, pero bueno, a fin de cuentas.
Luis Moisés Miranda, a ver, dice, hola Álvaro, saludos desde México, por lo que veo pueden sacar algo del dios simbionte del cómic King Black. Puede ser, ¿eh? Si ya lo han llamado a este muchacho, me imagino que algo con Venom van a sacar, ¿no? Aparte por el hype de la película, que no he visto todavía, pero... Sí, tenía el cómic de King Black en mano, tenía al artista, ¿no? Algo tendría que salir. El chino se luego pone los demás son de Perú.
Venom, weirdly enough. I know that sounds made up, but that's totally true. And so what's cool for me now is that like I'm not a huge collector of comics. Weirdly enough, like I tend to give away all my comics to my friends and stuff like that. I don't like to keep copies of my own books in the house. It feels weird.
Puro infiltrado han mandado, porque todos dicen cosas como que para bajonear, para bajar. Este dice, yo no colecciono mucho nada de cómics, la verdad. No colecciono cómics. O sea, lo acaban de pintar como que... está bien, es un ilustrador de cómics que no colecciona cómics, se entiende, pero digo, no tienes que decirlo mañana. O sea...
and so every new book that I write, as soon as I finish the first issue of it and turn it in,
sí, Steve, sí he visto.
I go and buy a statue of whatever character I'm doing. And so you can't see it on camera, but just right over there across the way from
bueno, la página de Marvel también están biografías de los ilustradores.
Venoms and Hulks and Cosmic Ghost Riders and Thanoses and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm a huge nerd when it comes to that kind of stuff. I find them to be such intensely like beautiful handcrafted pieces of just like of art, you know, like even down to like a pop figure, or you know, especially you guys' stuff. I mean, there's so much craft and so much love put into those things, and as someone who at least used to be a sculptor.
No, me río lo que habla acá el
ilustrador. Team always, they never get as much shine as they deserve. But that's so interesting to hear because, you know, for me too, you know, my parents, you know.
No, pero dice Ray que cualquier vendedor de arenales le pone más
so I have one Spider-Man toy that, you know, used to be the main titular character in my head, you know, and I would create stories around him with like a Beanie Baby or like a Happy Meal toy, things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Like,
same.
So moving away specifically from toys just a little bit, just so that our fans can know more about, you know, the comic book development process and story development process. Like, what is your process like when it comes to, you know, the abundance of Marvel characters, right? Like, for instance, like I chose my Spider-Man toy and then I created a story around it. Like for you, when it comes to, you know, with Marvel, I'm sure they kind of give you like a list, hopefully, of like characters. Do you just like go through a list and pick a character and then you're like, oh, that's the start of the process? Like, what's your process like when it comes to all the special Marvel characters that you have?
There's no real one set way that it goes down. I mean, sometimes, yeah, it very much is. I mean, I have an exclusive contract with Marvel, and so you know, I'm under contract for a number of years, and I have to be writing a certain amount of books, right? And so you know, when it's something like you know, like when like Doctor Strange started to like wrap down, once I start to get into like my final 6 issues,
yo no entiendo por qué si es una convención de Hasbro de juguetes, por qué me meten tanto contenido entrevistas para ilustradores de cómics. Yo digo, o sea, 5 minutos está bien, pero ya que se metan su charla de 10 minutos, yo no he venido para escuchar la entrevista de este artista, que imagino que será muy bueno, todo, pero no me interesa.
I have a dream for that book. I have
plant the seed, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? And so like that and Thor.
Luis Moisés, la verdad es que los agarran en cruda, sí, deberían haber hablado antes, oye, no vayas a decir esto, o a ver si conversamos para saber qué cosa preguntarte, ¿no? Bueno,
but I still made it very.
No importa, al fin y al cabo me parece gracioso, ¿no? Ese tipo de respuestas que al final los dejan más. El gringo tiene una cara aburrido, sí, es que debe estar aburrido, porque él dijo que colecciona estatuas. Dice que lo primero que le vino a la mente cuando es de figuras fue los pops. Y después dijo, pero ustedes también hacen muy buenas figuras, ¿ah? O sea, como diciendo... ¿Para qué invitan a alguien que no sabe de Marvel Legends? O sea, tienen que invitar a gente que si van a invitar a alguien y quieren hablar con un artista, un ilustrador, que sea alguien que también coleccione o sepa bastante, tenga alguna idea de lo que es Marvel Legends.
Like you said, now Marvel has seen fit to give me the two most powerful characters in the entire pantheon, Thor and Hulk. We'll see if that's
él va a hacer todos los cómics ahora de Thor y Hulk.
No, I can tell you again, like.
Entonces no me sorprendería que salga algo de
cómo compone los personajes, y ya está hablando de que no hay un camino solamente, de que a veces tiene las ideas muy claras, otras veces depende más del editor. Y otras veces es más libre, y bueno, eso es lo que estaba diciendo.
Bueno, no sería muy loco que saquen cosas de Thor, ya que viene la película de Thor pronto también. No es muy sacado de los pelos, ¿no?
Bueno, acaban de, no sé si te has enterado que también han dicho que va a haber una continuidad para World War, o sea, para
that's really
después de la serie de She-Hulk o algo así, se está rumoreando.
Like this is like for comic book fans or anybody who's ever gone to a Comic-Con, right?
Bueno, Hulk, no necesitamos Hulk ahorita. Lo han explotado, el nuevo molde de Hulk lo han explotado a más no poder.
No, te digo en cine sí que nos haría falta.
Or, whoever in the industry that you love, or who are these great artists, and you can pay them to draw a character for you. That's really
claro,
cool,
Luis
right?
Moisés, sería también bueno ver cómo desarrollan, por qué repiten tantos moldes y cómo hacen para elegir los moldes. No sé, algo para entender lo que nosotros nos importa, al menos en este tipo de contenido. Si el gringo sonríe, hoy cae nieve en Lima. Sí.
I had seen a piece of tattoo flash by my good friend and my tattoo artist, Ian Betterman. He had this drawing of this like skeleton on a bike, and it was like in space, and the front wheel was this burning ball of plasma. And I just kind of looked over it as I was getting a tattoo, and I was like, dude, Ghost Rider in space would be awesome. How has no one done that? And then I went to Jeff Shaw and I started talking to him about it, and then the Frank Castle of it all kind of started to make more sense, that's the thing about Ghost Rider, right? Is that like he's a character a lot like Venom, right? Where
es una entidad que se mete. Ghost Rider es una entidad, no es una persona en sí, pues, ¿no? Puede ir de uno, puede ir de otro.
Ghost Rider, creo que
está hablando del Cosmic Ghost Rider. Es Frank Castle. Es Spanish.
Frank Castle, ¿no? Es el Ghost Rider poseyendo a Frank Castle, pero además con los poderes de Estela Plateada, creo.
Cool thing that people like and tattoo on them, which is weird, and people cosplay as, and now there's action figures and statues, and it's all very surreal. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely like we have
de ahí que sea Cosmic.
Venom, Ryan Segman made this character Null, and that was a big,
Cosmic le viene de los poderes de Estela Plateada, como Heraldo de Galactus, creo que es.
To really get this design of Null down, and he was partially inspired by the idea of, because Null is like the god of the abyss and lives in absolute perpetual darkness in the void. And so the idea behind his look was to make him kind of look like deep sea fish that are like super pale and kind of see-through and stuff like that, because they're not exposed to light and their eyes are very big, right? And even if you look, Null even has little like slits on his mouth, like gills.
He does.
And then, you know, we wanted to add those big venom teeth, and then we wanted to, you know, do the symbol and this armor and all this kind of stuff. And it took like maybe, I think maybe in the world there exists 2 drawings of Null before we got to the final design. Like Ryan and I pretty much like snapped into it really quick.
Kaiser Tronus, hola Kaiser Tronus, a los años. Que ya anuncie la maldita figura, Necoamano. Álvaro, Steve Flores, Álvaro me compró un vintage Star Wars original a 30 soles. Creo, buen precio, creo, ¿no? 30 soles.
I think you're leading me up for a surprise.
Depende del estado, ¿no?
You already know the answer. Because the answer is quite obviously the Lord of the Abyss, the God of the Symbiotes himself, Null. Do you have something for me?
¡Qué cabrón! Le ha preguntado qué carácter crees que faltaría y le ha dicho, por todo lo que llevamos hablando, no me estará insinuando algo del dios de los Venom, ¿no?
So take a look.
Wow.
Let us know your thoughts.
Oh, dude, no way.
Wow.
Oh, dude, that is killer.
Wow, qué buena
All right,
figura.
Donnie, what are your first thoughts on this Null, man? What are you feeling?
I'm a very proud dad, man. I gotta tell you, that is a killer sculpt. It really is. I love everything about it. It's great. I really never thought in a million years at this bizarre character that I made over, God, like 5 years ago with Stegman.
Claro, este es el asesino de dioses, ¿no?
Tangible thing. And honestly,
No sé, yo no he leído ese cómic, estoy tratando de escuchar, pero algo del abismo, ¿no?
Because as I told you earlier, and growing up as a kid who couldn't afford
A ver en el chat, ¿quién es, ¿cómo se llama este personaje?
Here I am, like,
Null.
on a Hasbro panel, and like
Canul,
you guys are showing off a
no
toy
sé, yo
that
no lo
I
conozco, pero
created
ahí
with my brain.
ahora vamos a...
No sé si es Null
No,
o...
Null, dicen aquí el...
Sí, a ver, Null es el...
Like you said, you're the daddy. You and Stegman have
el
created
dios
such a
simbionte,
cool
¿vale?
character that is so toyetic, as we'd like to say, right? It's such a cool character with cool designs. So, but you've also worked on tons of other characters too within Marvel. And they haven't been made into action.
Es el Comic King in Black, tal cual.
No. So just thinking about all the other characters that you've worked on.
Es el creador de todos los simbiontes. Wow, es un personaje de peso, de mucho peso. Está bueno. La figura se ve genial. Bien, arrancamos bien, ¿no?
Era lo más esperado, Álvaro, junto con lo que yo estoy soñando, que no creo, de Ultron, pero esto era lo más esperado, ya te lo digo, lo está esperando todo el mundo.
Una wave, puede ser que entre una wave de villanos o puede ser que entre una wave de Venom para el Venom versus para el Venom con Carnage, y sacarán la versión Carnage ahí de la película, es lo más probable, ¿no? Yo creo que puede ser una wave Venom King in Black y ahí te meten también el Carnage de la película. Me parece que sería coherente, ¿no?
Nick Klein's new design for the Thor costume in our Thor run, with the rune on his chest and everything is great. And also, I mean, the Herald.
Es el creador de los Clitars, o sea, los simbiontes. Bueno, bien, vamos. Empezamos bien. Ya yo me estaba como que durmiendo, aburriendo, ya estaba bostezando ya con tanto floro. Pero ahora está. Ya arrancamos bien. A ver, voy a buscar el cómic, vamos a ver qué cosas podrían salir.
This like big
Vamos a ver, Álvaro, en la película que viene ahora de los Eternos, ¿vale? El villano está relacionado con Null, ¿vale? Porque le roba la espada en un momento determinado.
Who was a ghost dog.
Le roba la espada, que no me acuerdo ahora cómo se llama la espada, que es súper importante.
La necroespada.
La necroespada, eso es. La necroespada, de hecho, va a aparecer en los Eternos. De hecho, hay incluso rumores de que todo podría estar conectado hasta la escena post-créditos de Venom. Habrá matanza, ¿vale?
Is the answer of what I want.
Pero eso es mucho especular.
Hay un Hulk flaco que podría salir a partir de esto.
Yeah.
Sí, también.
And also, and I'll say this last thing. for
Pero
fans
sería un
of
spoiler de
follow,
She-Hulk.
you know, the comic books and everything. I know
Y lo otro que
we're,
podrían sacar en esa
I'll
wave
go into a
es
bit of a
más
tease.
héroes, más
My last company,
personajes,
Hulk,
héroes
with Ryan
venomizados, ¿no? Eso podrían
is going to
salir
have a
también.
brand new design for Hulk. As he
Yo creo que
goes
más puede ir por ahí,
interstellar
más
in our first arc
venomizados.
called Smastronaut. And then as the series goes on, there might just be a brand new character.
No, pero están hablando del gran maestro, creo.
That character, I gotta say,
Del Hulk, de World War Hulk.
but you'll have to wait and see.
Oh man, we're gonna have to go offline and talk this through, man. You and I will
Absolutely.
Zoom each
Los
other
dragones de
and,
Null.
talk about it. But fans and Donnie, thank you for joining us, man. It was truly an honor just to have you talking. You know,
Wow, si sacan los
toys,
dragones de
talking about
Null, aunque
Null.
sea
Hope
como
you
buff,
love the Null.
sería
I promise you,
increíble.
man, I will send you the earliest sample that we have. You can do an unboxing maybe for us. We'll
Yeah,
see, you know?
absolutely.
No, por favor,
you
que él
got
no haga el unboxing.
Well, that's it, fans, for us. I want to say thank you for joining us. Stay tuned for the rest of our Pulsecon panel. But Donnie, thanks again, man. You are truly a superstar, and I'm geeking out truly right now. So thank you, brother.
The pleasure's all mine, man. Thank you so much.
All right. Peace out, fans. Peace, Donnie.
Peace.
Ya. Ok, vamos. Ese,
Thank you again,
me imagino
Donnie,
que
for,
pueden, van a anunciar alguna
toys.
wave
I
con
honestly
eso.
learned a lot. I didn't know he had like a sculpting background, but I'm sure most of you caught it. But you know, this was the first time we ever created a Null Marvel Legends figure. Dwight, can you talk us a little bit more about the Null that Donnie just revealed today?
Sure, man. Well, I can tell you a little bit about it. The figure is absolutely spectacular. I think it's going to stand around 8 inches tall. I can't tell you anything about the character
8
himself
pulgadas,
because I've learned a long time ago
poquito
not
más
to lie to you
grande.
guys and pretend I know stuff that I don't know because it always
Una
blows
cabecita
up
más
in
le va a
your face.
llevar al,
And I'm still reading a lot of
a un
80s
molde
Fantastic
regular.
Four back when I was doing research for Galactus, so I have not.
No, 8 pulgadas más grande, no, más grande, no, va a ser
any of
2
these
cabezas le va a llevar.
Las McFarlane son 7, Álvaro.
The figure itself is
Será
stunning.
casi como un
2 cabezas le va a llevar, sí,
Steppenwolf.
2 cabezas.
Como un Steppenwolf o
sword,
como un
to,
Darkseid de
wiggling
McFarlane.
around it. He's about 8 inches tall in production and all the articulation you'd expect.
Será el buff, entonces no, o va a ser un deluxe,
looking,
pero no,
Dark
eso
Knight
ya no entraría en
character,
una caja
with all of
regular.
that armor and goop and the awesome Venom, what we know kind of is that Venom crest in red across his chest. So really cool figure, and I think he's going to be an awesome centerpiece to the Spider-Verse because of his height when you get him yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get that Null. I believe he's around 8 inches tall, and he comes with that really cool all-black Necro Sword accessory. And again, for me, I was nerding out. You could see how much I was smiling and laughing just because I love reading Donnie's stuff. So thank you again, Donnie. And I can also confirm, if Ryan and Jesse let me, but I can confirm that in 2022, there will be another Marvel Legends figure that is based off one of the characters that Donnie wrote. So stay tuned, fans of Donnie. There's more to come in 2022. So let's kind of stick with 2022 and kind of go through a little bit. One more reveal. Walgreens this year, we had a theme of cosmic characters. And in 2022,
Los Walgreens ha sido imposible conseguir, de verdad. Para mí ha sido imposible. En México sé que tuvieron su llegada, pero acá en Perú ha sido complicadísimo.
Character or first item within our Walgreens.
Pero el Quasar no lo pude conseguir, no pude conseguir.
This figure has not really come out in classic form since 2014. Ryan, correct me if that's wrong.
De 2014 no sale.
It is none other than Baron Zemo.
Otro Zemo. Ah, versión clásica.
Dwight, take us through Baron Zemo, man.
Yeah, he's
ya, wave de supervillanos. Wave de supervillanos, ya tenemos. Bien, está bien. Me gusta a mí la wave de supervillanos porque ahí te completan.
Really cool sculpt. A different version, a more classic look at Zemo because we've done the more modern take.
Excelente. Buen update.
And you'll see the sword from that. The sword's familiar.
Muy buen update.
The character
pero
has got a lot
no me gusta la máscara. La
máscara
máscara que yo tenía la idea de la clásica es la que como que cae así como el estilo de Cobra, que tiene así como de tela que cae. Esa es la versión. Aquí la han hecho otra.
he just looks awesome. So all the purples, all the golds.
Es muy,
cool Baron Zemo.
es muy el estilo de la Secret Wars, tío.
I don't think we're doing the other versions just yet. Stay tuned.
Álvaro,
But,
es muy Secret Wars.
Here you
Sí,
go.
bueno.
Baron Zemo.
Esta es la que yo decía.
So fans go on the message boards. Let's see what other villains you think are going to
Igual no me disgusta para nada. Igual es muy cercana a la que yo tengo en la idea.
Taking us back to some stuff that's going to be able to be pre-ordered today, starting at 4 o'clock. Let's take it to some of the items that I really love that came out this year. So from this year, remember we had Tiger
Buenísimas
and
esas
Hercules
dos.
on these
Ya
awesome
saben, hay preorden de esas.
bags. So the next item that we're going to be
A mí me dan más igual estas dos.
No, están buenísimas. La tigra y el Hércules.
No, yo sé que, por ejemplo, a Jota le gustó mucho el Hércules, por ejemplo.
A mí también.
There she is. If you remember, she came out in our Family Matters.
La van a sacar a la Scarlet Witch en versión individual vintage.
Scarlet Witch.
Sure.
Buena.
Una pintura mejorada, ¿no?
On the awesome card.
La pintura se ve mejor, pero la cara no sé.
No es la misma figura, tal cual.
A lot of we took out the metallics. The last time we did her, she was very shiny. She had the metallic sheen to her pinks. We wanted to go something more classic.
Le quitaron el brillo metálico y lo hicieron más plano. Sí, me parece bien una buena opción.
Lo mismo que con el Iron Man.
The West Coast Avengers. Está bonita. Yo no la necesito, pero estoy seguro que varios no pudieron conseguirse el trío. El trío pack, entonces sí le va a servir. Así que avisan también, ¿no?
It's super topical with
yo calculo esa cap X Collectibles $35. Yo ya te la canto ya.
Known in a more depth to a lot more fans, so obviously just made a lot of sense to get her back out for you if you missed the Family Matters 3-pack.
That was a perfect segue, Dwight. You're such a pro, man. Seriously, because you can't have Wanda without Vision, right? So we didn't want to leave Wanda all by herself, so
pero ya salió Vision.
Also, starting at 4 o'clock, if you're a Hasbro Pulse Premium member, you will be able to pre-order this awesome white Vision, also on the retro card bag. The last time we put this figure out, or this character out, I should say, was in 2015. And again, Ryan,
a mí me gusta mucho.
But Dwight,
tengo muchos visiones y en ese molde del Bucky Cap
he's got alternate hands, which is always fun for punching or
le habían hecho un update con el Visión clásico, con que le pusieron el molde del Spider-Man 2099.
Wow, pero no sé, increíble.
Para dejarlo en su caja, sí, yo lo compro para dejarlo en su caja, sí. Con su caja se ve brutal. Pero luego como figura, no sé, yo veo algo plástico completamente blanco, no me llama la atención ni como figura, simplemente me llama la atención dentro del empaque.
Bueno, es blanco y gris, tiene los ojos negros, que me parece precioso.
This version of him didn't wear shoes.
Yo es como que pero
you don't need shoes, you can do
habrá gente que le guste y está bien.
So, you know, that's what he did.
Me parece que va a salir Wave entonces, o están sacándolo individual. Mira, ni él se emociona.
Starting today at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
A mí me parecen una parejaza, súper bonita.
No puedes compararlo con el Hércules y Tigra. O sea, no,
pues yo para mí me quedo con Visión y la Bruja Escarlata.
Bueno.
De aquí a Lima.
Es que tú necesitas personajes mainstream.
Ryan, I think you're going to introduce
no.
for today. So
yo estaba esperando de la versión cómic. Así. Yo no.
Friend of Marvel Legends, amazing
Marvel
artist,
Universe,
great work for Marvel Comics and other projects. This is David Nakayama. We had a chance to interview him, chat about his art, his work on Legends, and he also will help us with a new reveal via a one-of-a-kind sketch. So let's take a look at our chat with David.
Otra entrevista más.
All right, so we are here with David Nakayama joining us. Artist David, thank you so much for joining us first off amidst your busy schedule, and welcome to Pulsecon.
Thank you for having me. This is so cool. I'm honored.
Yeah, so for those fans in the know, right, and familiar with our Legends packaging, David has done a lot of great work on some various Legends items, which I'm sure we'll talk about. But David, for any fans who may not, know your face and maybe just your name, tell us just what kind of projects you do and what you work on these days.
Hace arte, creo que es el que hace los artes. Ahora vamos a ver.
Years and years. Started freelancing a few years ago, and now I do every cool thing I can get my hands on, including games, comics, and of course toys, which I love to do. One of my favorite gigs ever.
Sí.
All right, we'll definitely get to talking toys soon, but as I was doing some research about you, it was really interesting for me, at least, and some fans may not know this, but when it comes to all your fantastic comic covers, which you guys know well, you actually do it all. You're a triple threat. You do the pencils, the inks, and the colors. I don't know how common that is, but can you speak to kind of how you learned to do all the trade crafts?
Thanks. Yeah, traditionally in comics, most people want to be the penciler, right? And then other artists come in and finish and polish the art. But what happened to me is I went off into video game land for many years and sort of Battlefield learned how to color. And so when I came back to comics, I had that new skill, and it made me a little different, I hope, than other people, and offer something a little more unique in the marketplace.
Bueno, a todos les digo que están entrevistándolo para que haga un reveal de una nueva figura. O sea, después de que terminen de hablar van a mostrar una nueva figura. Con algunos sketches o borradores que ha hecho.
Knew about your covers work, but didn't actually until I researched that know that you were doing it. You were doing everything. So that's really cool. And as David mentioned at the top, we're here to talk toys, and David's done a lot of great Legends work. And we actually have a special treat for a little later in this segment. David did a brand new sketch to help us reveal an upcoming Marvel Legends figure. But before we get to that,
hazla corto, ligerito,
with Ben and the Hasbro Marvel packaging team, and how that process kind of goes from start to finish, from when you get briefed on an item to the final product, which you see some examples behind me here.
Yeah, it's really fun. So Ben will send me a brief about what's been done already. In a lot of cases, the characters have been at least designed in a 3D way. So I know what it's going to look like. I generally know what the colors are and where they are spaced and the general style that you guys have come up with. And then I'll pitch a series of roughs, kind of figuring out how the art might look in the specific space that we have on the side of the box most of the time. And then we'll go back and forth until we find something that fits the bill. And of course, we're always trying to keep an eye on an overall set in a lot of cases. Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 7 characters, and you're trying to make sure that when those are all laid out next to each other, that they look great as well. So at some point, we'll have an approval with you guys, with Marvel, and then I'll actually get in there and draw it. And occasionally, sometimes during the process, we'll want to make corrections based on something Marvel needs. Maybe something's been recolored. It's a very interesting collaborative thing that we do.
Yeah, shout out to Ben and the rest of the packaging team, just going back to that process, just so people know, like, the timeline, right? Like, how long does that timeline usually take too?
To actually make the art, or when it's a toy on the shelf?
Yeah, so like once Ben initiates that until like the end, where, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like it plays out over no more than 1 or 2 months at most. Like he'll call me and we'll need something. Maybe
perdón.
Nada, y hablando del proceso de cómo va desarrollando el proceso, de cuánto tiempo le lleva entre 1 mes y 2 meses, cómo va haciendo como una relación de lo que es la serie completa, de todos los caracteres para que quede
like you said, usually within a month. So we appreciate that a lot, man. And it's always dope stuff, man.
Thank you so much.
That's a good point about the cohesiveness, because David's done a bunch of Build-A-Figure waves for us, right? For example, the Deadpool Strong Guy wave, and then both Age of Apocalypse waves. And then, we're actually keeping that consistency year over year. So if you have all 14 AOA Build-A-Figure figures lined up, that they're all going to look, great next to each other. So not to put you on the spot, but what would you say are some of your favorite Marvel, Hasbro items that you've worked on?
Oh, they're all so good. I mean, that's really tough to answer. But I got into comics and comic art specifically because of X-Men. Like I saw a Jim Lee X-Men comic book.
Robo José, nada, recién estamos empezando. Han revelado a Null, que es un figurón, se ve genial, y han revelado a dos, a Scarlet Witch y a Visión Blanco para empaque vintage. Ah, y Baron Simo,
las figuritas de Wolverine, la de Phoenix.
Y las de Kenner, las tipo Kenner.
Those characters, and there's really no loser for me. They're all fun. And I've had, I've read a book with just about everything that crosses my desk. So I have that personal connection and like of those characters.
Speaking of, your fandom, I was listening to a podcast you did, and you spoke about, really being a Transformers fan from back in the 80s, like a lot of us. So for those fans, who have it, behind me is the Transformers collaborative Blackbird jet, basically the ultimate expanse. And then David did the awesome artwork you see there. So was that fun working on Transformers and Marvel together all in one package?
Oh my gosh, what could be better, right? Like before I was a Marvel fan, I was a giant Transformers fan. The only toy line like I had all of, like that was asking for Christmas all the time. I had Optimus Prime one year, I had Metroplex, a couple of years later. That was my bag for many years. And, Marvel came along later, but I mean, both are amazing. To put them together is so unique. Has it ever happened before? I don't even know. But it was an instant yes. I could not say, sign me up fast enough.
That item came out great. And I did want to close on this sort of hopefully fun question, right? So that Transformer has what appears to be a trio of powers. You've got the Psylocke psionic effect. You've got the Cyclops visor for some optic blast. And then you've got Wolverine claws. So if you could pick 3 different X-Men powers to combine into one, who would you pick?
Well, I gotta have flight, so take it from whoever you want. A lot of people can fly. That's the critical power whenever you're asking this question. And then you have to be invulnerable, so you can survive the super flight. So pick that from, let's call it Colossus.
Logical.
Right, and then for fun, let's throw in some Cyclops I-beams, because that'd be awesome. Just nuke people from orbit.
So as part of Pulsecon, David was nice enough to do a new sketch for us to help reveal a Marvel Legends 2022 upcoming figure. And so we're going to take a look at the various stages of that sketch. So David, talk us through sort of how this all came to be and the different steps throughout the process.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, so when I'm starting a sketch, the critical thing is like, well, who is this character? What is their deal? What are they about? What are their powers? I'm thinking about, how can I show that characterization in just one frame in a sketch? So for the character in question, who I'm going to dance around who this is, but you're thinking about the elements of their power. You're thinking about their personality type. Are they a kindly and good person? Are they mean and evil? This kind of thing. You're thinking about that, and that sets the stage for how you're going to pose them. So the body language and the facial expression and energy pouring off them. These sort of things get, pop into your head right away at the beginning, just based on who that character is. After that, it's, you're penciling it and you're starting to think about, well, how do the eyes line up and, certain considerations about anatomy. And of course, when you're working in pencil live, on paper, you don't have the luxury of using a computer. There's no undo button. There's no do-overs. So it can be a little tricky, for someone like me who mostly works on the computer. I'm not used to it necessarily, but I'll do my best when I'm drawing by hand. Make sure everything's lined up best I can. Once I feel confident about it, then I'll go in with inks. I have a series of Faber-Castell Pitt pens and Sharpies for big blacks, that sort of thing. Get all those lines nice and crisp. And then finally, it's I have a series of Copic markers, alcohol markers, and then also some Prismacolors, and then the combination of the two different colors work better in different pen types. I'll put those down in layers to create the sense of, black and white, contrast.
Necuamano, todavía no muestran nada. Es que todavía están en puro floro. Tienen que mostrar más.
Touch and go. It may not work. It's just not coming together. I finally get in there with this little this little white pen and pick out little details like the sheen on the nose or the eye or a rim light around the figure.
Bueno, ese sketch me imagino que será será la imagen del personaje que van a revelar.
But not being able to see it up until the last minute. That's the nerve-wracking part.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think if we're seeing it here, the final product here is clearly, you said this was an X-Men character with elemental powers. This is Vulcan here, which is an exciting character. We've never had him before
Vulcan. Sí, pues.
in Marvel Legends. He's the third Summers brother.
Ahí Piero,
we're taking a look at him here. So this is super exciting for this figure.
Me gusta ese personaje. Buena edición.
Yeah, and so this is coming to your Legends collections in 2022.
Ya, muéstrala.
David did the packaging artwork for this, so this was another stab at a sketch. Just for those fans who maybe haven't worked with an artist like yourself at a convention, how does the process go if someone comes to you and says, hey, this is my favorite character, can you do a custom piece for me? Do they give you like all the direction, or do they just kind of want to be surprised at the end by your take on it?
Porque dijo que era de X-Men.
It really varies.
Ahora qué versión, ojalá sea la versión con la armadura dorada.
It's sort of it's a time-sensitive and exclusive kind of thing, right? Like I only have a certain amount of time during any given show to even do them at all. So there's this thing that happens on Thursday at the beginning of every show where everyone is running to the artist table
versión de armadura dorada.
Their request in before the artist.
Porque hay una versión con la ropa como desgarrada.
So and then once, let's say we agree, we decide, yes, this guy wants to hire me. Yes, I'm going to take on the job. They'll pitch me what they want. 99% of the time I'll say yes. Sometimes it's for whatever reason something I can't or won't do. If we agree, then generally I get to decide what the pose is. Sometimes they'll want me to homage something, famous, and I can decide whether that is something I want to do or not. Usually I say yes.
Ahí Brian quiere hablar.
Then, I do my best, and you hope that they really love the result. In general, people are
poco floro.
I like to think it's because
ligerito,
I go to full color,
Brian, cállalo, por favor.
Not every artist does do that, and so I feel like
Pony, haz algo, por favor, bonifícalo.
Yeah, going back to you're able to do it all, right?
I try.
Pony, bonifícalo, por favor,
Pony. It's so incomplete without
Díselo, Pony, bonifícalo.
Feel interesting or finished without that. So if you were to look at my Instagram, there's nothing black and white. Like going back thousands of posts, I just not that excited about black and white.
Well, I mean, so now's your chance. What is a pet peeve of yours when it comes to those kind of asks? Like, this is your shot, so that people know not to ask, you.
It's really kind of, at this point, I'm fortunate, I'm grateful to have the opportunity to, take on the projects that I like, both in freelance.
Díselo, Pony,
díselo. When it comes to these sketches. So if someone says, hey, I want you to draw my original character, or hey, I want you to draw my girlfriend.
Mucho inciso, mucho inciso.
Which, no one's ever happy with the results of that. So, that's the kind of thing I'm going to say no to. If the character is really, really, really obscure, like even I, as nerdy as I am, if I haven't heard of the character before, then maybe I'm less interested. I'm thinking in the back of my head that I want these to be social media posts at the end, like the artwork is gone. I'll never have it again. They have it. And I purposefully undercharge for them. I know I'm worth more in the marketplace than what I actually charge, but kind of the idea is to democratize this. Let the fans have their crack at some original art, or at least I'm trying for that to happen. For the most part, I will try to give people what they ask for, but there are those little edge exceptions that I try to avoid.
So those are tips for any folks who come find you at the conventions to get there.
You heard it here first.
If I were to go to your table, David, I would probably see if you could do trading cards, because I've made it well known that I'm a big trading card fan, and I was just so happy to learn a couple of years back that you did this Fleer Ultra 2018 set. Like I think I saw you posting it on your social, and so what was that like to do something a different medium a little bit?
Oh, it was really kind of a dream come true. You know, like we were talking before about growing up in the 90s and loving Marvel stuff.
Ah, ¿por qué le preguntas más cosas?
You were definitely buying Marvel
Es como cuando le pregunto al Pony sobre Art Toys.
And then
No
also
para.
the Jim Lee X-Men set that came in between, I think. To me, the pinnacle of trading cards, as we know, was that Jim Lee X-Men set. So if someone's going to offer me
bueno, Pony, métete un inciso, pues, mientras
the
tanto.
opportunity to draw X-Men trading cards, that's something I got to do
No,
at least one time.
me está noqueando, te lo digo en serio. Me están noqueando hasta mí.
A mí me están durmiendo también. Yo digo, vea, por favor, avancen. Mira, si hasta Brian está con los ojos rojos, está que se queda está así.
A lo mejor nos hemos equivocado de evento o algo.
Los que se han equivocado son ellos con su horario.
Poco lento, o sea, ha tenido mucho altibajo esto, tío.
Hoy día tendría que haber sido más dinámico
más fluido
y de Marvel tendría que haber sido el más dinámico y hasta ahora está muy lento. El de G.I. Joe estuvo mucho más dinámico, sinceramente. Hasta el de Fortnite creo que estuvo más dinámico.
Under my own name on every single major social. So David Nakayama at Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, you name it. Also ArtStation. Artists, you want to be on there. So hope you'll find me on ArtStation as well.
So go check out David's stuff. He'll continue to do Legends work for us.
Hice un Bar Simpson versión Rorschach de Watchmen en 7 abrazos. Eso califica como arte hoy.
Thanks again, man. We really appreciate chatting with you and sharing in your Marvel fandom.
Si fuera el traje dorado, el sketch no debió ser dorado.
Thanks again.
Definitely my pleasure. Thank you guys a million for having me on.
And, no lo tengo tan claro.
Yeah, peace out, man. Thanks, brother.
All right.
Parece que no tuvieran mucho que mostrar porque están haciendo la larga. Bueno, todavía queda tiempo, ¿no? Eso termina tienen 1 hora más todavía
Thanks
para
again,
mostrar.
David, for
Por eso
joining
están
us. We
haciéndola
really
tan larga.
appreciate you putting the time and effort into that amazing Vulcan sketch.
Tienen 1 hora más.
Era un sketch. Okay. Gracias.
Let's take a closer look at this render. I wanted to talk
No, pero que muestren la figura.
Dwight
Pero
and
digo,
Jesse
tienen todavía 1 hora
of this figure
más.
and, this new
Entonces
body mold.
me imagino
So let's take a look at
que han tenido que
the
cubrir.
digital render.
No, yo quería la versión dorada. Mira lo que me mandan, un repaint. Esa es la que no quería. Esa es la que no quería. Justo la versión más estándar, esa es la que me saca. Nada, no me gusta. Pero ya bueno, personaje adicional.
New smooth pinless body for future applications, correct?
Correct. You're absolutely right, Ryan. Bucky's getting a little
Me
long in the
desanima.
tooth, so
pero bueno, vamos a ver qué más viene en esa web de X-Men, ¿no? El cuerpo nunca antes visto, claro.
For Marvel Legends going
es el cuerpo del
and,
Spider-Man 2099, creo. Aunque sea, deberían usar el molde del nuevo Spider-Man vintage. Tanto floro para mostrar eso, sí.
Bucky can slowly start to,
es un nuevo Bucky Cap, es un nuevo molde. Espera, aguanta. Pero a ver, quiero verlo. Bueno, es un Bucky Cap pinless y con articulación de...
mariposa,
y con mariposa.
Along with the pinless elbows and knees, it also has butterflies in the shoulders, which is just always great to give you some extra posability. And it's a really solid build.
Vamos a ver, la estatura estaría bueno también ver que ojalá ese molde sea un poquito más alto que el molde del Spider-Man 2099. Quiero verlo de nuevo para ver, quiero ver la forma de los hombros, la estética. Bueno, el molde nuevo, pues que tampoco no me voy a quejar si me están actualizando el Bucky Cap con pines a un Bucky. Eso es lo bueno, no que esa figura usen eso ya. Lo bueno es que es una actualización del Bucky Cap. Eso me parece bien.
Tampoco te asegura que lo vayan a usar ahora en todo,
No, pero ya si después de esto me usan, además en un molde Bucky, digamos un nuevo Cyclops con pines, ya de verdad que para tirarle para bonificarlos ya. Buena, pero ¿qué hago con el? Pero Sam Wilson sin. Y ahora ¿qué hacemos con el otro Sam Wilson?
¿Qué hacemos? Pero ¿y las alas, tío?
No, y a las alas te las sacas, no sabes, tú sabrás de dónde.
Entonces, ¿para qué, tío?
Para que compres. Yo anuncié, lo anuncié porque estaba 100% seguro, ya lo profeticé diciendo, van a volver a sacar el molde del Capitán Digno. Lo dije. Es más, en las comunidades donde todo el mundo tira caca, por ahí uno me pregunta, ¿cuánto puedo conseguirlo? Dije, yo, aguanta, que seguro lo van a sacar. Es imposible que Hasbro no vuelva a utilizar ese molde o lo use una sola vez, así como es imposible que use el molde de Sam Wilson, Capitán América, una sola vez. Lo bueno es que nos ha dado cabeza sin lentes. Tiene dos. Bueno, no está mal el pack. Yo aún teniendo el otro Falcon, vale la pena, creo, conseguirlo. Más que nada por el Capitán Digno. Exacto, por el Capi.
Awesome alternate Steve, and yeah, super awesome to do our first ever.
Y está muy bien hecha esa cara, ese rostro.
No goggles, no anything, so he looks awesome. I can turn him around so you guys can see his face a little bit better.
Es un pack recontra comercial. Es un pack recontra comercial. A mí me vale la pena traer varios de esos. Yo sé que se van a vender porque es re comercial.
Para el que lo quiera bien, para mí, nada.
Tons of deco applications.
Pero ese es el mejor molde de Capitán América de Hasbro, o sea, para películas, Capitán América película de Hasbro. Ese es mejor que el que tenemos tú y yo, que es el que viene, el de Civil War.
Lo único que lo mejora es el rostro intercambiable.
No. Todo el cuerpo es porque el molde del de Civil War era muy delgado del lado. O sea, tú lo ves del lado y no tenía pectoral, no tenía espalda, nada. Era muy súper flaco. Míralo.
Eso va en gusto. Yo, para mí, ya lo discutimos una vez. Para mí, esta figura que tenemos tú y yo es más bonita.
Of Hydra there. So this figure, right, he was part of the 2014 Captain America
Winter
Soldier Build-A-Figure wave.
Es una actualización, me gusta. Yo no lo tengo ese, así que a mí sí me gusta, me viene bien.
No me parece mal, es la primera que de las tres.
Uy, se ve brutal, mira eso, se ve muy bien. Me imagino que le habrán arreglado los problemas del molde de piernas y de espalda que tenía antes. Me parece que está brutal.
Esta sí está interesante.
El rostro se ve muy bien desde donde estamos, a esta distancia yo lo veo muy bien. Quiero ver la espalda, quiero ver el pin de la espalda. Bien, está bien, la espalda bien. Oh, no, está muy bueno. No, lo único que estoy viendo es que está con las piernas un poquito más largas de lo que debería. Un poquito más largas, pero no me disgusta, no llega, claro, no llego a desaprobarlo por eso, pero sí está un poquito más largo. Tuvieron ese mismo problema con los moldes anteriores. Que es por la bota, que por las botas creo que no lo cuadraron bien, pero
levanta mucho la parte de abajo de la bota, como un poco más larga.
Lo alarga y hace parecer que estuviera muy larga las piernas, porque la suela me parece muy alta, ¿ves? ¿Ves? Acá dice Piero también, es el viejo molde el que tiene las piernas flacas. Parece, ¿no? Pero igual no está mal, igual me gusta. No hizo nada. Lo despidieron, no hizo nada. ¿Te das cuenta, Pony? No hizo nada el tío. Estuvo ahí sentado.
Enseñó su figura.
¿Cuál figura?
La que tenía rodeándole de Hot Toys.
Enseñó su Hot Toys nada más.
No, ¿eran Hot Toys o eran Celet o qué eran, tío?
Eran
no sé, tú has dicho que eran Hot Toys, pero yo no sé si llegaban a Hot Toys.
These guests need no introduction, but just as a reminder, right, we're so fortunate to be joined by Eric.
Papi, ¿esto es pregrabado? ¿Qué onda? Porque pensé que era en vivo y ahora me están mostrando así de la nada un cambio, se cambiaron de ropa, todo, era pregrabado. Me han estafado, yo pensaba que era en vivo.
Es muy raro esto, ¿no?
O sea, es pregrabado, se han metido bloopers pregrabados.
Oh, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks, Ryan.
¿Quiénes son ellos? No escuché nada.
Dan, I think
¿Quiénes
feels
son?
the same
¿Escuchaste?
way, but as a child of the 90s, I just wanted to thank you both. I know you hear this very often, but we wanted to express our gratitude
creo que
for
son
all those
dueños de
great
una
memories, and I
fundación
think for a lot
para
of
ayudar
fans
a
like
niños
myself, this cartoon show was the jumping
niños
off
o lo que
point for
sea.
fandom. Like it led me to the comic books, the trading cards, the video games.
Son los
and then,
dueños de la
into
fundación
adulthood, into collecting, and now getting to share it with my son
que ayudan a
and daughter
coleccionistas que no les
eventually.
alcanza a comprar las
can't thank
figuras
you
de
guys enough.
Hasbro.
So yeah, I
Entonces
just wanted to just jump right
hacen
in
un
here.
fondo
What we're
especial
gonna
para
do,
que
guys,
tú
is we're
como
gonna chat for a
coleccionista
little bit. There's so
no
much we could
sufras
talk
de no
for
poder
hours,
comprarte
but
una
we've got a
figura.
couple of questions,
Entonces
and
ellos
then
son los
Eric and
miembros
Julia are
fundadores
going to help us
pensando vamos a
reveal
escuchar qué
some
dicen.
new Marvel Legends product that are very heavily inspired by the animated series and an homage to that show that we all know and love so much. So guys, as we just reflect back on the show, it premiered in October of 1992. It's going to be almost 30 years next year. Just wondering, with
Yo también
Marvel
necesito ayuda de
being in such a
esa
different place
fundación.
nowadays, at the forefront of pop culture and mainstream media, what comes to mind just as you reflect on 30 years ago, bringing the X-Men to television screens, all across the world for pretty much the first time?
It's like the world's turned upside down. It was like before and after Flight or something.
A ver,
because
developer and showrunner. Ya, vamos a hablar de lo que es. Eric Lewald and Julia, showrunner. ¿Qué demonios es esto? ¿Developer de qué? Ah, ella es writer. Ella es escritora y él es un desarrollador.
They just it's comic book, a few comic book guys in their basements.
Algo de X-Men claramente, ¿no? Pero ¿qué cosa? ¿Un show, un update de la serie de los 90? Porque atrás tenemos, lo que tenemos es de serie de los 90.
So nobody had really a reference point to believe in it, but she really did. And so she got the creative people together. She worked with Marvel. She got this thing on the air at the possible cost of her job.
Yep.
Yeah, because her boss didn't believe in it either at Fox. So here was this little orphan show that, looking back, she told us 85-90% of our audience on Saturday morning is not going to know who the X-Men are.
Think about that. That was reality back in 92.
There wasn't a genre of movies or TV shows that was superheroes. There'd be once a decade, there'd be a Batman movie or two or a Superman movie or two, and that was it. There was not this whole world of this culture of superheroes.
Oh.
And so we were hired on. We did the best job we could as fast as we could writing the first season. And then all the creative people, the writers and artists, were let go because the network thought it wasn't going to be successful.
So before it even aired, we were all fired.
We were all working on other shows when it came out, and suddenly it was this huge #1 hit, and then it played all over the world and got hundreds of millions of fans. Okay, that's very cool. They had to call us back real fast.
A ver, vamos a ver un ratito aquí, para no hablar ya mucha broma. ¿Quién es Eric Lewald?
That's how different the world was in 1992. They didn't even bother to have a contract for a second season for any of us.
Well, we're very thankful that they got most of you.
Ya, ellos son los escritores de la serie animada de los 90, ¿no? O sea, por favor, sáquense una reverencia a ese par de esa pareja.
Quítate el copito.
Una reverencia. O sea, fuera de bromas, ellos son los escritores de la serie de los 90 de Fox.
De la serie animada.
La serie animada de X-Men de los 90.
Just broadly speaking, what advice would you give to other people, who are trying to balance internal passion and motivations and what they think is right with a lot of the external expectations?
Entonces de la asociación adopta un coleccionista y ayúdalo a completar su colección.
How do you get through it all?
Let me suggest that you surround yourself with
Pinque,
the perfect team.
yo compro figuras baratas, si eso te ayuda y tienes muchas. Es que cuando uno tiene, yo hice un video al respecto y la idea es poder comprar bastante para disfrutar más una colección, ¿no? De acuerdo al bolsillo de cada uno. Hay gente que se compra bastantes Hot Toys, bueno, el que puede. Hay gente que se compra bastantes Legends. ¿No? Yo soy uno, yo la verdad, pues a mí me alcanza por comprar bastantes Legends. Hay gente que no le alcanzará a comprarse bastantes Legends. Si le alcanza para 2, mejor es que coleccione algo más barato. O de repente tiene suficiente templanza o control o puede manejar eso, que también está bien, ¿no? O apunta que más adelante le alcanzará a comprarse bastantes Legends, o después, ¿no? Hay jóvenes que están estudiando que más adelante van a trabajar y les van a alcanzar a comprarse lo que les dé la gana, ¿no? Pero sí, totalmente de acuerdo con tu comentario, Pinke, me representa. Bueno, anticipo acá, hay que, a buen entendedor, pocas palabras, poco floro. Si están hablando con ellos es porque van a sacar más figuras de la serie de los 90. Es tan claro como eso, o no están de acuerdo.
No, bueno, imagínate que nos sacan ahora.
No, yo digo, ¿cuál estoy esperando? El pack de Toad con Blob y el otro, se me fue el nombre. Ayúdenme, por favor. Claro, Toad, Blob y el otro que es no me acuerdo el nombre. O de Blob con simplemente Blob con Toad.
A mí como que me da un poco igual esos personajes, pero bueno.
Pero son nuevos, y son personajes fuertes. Blob es un personaje muy popular, muy conocido, que te lo sacan en todas las líneas que sacan X-Men, siempre lo ves. En las películas lo ves, en todas las líneas de juguetes los ves. Entonces Blob me parece que sí.
Ahí a ver qué me haría ilusión de los 90 de X-Men, a ver si me ocurre algo antes de que ya nos lo metan.
Pero lo que sí estoy en resumen es que ya es momento de que cierren con la colección de los 90. Ya no se metan a Age of Apocalypse más antes de que cierren los 90. Cierran 90 y meten Age of Apocalypse, o lo que a mí más me gusta, que es House of X. House of X me parece a mí lo mejor que hay ahorita moderno de X-Men, pero que cierren con los 90 ya, para no estar Corsario también falta.
¿Hay alguna Kitty Pryde, tío?
Sí hay, pero está como nombre.
Pero me refiero con ropa urbana. Sin traje, sino Kitty Pryde, como Kitty Pryde.
Como Kitty Pryde.
No como Gata Sombra.
No, sí hay, claro que hay. Salió en la primera web de X-Men del buff de Juggernaut.
No la recuerdo.
Yeah, and thanks to your dedication and your team's, familiarity with the source material and really leaning into those X-Men stories, dealing with themes that were ahead of their time, definitely for kids television, but not dumbing it down. I think it speaks to the longevity of it, and it's why now this whole series is available immediately at our fingertips on Disney Plus. And so you've got adults who have children of their own, like myself, who are starting to introduce their kids to the show. What is it like to just hear that now? Through Disney Plus, a whole new generations of kids is basically becoming familiar and fans of your work.
What was amazing was when Eric and I first began going to conventions about 5 years ago because of the show's anniversary. Just meeting way back in 92, there was no social media.
El Iceman, tío, podían hacerle un upgrade, ¿no crees tú?
Writers, we were always kind of head down over the computer, just getting work done.
No creo, ya, otra vez.
We were all working out of home offices.
A mí no me gusta el último que hubo.
I didn't know.
A mí tampoco, pero cumple.
How it affected people individually. I knew the show was Fox's.
Podrían sacar uno nuevo.
I knew that, and and for the 5 years it was on, I was aware of that. But then getting to talk to people, having them come up to the two of us and share these stories of how they shared it then with their own family and now sharing it on with their kids. It just makes your heart melt in a positive way that this has happened, and it's. Again, 30 years later, we're still talking about it. That doesn't happen with a lot of shows. So couldn't be more proud.
Yeah, fans out there right now, if you haven't already told the Vivo, it's like how you feel or how the show has made you feel.
Nice Man Binda, sí salió ya. La de traje blanco y celeste. Angel, un ángel también podría ser. ¿A qué hora sale lo de ese? Otro día. Josué Camacho también dice que buenos escritores, qué tal nivel, el miedo de todo coleccionista, fallecer, que sus hijos rematen la. Sí, esa es una. Hay que educarlos bien para que hereden y continúen.
Hopefully we can get out to conventions again safely, like, you know, back in the normal days, and the fans can get back to meeting you and chatting it up with you. Before we jump into this awesome book that Dan and I have prominently on display, I did want to ask one quick kind of fanboy question, right? So it's noted in the book and other sources that Beast was actually not in the core roster from the start, but he was just such an interesting character. He brought this intellectual kind of calm personality to the show, and that was it's so great about the show, is that each character has not only unique superpowers but a unique personality as well. And so, just putting you on the spot a little bit here, but I was wondering if there was
el que digo es el que estaba con Blob, estaba con Pyro también, pero era como que temblor, el que hacía temblor, no me acuerdo cómo se llamaba. Que hacía temblor, pero no me acuerdo el nombre. A ver ahí, es traje blanco y celeste, su blanco y celeste creo que era.
The history we had of them, they were so human. They were abandoned by their parents. They had family issues.
No, pero Rictor ya salió, Rictor ya está en Hasbro.
Alternate family of them and have
ya lo sacaron, Rictor.
Very,
es más, yo tendría que conseguirme ese Rictor. Aún no lo pido para completar. Lo que pasa es que he estado corto en cash.
¿Hay alguno guapo?
¿De qué?
Longshot.
Longshot, sí.
¿De qué año, tío? No recuerdo.
Ya lo anunciaron a Longshot el año pasado, más bien. No lo han sacado, pero sí lo han anunciado. Debería salir este año con lo que anuncian acá. O digo, el próximo año con lo que anuncian acá.
But he is the most comfortable with that, except for certain moments when.
Claro, como que lo vimos, ¿no? Un diseño o algo así.
To me, Nightcrawler is also one of those characters.
También creo, también falta un de parte de Hasbro que saquen un mollo.
And that kills me. And then you've got him with his convictions and his intelligence. I think he's a very.
Y un Havok en condiciones estaría brutal en realidad.
No, ya tenemos Havok, sí tenemos Havok.
No, yo digo uno exagerado, bien hecho, tío. Con el molde mismo nuevo que acabas de. Que dice.
Ah, pero tú dices el de traje negro. Pero, no, pues el de los 90, digo yo. Es el que han sacado, que es bueno. El de traje negro es normal. Pero el de los 90 ya salió uno bueno.
It's a real frustration in 20-minute stories is fine. We find ourselves putting 2 or 3 X-Men in one place, 2 or 3 X-Men in another place, and 2 or 3 another place, so that it wouldn't be a crowd of a team of 8 X-Men stumbling from scene to scene. It's just a lot of people to service and to get to know and to get close to. So most fans will ask us at cons, well, if you could have a lot more characters on the show, and we just said no. Our biggest headache was keep trimming them down and having them be away on vacation or whatever we had to do so that we could focus.
Corríjame, ¿no había salido ya un tripack que venía Rictor?
That week, and one of the strangest things, which I didn't realize till we did the book, was we did an episode in the last season where none of the X-Men were in it. And it's called Descent, and it's a historical episode where you see the origin of mutants, and Sinister is in
está pues el de X-Force.
I mean, it's a time where Charles Darwin is talking about species, and you have Professor Xavier's grandfather is the only connection, and a young Sinister, because I guess Sinister is 200 years old, but none of the X-Men ever appear in the episode, and we had
Avalancha, gracias Juan Linares, ese mismo, Avalancha.
You're going to do Friends, but you're not going to see any of the Friends? What, are you crazy?
Avalancha. Ese mismo, ese es el que decía. Debería salir un blog Avalancha. Porque ya te salió Pyro.
But that's the kind of leeway we had to tell stories. So it was great.
That's awesome. I did want to, before we ran out of time, just talk about this awesome book. So for you, this is the art and making of X-Men, the animated series. And for those fans, who don't have it, you definitely should get it. It's available on Amazon, Target, and Walmart, everywhere, for a great price. It's literally hundreds of pages of production art, character models, storyboards. There's a breakdown of the intro and how the intro came to be, and it's really well written too by you guys with insights and stories about the challenges you faced getting the show on air. There was a lot of headwinds to it, but it was very successful. So guys, please go check that book out. And then I did want to ask one question about the book. There's part of it where there's some merchandise of all the early 90s. Different ways that companies were trying to leverage the popularity of the show. My favorites were the Pizza Huts and the Chef Boyardees. But just kind of, what were some of the wackiest?
Tío, media hora me piro yo a por un Pizza Hut, no me jodas. Yo sé que me voy a ir a por un Pizza Hut, cabrón.
Yo lo que quiero es que se apuren y que dejen de hablar tanto, por favor.
Me tienen ya la cabeza fatal y tengo que ir al supermercado. Encima está el tío hablándome ahí de pizza.
Now this is a thing that
Wolverine slashing through a heart,
This, Eric, you had a bit of a struggle early in the show. This is.
Pero cómo haces para decirle a los tíos que ya se callen?
And there was a bit of a fight. A company wanted to put in the show.
But when X-Men started, I mean, this is going to be hard for Hasbro to imagine, but there were basically no new toys planned for when the show started. There were a couple of dusty ones.
Habrá que seguirlos en Facebook y en Instagram como X-Menta.
And all those old toys were gone in about 2 minutes.
Bonifícalo, ya.
No, qué pena, me dan pena, X-Menta. Chicos, no olvidéis de pasaros por el Instagram y por el Facebook de esa gente mayor y darles recuerdos de parte de Álvaro y de parte del Pony, ¿vale? Un abrazo para xmenta.com.
What little merchandise I have, where can we put that in the show? And what do you have, Avi? Well, we've got Wolverine walkie-talkies, and not this one. There's Wolverine pajama, X-Men curtains, and I'm saying, well, have you read any of the stories we've written? In what world Wolverine will wear Wolverine jammies and have X-Men curtains, and in a tense moment when the city's about to get blown up, talk to somebody? No, it was Wolverine phone.
It may be Wolverine. The idea
there was a walkie-talkie and a phone set, and so that he would talk to some,
something
with his face on it.
Yeah, that's just.
So we and he said, well, how about we got the Blackbird. I said, okay, we'll put in a few extra scenes of the Blackbird. Where you're golden, but luckily we've had it. There's always a balance with a show about product placement and about does this service the stories or is this does this not fit? There were some toys that there were some toys from.
Just the things that they try to put into that asked you to
Storm on a tricycle.
Like that's
there
not
was
what
Storm on a tricycle, and it said, sorry, no, we don't see Storm going around on the tricycle.
She needs to get from point A to point B. She can use the winds.
But we love product placement as much as anybody, but we were trying to be protective of our stories. So that's. Yeah, but we went to Pizza Hut a lot. We did a lot of copies of
Alvarito que me pidió que le ayude a levantar una caja.
Me too. Well, that's
ya,
great.
¿se van?
Esta gente tenía libertad para hacer lo que les daba la gana antes y ahora siguen teniéndola.
Ya, dicen que eso era solo la introducción, ahora nos van a contar la historia completa.
Marvel Legends X-Men figures that you guys have graciously helped us to reveal. So the first one we're going to take a look at is that most popular X-Men that you have there. So why don't you guys reveal him and talk us through what you're seeing?
We get to do this. Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay, ready?
Yes, this is
un nuevo Wolverine.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Otro nuevo Wolverine.
Look at this. It is glorious.
That is an interesting box.
If you are not flashing back to the VHS tapes of yore, then you're too young or you're not doing it right. But this is.
Pero ¿por qué me sacan otro Wolverine si ya tenemos dos de esos? Dos.
And this is a Dark Phoenix scene where Wolverine's just falling through a house.
Ah, ya, este es el que sale en la escena de Dark Phoenix.
And there's a wonderful part in our books where there's the comic book image of this from the Dark Phoenix, our screen grab from the TV show of this image where he's coming up out of the sewer with his claws. And then there's beautiful art here on this book where he even reimagines the same thing, and it just chills down our spine. This, it was a real seminal moment in that story.
And credit to Larry Houston for incorporating that visual in the series, and then for that to here we are on this.
Yeah, a lot of the artists on the show loved the comic book so much that they would take the time to occasionally, if there were a moment from. A lot of them.
Pero ¿por qué me sacan otro Wolverine en ese?
Sure
ah, ya, seguro van a decir que ahora es Pinless.
Oye, si es el Pinless definitivo, yo lo compro, tío.
And this is just the box.
That's just the box. It's not. There's something inside of it, guys. We could.
A mí me gana, me gana. Te pones el Pinless y ya, se me va la cabeza. ¡Oh!
Vamos a encontrar el lado positivo de esto. Lo que va a suceder a partir de esto es que van a sacar, con esas cajas, van a sacar a todos los personajes de los 90s y van a hacer un pack especial en los 90.
Look at this beauty. It's astonishing. It's astonishing.
And the most important.
And it
a ver, está increíble. El rostro es alucinante. Con las orejas más grandes, ¿vale?
The Wolverine Crush picture frame right
Quiero
there,
ver la imagen.
right there,
quiero ver a la
right
figura.
there, and
sí, tiene que ser Pinless porque han hecho un nuevo prototipo. Bien, ya, bacán. Pero lo mejor de esto que podría ser, vamos a ver a largo plazo lo positivo. Cuando saquen la figura de Cíclope, de Gimli, que nadie puede conseguir, que nadie encuentra, saquen de nuevo el Bestia, que ya nadie puede conseguir, nadie encuentra, eso es buenas noticias para los que están entrando recién a coleccionar X-Men. Y malas noticias para los que están añejando sus figuras, ¿no? Definitivamente. Yo, gracias a Dios, no estoy añejando ni Bestia ni Cíclope. Yo estoy añejando otras cosas. Espero que... y las garras, tienes razón, Piero, las garras de estos Wolverine que tenemos son horribles. Vamos a ver qué tal están esas garras. Pero deje mostrar el prototipo y muéstrame la figura. A ver, vamos a decirle Pony, por favor, pon orden. Dile a tu tía que ponga.
Increíble, Álvaro.
Dile a tu tía que nos muestre, por favor, la figura.
There you go.
Which is what he did in the next frame.
Truly interactive right here, folks. Oh my, and again, this box, the art on this
is just so much fun.
No quiero ver la caja, quiero ver la figura, tía, por favor.
That's not all. In infomercial speak, Julia, that's not all. There's one more that we're revealing today too. Now we don't have the prototype figure; it wasn't ready.
Ya, muéstrame al Cíclope de Gimli y créeme que yo pido un lote de 8 directamente, porque sé cuánta gente está esperando eso.
This is an honor, but the next one coming up. Look at that. We've got Jubilee.
También es una que están buscando, ¿vale? Mira, es que eso es lo que voy, ¿no?
Sparkling. She is a mall babe that eats chili fries. Right there, go, folks. That's what you got. I mean, these are gorgeous.
Le han hecho un pequeño cambio de color, pero...
And speaking of ball babes eating chili fries,
tiene pines visibles, quiero ver, eso es lo que tenemos que ver, si tiene los pines o no, porque si es pinless, me compro ese y vendo la que tengo, y mañana me pongo a la venta mi Wolverine y pongo a la venta mi júbilo. Es más, el que quiere aquí, a los suscriptores de Perú, les hago descuento.
At the end of episode 2, I think, not Assembles.
Pero quiero ver la figura.
Look at that.
And so put them like we designed it and
Pony, explícame por qué los tíos se enferman tanto con la caja.
If you put them side by side, you get that kind of VHS.
A ver, en el chat, ¿alguien me puede explicar por qué los tíos se están enfermando tanto con las cajas?
Y están muy contentos
I'm hearing the theme song in my head. I'm hearing it a lot lately, but I'm hearing it right now.
En una figura lo que ellos hicieron, ¿no? Hace tanto tiempo. Entiendo que por eso.
Cíclope. Van a sacar más. Ya, es una nueva sublínea que Hasbro. ¿Qué hace Hasbro? Recicla.
Such a pleasure for us to have you, Eric and Julia, reveal these figures for the first time. Fans, we'll talk more about
coleccionistas
this, in the Pulsecon
que yo estoy
panel,
seguro que acá en el chat algunos querrán que saquen un nuevo Cíclope, que vuelvan a relanzar el Cíclope de Jim Lee, o que vuelvan a relanzar de repente a la Jean Grey, o a Júbilo, o al Bestia, que Bestia, bueno.
El Wolverine ese está tremendo,
Pero quiero verlo de cerca, papá.
Lo han enseñado antes, tío, se ha visto un momentito,
Pero no mostraron los brazos, el detalle. Más vale que Dan creo que se llama, no, ¿cómo se llama? El que está en el estudio, el de barba, ya, más vale que tenga su figura ahí para que la muestre en close-up. Así como mostró a Winter Soldier.
Please come find us. We hope to be out in the real world next year. We'll keep our fingers crossed. We'll see.
Yeah, hopefully we can all be together soon to meet in person. Thank you for spending some time with us. It was so kind of you, and it's kind of a dream for Dan and I just to even chat with you. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, thanks for being a part of Pulsecon. And fans, go check out them on Twitter and go get the book. And thanks again for all the X-Men fans around the world.
¿Ves? Por eso. Bueno, Pinke, por ejemplo, quiere conseguir esa figura, ¿no? Yo quiero ver cómo es, a ver si actualizo, ¿no?
Wow, that was pretty cool.
Pero es que eso es lo que hace. Lo que hace Hasbro es eso. Te saca una versión, luego te saca una mejor y tú tienes que ir corriendo a vender la versión anterior que tienes para quedar.
A mí me ha parecido la definitiva de Wolverine. Con ese traje, con esos colores.
It's kind of both a packaging execution, right, and a unique deco take. So if we want to pull up, what do we want to pull up? Wolverine here, and let's just talk more about him. Dwight, what's new on this Wolverine figure?
Pinless.
Yeah, Wolverine looks awesome here. This is actually one of my favorite things that I got a chance to work on
está muy
this
bonita.
year.
¿Para qué? ¿Qué te voy a decir? Está muy bonita. Y escúchame, hay algo que estoy viendo ahí. Le han hecho un sombreado de estilo cartoon. ¿Has visto ese sombreado que tiene los hombros? Le han hecho como
en los hombros, sí.
Ajá, tiene una sombra, una pintura como cartoon.
Pero el rostro es tremendo.
No, ¿para qué te voy a decir? Sí me gusta. O sea, sí me gusta. No es lo que yo espero, no es lo que yo quisiera, pero sí la definitiva de Wolverine, esa frase la llevo escuchando por años. Yo también, cuando salió el primer Wolverine de estos, era la definitiva también. Cuando salió el primer Wolverine de Legends.
Mira, te digo lo único que le falla, las garras, pero o sea, son muy accurate, pero para mí me gusta.
Las garras están bien, son mejores. Mira,
son mejores, pero bueno, no son las mejores garras.
Escríbanme los que quieren ese Wolverine al toque, porque yo estoy ya pensando en voy a ver cuántos pido. Y
de la Júbilo también. ¿Sabes? Por sacarle algo las garras, a lo mejor es lo peor.
Nada, escríbanme los que quieren ese Wolverine. Yo calculo que va a estar un poquito más. Me imagino que va a estar sus $24 allá en tienda. Por ser nuevo pinless, por la pintura adicional que tiene. Y los $24, $25. Ahora han subido algunos Legends. Lo sacan en 25, otros lo sacan en 22. Pero ya no hay Legends en 19.99 como antes, por si acaso. Quiero que sepan allá.
Or whatever you guys want to do. Have some fun with it. Be respectful, but have some fun and really, really enjoy this new Wolverine. Oh, what am I doing? I'm not even talking about the all of it. Look at this. We also have this really cool, boom, VHS-esque packaging. It's got the,
no, pero para los noventeros, así la pinta del VHS está buenísima. Esa es una de las cajas que no voy a botar. Definitivamente. Es súper lo bueno es que es compacta, no ocupa mucho espacio como las cajas de Legends normales. Estas cajas de acá son muy grandes para lo que traen. Bueno, traen buff, ¿no? Porque por ahí se entiende, pero estas no traen buff y para no traer buff están bien el tamaño. ¿Tiene pines?
Shout out to
Dice
Dan
Flores
V
que tiene
for
pines.
that
Yo,
artwork, and he
me pareció
was
que no
actually an
tenía pines.
artist that,
Dijo que no tenía
you know,
pines,
worked on the show as
porque
well,
si no
so
lo
working
dijo, entonces sí
closely
tiene
with
pines. ¿Ah?
him, and of course Ben and the packaging team to recreate that. So shout out to Dan V. And also Dwight, I had a question.
Dwight,
are you gonna put your curtains in the little picture frame? Is
¿Qué
that,
tenía? ¿Pines en la pierna, en los brazos o en todos
You're
lados?
lucky I don't know what state you're in right now, my friend, because I have to just send you a digital punch. That's what you call an IOU.
ya, vamos.
En las
Quiero ver
piernas no me pareció ver. En las
a mí
piernas no vi.
tampoco, ni en el brazo.
So yeah, guys, this, and I just wanted to point out, these new claws on this Wolverine figure are awesome.
Las nuevas
You guys know I
garras.
love the fat X-Force Wolverine claws, but these are new and they're very rigid out of the pack there, so no warpage and they're very sturdy. So that is awesome, in addition to the cel-shaded deco. And as Dan mentioned, we had Dan Wiesenmeyer. He did all the art, is doing all the art for these X-Men.
No dice que no dice que
He
son
was a
pinless.
storyboard artist on the 90s show, so he just comes up with these great concepts like Wolverine down in the sewer there. From the episode. So shout out to Dan.
Es el Wolverine del meme, sí, es el
He's an awesome
Wolverine del
follow
meme.
too, so go check him out. And so the Lee Walds, we also revealed the second figure in this line, which we have to go to a render because we don't have the prototype in hand yet. But again, it is Jubilee. So let's throw that on the screen here. She comes with a bunch of accessories. Dwight, walk them through everything that Jubilee
Pero
has.
curiosamente ni tú ni yo le hemos visto las piernas.
Lo que me gusta de la Jubilee es que le han hecho un nuevo rostro. Tiene el segundo rostro es reciclado, pero el primer rostro lo han hecho más bonita. Lo han hecho más bonita.
She will come with 2 heads, at least 2 pair of sunglasses. One is opaque and one is translucent.
El primer rostro que salía en el prototipo se veía nuevo.
Kind of cel shading going across them. And she has all those beautiful firework sparkly effects on the package. And the cool thing
que cada vez te sacan algo así más, más para fans, ¿no? O sea, como que, mira, primero te sacaron con la caja normal y ahora te lo sacan con la caja ya como que ultra fan, ¿no? Para darte en el Geek Spot, ya con todo, con caja, estilo... Ojalá que los pinten a todos así para que tengan una diferenciación, que los pinten con ese estilo cartoon.
An original X-Men VHS here, still mint in pack because you know that's how I roll.
Of course, it's mint in pack.
Esto es uno
VHS, ¿no? The same. So these packages
tiene el mismo
larger,
diseño de los
VHS
VHS
9 1/4 by 5 inches wide, but the dimensions are the same, and you know, VHS cassettes felt bigger in our hands when we were kids anyway, so it all blended in very nicely. And as Dwight said, you know, the side view, you can
pues pero igual nosotros cuando éramos como el florazo es que cuando éramos niños los VHS se sentían más grandes. Ahora bueno, lo hemos hecho más grandes para que ahora que somos adultos también se sienten así de grandes.
Shared Pulse exclusives as well as Shop Disney, kind of like how we did the X-Force 3.
Venga, por favor, dame un maldito Ultron supremo, tío.
But available for pre-order today on the Hasbro Pulse at 4 p.m. again for Pulse Premium members, as you know, and then 5 p.m. wide pre-order there. So go get your X-Men cassette style 90s animated Wolverine and Jubilee.
Hablen, que esos vuelan. Hablen, escríbanme al WhatsApp.
Like, will you watch one episode
por aquí, por el chat, los que quieren esos X-Men, a las 4 de la tarde de allá se empiezan a salir y se agotan rápido. Ahora sí muestra figura. ¿Cuántos han mostrado? ¿6, 7 nada más? Hasta ahora nada, hasta ahora para mí están desaprobados completamente. Lo único bueno que me han sacado es null. Bueno, no, el Winter Soldier también. Ya, Winter Soldier null y el pack de, bueno, el Capi digno yo ya lo tenía ya anticipado, no es novedad. Pero no han sacado nada así como que
And then we can actually, you know, pretend that we're civil human beings and we can do this together.
No mostró nada de Spider-Man, así que creo que van a que era lo que yo estaba anticipando, la serie de los 90s, el vintage. Creo que
good point.
Creo que van a sacar algo bueno.
I think you guys should both just stop watching soccer and then you'll have more time to catch up on a lot of things. But that's another issue. All right, so let's go on to our next topic here. So this is one that We'll be sure to catch up with.
Pero ya no invites a nadie, por favor, papi. Ya no invites a nadie.
Live stream, I'm sure. But
Pony,
as you know,
que no invita a nadie, por favor, Pony.
2022 is going to be the 20th anniversary of the Marvel Legends 6-inch line that Jesse and his team at
El Capitán América de esa línea está alucinante. No sé qué van a sacar más después de eso, pero...
And we've revealed the first figure through Unparalleled Universe. Thank you to him for doing a video for us. He did an awesome job with that. So you know Captain America is the first.
Preciosa figura, hermosa
Here's
figura.
A look again at all of the contents. Dwight, walk them through.
Es de lo mejor.
Nada, lo único, los agujeros del escudo, que ha habido gente que le molesta, pero más allá de eso es perfecto.
So,
sí, bueno, pero el escudo le puedes prestar del otro. Pues, ¿no? O sea, al final...
His color schemes is heavily inspired by the colors of the original Toy Biz era figure from 20 years ago.
Es hermosa esa figura. Yo estoy esperando que la suelten hoy día.
Once again, the dimensions of a comic are maintained because that was
me voy a abastecer de esa figura, definitivamente.
They had the actual comics that came with them, which
esa sí vale la pena invertir. El que se compre ese dos, si puede.
These toys. So Cap comes with a Marvel Legends classic stand, as you guys can see on the base. It looks like the old school logo, which is cool. And it has the card, and the card is reversible. You can pop it out, spin it around, pop it back down, and now you have kind of a carded diorama backdrop for the figure. Obviously, we wanted to do something above and beyond.
Ese es el Capitán América. Es el Capitán América de Jack Kirby. El de Jack Kirby.
Captain America's indestructible shield. Forgive me if that upsets you. You probably already have shields in your drawers that you can replace them with. I think we'll be okay. And if you don't like it that much, we'll do another more awesome one later. But the cool thing about this one is there are 3 blast effect holes in the shield that allow you to pop off these blaster deflections. You can put in this big slash effect if he was going against, you know, any other kind of guy that might be slashing at him, read some comic books, or it's got a cool kind of lightning blast effect that can also pop onto the shield. So you can mix and match the accessories to really have fun for posing, play, and photography, if that's your bag. Tons of hands. I think he has 6 hands.
Un figurón ya, poco floro, ya la tenemos clara, ya, esta figura está clara.
Es la pareja perfecta para mi Iron Man.
That one of our dear friends, Paul, worked on. And
es el mejor Capitán América.
As well as the
creo que sí es mejor. Me parece. No, me quedo con el de los 80. Pero este de aquí no es que sea peor. Me parecen igual de buenos. Simplemente este tiene el estilo de Jack Kirby.
You know, a kind of a modern take on.
Wow, así te lo van a dar.
Paying super homage to Toy Biz era. But I'm going to stop talking because you guys know I don't really, packaging's not my thing. So Ryan, Dan, you mint on card people, you want to have a little fun, talk about this one?
¡Qué cabrón! ¡Qué cabrón!
I just want to thank the visionary mind behind the idea of including a display stand molded in the old Marvel Legends logo that can hold a reversible backdrop that is both an homage to the physical diorama of Toy Biz and then the comic as well. So shout out to that guy.
¿Es un piezón o no es un piezón?
Brilliant.
A mí me parece que está bastante guapa.
So, yeah, so
la milla del escudo a quien le
pero ese sí lo abres y ya no lo vuelves a guardar, así fuiste. Ese es para abrirlo y fue.
We could not go full clamshell, and I don't think you really wanted that anyways, because those original packages were so impenetrable to open. So beautiful blister card again.
Lo abres o lo dejas así. Ya ese no es que te quedas con tu estuche y lo vuelves a guardar, juegas, lo guardas. ¿No? Ahí con huevos nomás.
Same cover that came with the Toy Biz.
Yo no me voy a cortar en abrirlo, te digo.
With it. So a lot of speculation.
Tú sí lo vas a abrir, de hecho.
Lo
bueno es que ahí en la Pony Island no hay polvo.
Lo quiero de amigo.
Ahí está tu Iron Man. Ahí está tu Iron Man.
¡Ey, qué cabrones, tío! ¡Qué cabrones! Esto sí que me fastidia.
Pero no era de esperarse, dime, no era de esperarse, yo sí me lo esperaba, por eso decía, ¿y ahora qué van a sacar?
Bueno, por lo menos, mira, no me molesta, ¿sabes por qué? Porque la máscara me gusta más la mía, pero es verdad que el rostro de Tony Stark está gracioso.
and the more iconic look with the hip disc. We wanted to do something a little bit different for you guys, so we did the variant.
No, pero no, prefiero la IA, tío.
Mira, la novedad para mí son los accesorios de las manos y la cabeza. Algo le habrán cambiado ahí. ¿Lo han hecho pinless? Dígame que lo han hecho. No, sí tiene pines. Ahí está. No lo han actualizado.
No, lo que le han cambiado es el color del reactor, que ahora lo tiene blanco en vez de azul. Y el casco y la cabeza intercambiable de Tony Stark.
Sinceramente, yo me lo compraría para guardarlo cerrado, junto a mi Capitán América cerrado. Yo sí me los compraría cerrados. Porque ya tengo los otros abiertos, no los necesito abrir. Lo guardo cerrado. Me gusta el empaque. Yo sí lo compraría para tenerlo cerrado. Igual te tientan con esos accesorios.
Brian said, if you look at the back of this card, it says featuring Cap, Iron Man, Hulk, and Toad. So I bet we'll see some of those guys.
Ya, pero esas no son las cosas que yo estoy esperando o sea, ya genial, sí, nos emocionamos, debatimos.
Está muy bien, pero
todo bonito, pero no es lo que yo estoy esperando de la Hasbro Pulsecon. Yo estoy esperando algo nuevo.
Sí, yo estoy esperando, ya me he aburrido de decirlo. En 7 minutos me tengo que ir al supermercado, como mucho en 10.
Pues te quedas, porque no me voy a soplar a estos malditos.
No, tengo que moverme, Álvaro, como mucho en 10 minutos.
Te quedas porque no me voy a soplar a estos malditos.
Tengo que ir al supermercado, tronco.
Tienes que bonificarlo. Seguro que sacan ahora el Thor, van a sacar todo lo que ya sacaron dentro de ese empaque. Eso es fácil. No hay mucha ciencia.
Llevan 1 hora para 7 figuras y la mitad son repetidas, tío.
Now it is time to go into our fan vote winner. Shall we tally up the votes here and see who won? All right, and the winner is #villain. Okay, so first time villain character, never been.
Hombre molecular.
Interesting spelling, I might add.
Hombre molecular o Blob.
Dwight, I know nothing about this character.
No, Blob ya salió. Hombre molecular.
I can tell you that he is a white and black action figure. Does that help? He's really creepy looking. He's got this weird kind of melty, drippy face. It's got all the whites and blacks. It looks really awesome. His cape looks like a torn cheesecloth. It's got lots of holes through it. It's all tattered.
No lo conozco tampoco. No digo que sea feo, pero tampoco tanta intriga, tanto para eso. ¿No? O sea, digo ya bien, pero lo veo como relleno para una wave de algo.
Pero es preciosa la figura, No conozco el personaje, pero la figura es preciosa.
Te da la sensación, es un molde muy básico, te da la sensación por la capa. La capa está muy bonita, pero y el rostro, ¿no?
Okay, so you're just going to have
Pero
to let your imagination run wild.
Respeto tus gustos.
All right, let me reach into my grab bag in my special mystery space back here behind the void of space and time and give you guys something to...
¿Qué es eso? Una poronga. Una caca. Ah, ya. Ya, eso es... Bueno, no sé. Yo en el chat seguro alguien ya la picó.
I don't know,
It's actually two things. Is it one thing or two things?
I don't know. What is it?
Es un gusano.
It's a weird thing in a puddle.
¿Es de Ultron? ¿De Ultron?
Wow,
yo no vi What If. ¿Tenía esa arma el Ultron de What If? No. Un dildo.
I just want to commend you on your lazy Susan action today, by the way. That's been very good.
Me and Michael have been practicing.
Se ríe porque también lo ve como un dildo.
The second Pulsecon in the books. Thank you guys for sticking with these full 2 days. Appreciate you hanging out with us at the end here on this Saturday. All these pre-orders. Check out the Hasbro Pulse website, app, Instagram. That's where all the latest Marvel Legends, Big 3 shenanigans and reveals happen, as you know. So with that, we'll see you next time. Thanks, Marvel.
Madre mía.
Con razón así han metido tanto relleno, no tenían nada.
Madre mía.
I'm still in shock. It was just
¿En shock de qué?
En shock estamos nosotros, cabrones. La madre que os parió.
Pero dígame, ¿en shock de qué? Por Dios.
I was like, wait.
¿Qué?
What are they gonna
Shock de nada, tío.
And then they show off
En shock que no había nada. Yo también estoy en shock porque no nos mostraron nada.
The VHS packaging is so brilliant. Because like there's the great
Perdón,
perdón,
saben que, perdón de parte de Hasbro, pero acá nos han timado a todos.
Figura de null para toda la gente que la estaba esperando, eso sí, estarán súper contentos.
Pony va a hablar con su hacker, con todos vamos a ponificar, va a mandar a todos sus agentes a la página de Hasbro, van a haber consecuencias de esto, Pony, ¿no? No puede ser, no puede ser. No, es que de verdad que estoy riéndome así, es una risa de esas nerviosas porque estoy de verdad que...
Bueno, el varón Semo.
Bueno, varón Semo que va a venir con una wave, ya nos dijeron que va a haber una wave. Quería ver más figuras. Va a haber una wave nueva también de Winter Soldier, de Falcon and the Winter Soldier, de Disney Plus. Ahí seguro va a venir What If y otras vainas más. Y va a haber una wave de estas de 10 años, si es que es wave, no sé, o serán individuales. No tengo la manera. Pero no, sinceramente un fail total. Aquí cerramos sesión con Pony, ¿no? Porque de verdad que tengo que ir a tomarme un calmante, algo para estar calmado. Hay buenas cosas que han sacado, sí. La gente que esté interesada, avíseme. Cuando se les pase la amargura como a mí, ahí me avisan.
Ni un mísero, ya te digo, ni un mísero Ultron.
Are you out there?
Yeah. I think you guys are excited. I'm pretty sure that you guys are already trying to get your pre-orders in. You guys can already actually see where those figures are going to be lined up.
¿Qué pasó? Pero la verdad es que yo veo... Ahí está, todos con cara de autogol. Todos con cara de autogol.
Yeah, man. That's greatness. He's excited.
No, se están riendo. Oye, pero ¿por qué fingen? Digan la verdad. ¿Qué cosa? Ya, acá se...
So cool. I know.
¿Qué? ¿Cuánto le están pagando?
I'm right there with you.
Yes.
He's definitely getting the Wolverine VHS.
Ese está como que sí, sí, ahora me río. Ahora celebro. ¿Qué voy a celebrar? Mind blowing. Han perdido oficialmente y Jay Hernández acaba de perder mi respeto en este momento porque él estaba así. ¿Qué? ¿Qué? Jay Hernández acaba de perder mi respeto en este momento. Para abajo. Y todos los que celebraron así están como tarados de esto. Acaban de perder mi respeto oficialmente. Y Wizard no me va a quedar a escuchar esta poronga, así que Pony, cerramos sesión. Gracias, amigos, gracias a todos.
Déjale expresarse al hombre ese, ¿o no quieres que se exprese?
Que se exprese.
Báilalo, ¿no? Al menos tú.
No. Sí, te voy a dejar a ti bailando.
No, olvídate del maldito recado, loco. No, olvídate de la coña. Adiós, amiguitos.
Adiós, malditos. Chao. No puedo creerlo.